Section 17 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 17, Chapter 12. The Final Interview. On 6 days of the week, Mrs. Hood, to do her justice, made no show of piety to the powers whose ordering of life her tongue incessantly accused. If her mode of sabbatical observance was bitter, the explanation was to be sought in the mere force of habit dating from childhood, and had indeed a pathetic significance to one sufficiently disengaged from the sphere of her acerbity to be able to judge fairly such manifestations of character. A rigid veto upon all things secular, a preoccupied severity of visage, a way of speaking which suggested difficult tolerance of injury, an ostentation of discomfort in bodily inactivity, these were but traditions of happier times. To keep her Sunday thus was to remind herself of days when the outward functions of respectability did in truth correspond to self-respect. And it is probable that often enough, poor woman, the bitterness was not only on her face. As a young girl in her mother's home, she had learnt that the Christian Sabbath was to be distinguished by absence of joy, and as she sat through these interminable afternoons on her lap a sour little book which she did not read, the easy-chair abandoned for one which hurt her back, the very cat not allowed to enter the room lest it should gambol, here on the verge of years which touch the head with grey, her life must have seemed to her a weary pilgrimage to a goal of discontent. How far away was girlish laughter, how far the blossoming of hope which should attain no fruitage, and alas, how far the warm season of the heart, the woman's heart that loved and trusted, that joyed in a new–born babe, and thought not of the day when the babe, in growing to womanhood, should have journeyed such lengths upon a road where the mother might not follow. Neither Hood nor his daughter went to church. The former generally spent the morning in his garret, the latter helped herself against the depression which the consciousness of the day engendered by playing music which respect would have compelled her to refrain from had her mother been present. The music was occasionally heard by an acquaintance who for some reason happened to be abroad in church time, and Mrs. Hood was duly informed of the sad things done in her absence, but she had the good sense to forbid herself interference with Emily's mode of spending the Sunday. She could not understand it, but her husband's indifference to religion had taught her to endure, and in truth her own zeal, as I have said, was not of active colour. Discussion on such subjects there had never been. Her daughter, she had learnt to concede, was strangely other than herself. Emily was old enough to have regard for her own hereafter. Breakfast on Sunday was an hour later than on other days, and was always a very silent meal. On the day which we have now reached, it was perhaps more silent than usual. Hood had a newspaper before him on the table. His wife wore the wonted Sabbath absentness, suggestive of a fear lest she should be late for church. Emily made a show of eating, but the same diminutive slice of bread and butter lasted her to the end of the meal. She was suffering from a slight feverishness, and her eyes, unclosed throughout the night, were heavy with a pressure which was not of conscious fatigue. Having helped in clearing the table and ordering the kitchen, she was going upstairs, when her mother spoke to her for the first time. "I see you've still got your headache," Mrs. Hood said, with plaintiveness which was not condolence. "I shall go out a little before dinner–time," was the reply. Her mother dismally admitted the wisdom of the proposal, and Emily went to her room. Before long, the bell of the chapel of ease opposite began its summoning, a single querulous bell, jerked with irregular rapidity. The bells of Pendal Church sent forth a more kindly bidding, but their music was marred by the harsh clanging so near at hand. Emily heard and did not hear. When she had done housemaid's office in her room, she sat propping her hot brows, waiting for her mother's descent in readiness for church. At the sound of the opening and closing bedroom door, she rose and accompanied her mother to the parlour. Mrs. Hood was in her usual nervous hurry, giving a survey to each room before departure, uttering a hasty word or two, then away with constricted features. The girl ascended again, and, as soon as the chapel bell had ceased its last notes of ill-tempered iteration, began to attire herself hastily for walking. When ready, she unlocked a drawer and took from it an envelope of heavy contents, which lay ready to her hand. Then she paused for a moment and listened. Above there was a light footfall, passing constantly hither and thither. Leaving the room with caution, she passed downstairs noiselessly, and quitted the house by the back door, whence by a circuit she gained the road. Her walk was toward the heath. As soon as she entered upon it, she proceeded rapidly, so rapidly indeed that before long she had to check herself and take breath. No sun shone, and the air was very still and warm. To her it seemed oppressive. Over Dunfield hung a vast pile of purple cloud, against which the wreaths of mill smoke, slighter than on week days, lay with a dead whiteness. The heath was solitary. A rabbit now and then started from a brake, and here and there grazed sheep. Emily had her eyes upon the ground, save when she looked rapidly ahead to measure the upward distance she still had to toil over. On reaching the quarry she stayed her feet. The speed at which she had come, and an agitation which was increasing, made breathing so difficult that she turned a few paces aside and sat down upon a rough block of stone, long since quarried and left unused. Just before her was a small patch of marshy ground, long grass growing about a little pool. A rook had alighted on the margin, and was pecking about. Presently it rode on its heavy wings. She watched it flap athwart the dun sky. Then her eye fell on a little yellow flower near her feet, a flower she did not know. She plucked and examined it, then let it drop carelessly from her hand. The air was growing brown, a storm threatened. She looked about her with a hasty fear, then resumed her walk to the upper part of the heath. Beaching the smooth sward, she made straight across it for Dagworthy's house. Crossing the garden, she was just at the front door when it was opened, and by Dagworthy himself. His eyes fell before her. "Will you come this way?" he said indistinctly. He led into the large sitting room, where he had previously entertained Emily and her father. As soon as he had closed the door, he took eager steps towards her. "You have come," he said. "Something told me you would come this morning. I've watched at the window for you." The assurance of victory had softened him. His voice was like that of one who greets a loving mistress. His eyes clung to her. "I have come to bring you this," Emily replied, putting upon the table the heavy envelope. "It is the money we owe you." Dagworthy laughed, but his eyes were gathering trouble. "You owe me nothing," he said, affecting easiness. "How do you mean that?" Emily gave him a direct look. Her manner had now nothing of fear, not even the diffidence with which she had formerly addressed him. She spoke with a certain remoteness, as if her business with him were formal. The lines of her mouth were hard, her heavy lids only half raised themselves. "I mean that you owe nothing of this kind," he answered rather confusedly. His confidence was less marked. Her look overcame his. "Not £10? Well, you don't," he added. "Whose is this money?" "It is my own. I have earned it." "Does your father know you are paying it?" "He does not. I was not likely to speak to him of what you told me. There is the debt, Mr. Dagworthy. We have paid it, and now I will leave you." He examined her. Even yet he could not be sure that he understood. In admitting her, he had taken it for granted that she could come with but one purpose. It was but the confirmation of the certain hope in which he had lived through the night. Was the girl a simpleton? Had she got it into her head that repayment in this way discharged his hold upon her father? It was possible. Women are so ludicrously ignorant of affairs. He smiled, though darkly. "Why have you brought this money?" he asked. She was already moving nearer to the door. He put himself in her way. "What good do you imagine this is?" "None, perhaps. I pay it because I wish to." "And is it your notion that this puts your father straight? Do you think this is a way out of his difficulty?" "I have not thought that. But it was only to restore the money that I came." There was silence. "Have you forgotten," he asked, half wonderingly, half with quiet menace, "what I said to you yesterday?" "You see my answer," said Emily, pointing hastily to the table. "I owe you that, but I can give you nothing more." Her voice quivered as she continued: "What you said to me yesterday was said without thought, or only with evil thoughts. Since then you have had hours of reflection. It is not in your power, it would be in the power of no man who is not utterly base and wicked, to repeat such words this morning. Mr. Dagworthy, I believe in the affection you have professed for me. Feeling that, you are incapable of dastardly cruelty. I will not believe your tongue against yourself. In a moment of self forgetfulness you spoke words which you will regret through your life, for they were inhuman. They were spoken to a defenceless girl. After hearing them, I cannot beg your mercy for my father, but you know that misfortune which strikes him falls also upon me. You have done me the greatest wrong that man can do to woman. You owe me what reparation is in your power." She had not thought to speak thus. Since daylight dawned, her heart had felt too numb, too dead. Barely to tell him that she had no answer to his words was the purpose with which she had set out. The moment prompted her utterance. The words came without reflection. It was a noble speech, and nobly delivered. The voice was uncertain at times, but it betrayed no weakness of resolve, no dread of what might follow. The last sentences were spoken with a dignity which rebuked rather than supplicated. Dagworthy's head bowed as he listened. He came nearer. "Do you think me," he asked under his breath, "a mere ignorant lout, who has to be shamed before he knows what's manly and what isn't? Do you think, because I'm a manufacturer, and the son of one, that I've no thought or feeling above my trade? I know as well as you can tell me, though you speak with words I couldn't command, that I'm doing a mean and vile thing. There, hear me say it, Emily Hood. But it's not a cruel thing. I want to compel you to do what, in a few years, you'll be glad of. You want to accept love such as no other man can give you, and with it the command of pretty well everything you can wish for. I want to be a slave at your feet, with no other work in life than finding out your desires and satisfying them. You're not to be tempted with money, and I don't try to, but I value the money because it will give me power to show my love. And mind what I say, ask yourself if it isn't true. If you hadn't been engaged already, you'd have listened to me. I feel that power in myself. I know I should have made you care for me by loving you as desperately as I do. I wouldn't have let you refuse me. You hear, Emily? Emily, 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 it does me good to call you by your name. I haven't done so before to day, have I, Emily? Not a cruel thing, because I offer you more than any man living can, more of that for which you care most, the life a highly educated woman can appreciate. You can travel where you will. You shall buy books and pictures and all else to your heart's content, and, after all, you shall love me. That's a bold word, but I tell you I feel the power in me to win your love. I'm not hateful to you, even now. You can't really despise me, for you know that whatever I do is for no mean purpose. There is no woman living like you, and to make you my wife I am prepared to do anything, however vile it seems. Some day you'll forgive it all, because some day you'll love me." It was speaking as he had never yet done. He assumed that his end was won, and something of the triumph of passion endued his words with a joyous fervour. Very possibly there was truth in much he said, for he spoke with an intense conviction which fulfils prophecies, but the only effect was to force Emily back upon her cold defiance. "I am in your house, Mr. Dagworthy," she said, "and you can compel me to hear whatever you choose to say, but I have no other answer than that you know. I wish to leave you." His flushed eagerness could not at once adapt itself to another tone. "No, you don't wish to leave me. You want to see that I am a man of my word, that I mean what I say, and am not afraid to stick to it. Emily, you don't leave me till you have promised to be my wife. You're a noble girl. You wouldn't be frightened into yielding, and it isn't that way I want to have you. You're more now in my eyes than ever. It shall be love for love. Emily, will you marry me?" What resources of passion the man was exhibiting! By forethought he could have devised no word of these speeches which he uttered with such vigour. It was not he who spoke, but the very love god within him. He asked the last question with a voice subdued in tenderness. His eyes had a softer fire. Emily gave her answer. "I would not marry you, though you stood to kill me if I refused." No bravado, no unmeasured vehemence of tone, but spoken as it would have been had the very weapon of death gleamed in his hand. He knew that this was final. "So you are willing that your father shall be put into the dock of the police court to morrow morning? If you can do that, it must be so." "If I can? You know very well I have the power to, and you ought to know by now that I stick at nothing. Go home and think about it." "It is useless, I have thought. If you think still to make me yield by this fear, it is better that you should act at once. I will tell you, if I were free, if I had the power to give myself to you in marriage, it would make your threat of no more avail. I love my father. To you I cannot say more than that. But though I would give my life to save his from ruin, I could not give my father would not wish me, oh, never! My woman's honour. You will find it hard to understand me, for you seem not to know the meaning of such words." She closed with stern bitterness, compelled to it by the tone of his last bidding. A glorious beauty flashed in her face. Alas, Wilfrid Athel would never know the pride of seeing thus the woman he knew so noble. But Wilfrid was in her heart. His soul allied itself with hers, and gave her double strength. Dagworthy had wrought for her that which in the night's conflict she could not bring about by her own force. Knowing, in the face of utter despair, the whole depth of the love with which she held to her father, she could yet speak his doom with calmness, with clear intelligence that the sacrifice she was asked to make was disproportionate to the disaster threatened. He answered with cold decision. "'Tis you who don't know me. I've nothing more to say to you. You are at liberty to go. To–morrow your father will be before the magistrates." Emily moved to the door. The sound of the words had blanched her lips. She felt that, if she would keep hold upon her bodily strength, she must breathe the outer air. "Look here, I say!" he exclaimed, stepping to the table. "Take the money. I've nothing to do with that." She made a motion with her hand, but hastened still and escaped. Once in the garden, she all but ran, thinking she heard his footsteps in pursuit, and smitten with that sudden terror which comes sometimes when a danger is escaped. But she had gained the heath, and it was certain now that he had not tried to overtake her. A glance back showed her that no one was in sight. She walked rapidly on, though her heart seemed about to burst, walked without pausing till she had reached the quarry. Here she sat on the same stone as before. She was in dread of fainting. The anguish of her leaping blood was intolerable. She had neither sight nor hearing, but the crisis of suffering passed. She let her head fall forward, and buried it upon her lap. Perhaps for 10 minutes she remained thus. Then a great crash from the near heavens caused her to look up. It was raining, had rained since she sat there, though she had not known it. In the little pool before her, great drops splashed, and made a miniature tempest. The yellow flower she had plucked lay close by, and was beaten by the rain. It lightened vividly, and there followed heavier thunder than before. She wished to shed tears. Tears were choking her, but would not rise and shed themselves. She could only sob aloud hysterically. The words "father" and "Wilfrid" broke from her lips several times. Was there red–hot metal poured upon her forehead? It cost her a great effort to rise and walk homewards. The rain streamed down, but she could no longer hasten. Still she reached the house before her mother's return from church, and she was glad of that. Section 17. Chapter 12.
Section 18 of Her Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shih Ping Lin. A Life's Morning, by George Gissing. Section 18, Chapter 13. The Cutting of the Knot. For the final failure of his plot, Dagworthy was in no wise prepared. He had anticipated prolonged scenes, passionate pleadings, appeals to his better nature, and to his shame. But that his threat should prove ineffectual was not among his fears. Illustrating a well-known tendency of human nature, his reckless egoism based its confidence on the presumed existence of heroic self-devotion in his victim. Starting from a knowledge of the close affection between Emily and her father, the logic of desire had abundant arguments to prove that the girl must and could act in but one way. Dagworthy's was not an original mind. The self-immolation of daughters, not of sons, on their parents' behalf, is among vulgar conceptions of the befitting, and it is more than probable that the mill owner was half consciously supported by precedents drawn from his readings in popular fiction. His imagination, as is commonly the case, was only strong in the direction of his wishes, neglecting Emily's avowed attachment to an accepted lover, whose shadowiness made him difficult to realize even as an obstacle. He dwelt persistently on the thought of Hood's position, and found it impossible to imagine a refusal on Emily's part to avert from her father the direst of calamities. That other motive, the strength of which in Emily was independent of her plighted troth, was not within the range of his conceptions. That a woman should face martyrdom rather than marry without love was a contingency alien to his experience and to the philosophy wherewith nature had endowed him. In spite of the attributes of nobleness which so impressed him in the object of his love, Dagworthy could give no credit to the utterance of such a feeling. Whilst Emily spoke, he was for the moment overcome by a vision of vague glories. Reflecting on her words, he interpreted them as merely emphasizing her determination to wed one only. Their effect was to give new food to his jealousy. That solace of man's unconscious pessimism, the faith pathetically clung to, that in frustration of desire is the soul's health, is but too apt to prove itself fallacious, just where its efficiency would show most glorious. Is there not lurking somewhere in your mind, notwithstanding the protests of your realistic intelligence, more than half a hope that Richard Dagworthy will emerge radiant from the gulf into which his passions have plunged him, for the credit of human nature? But what if human nature oft establishes its credit by the failures over which we shake our heads? Of many ways to the resting place of souls, the way of affliction is but one. Cling, if it please you, to the assurance that this is the treading of the elect. Instinct will justify itself in many to whom the denial of a supreme need has been the closing of the upward path. Midway in his life, when slow development waited but occasion to establish the possibilities of a passionate character, Dagworthy underwent the trial destined to determine the future course of his life. One hesitates to impute it to him as a fault that he was not of the elect, a mere uneducated Englishman, hitherto balancing always between the calls from above and from below, with one miserable delusion and its consequent bitterness ever active in his memory. He could make no distinction between the objects which with vehemence he desired, and the spiritual advantage which he felt the attainment would bring to him. and for the simple reason that in his case no such distinction existed. Even as the childhood of civilization knows virtue only in the form of a concrete deity, so to Dagworthy the higher life of which he was capable took shape as a mortal woman, and to possess her was to fulfil his being. With the certainty that she was beyond his reach came failure of the vital forces which promised so much. A pity, for it flatters us poor mortals to discern instances of the soul's independence of the body. I would it had been otherwise with Dagworthy. I have but to relate the facts. It was no dark angel that had whispered to him through the hours of his waiting for Emily's surrender. High aims, pure ambitions, were stronger in him than they ever had been, stronger than they ever would be again. It was when Emily left him with those proud words of defiance that the veritable demon took stand at his ear. The leaping, fruitful sap of his being turned itself to gall. He sat with a brow of blackness. Cruel projects worked in his brain. Not only had he lost her, but his loss was another's gain. The pricking of jealousy, for a while suspended, again became maddening. He had heard her say that she would die rather than be his wife. Judge, then, what must be her love of the man she had chosen. His desire now was to do her injury, and his fierce torment was the thought that he dare not fulfil the menace with which he had hoped to overwhelm her. If he prosecuted Hood, all the circumstances of the case would inevitably come out. Emily had friends in Dunfield, and if her father's guilt were once disclosed, there would be no reason for her concealment of what had happened. Facts like these put forward in mitigation of punishment would supply the town with a fearful subject of comment. Nay, was he safe from the clutch of the law? Of these things he had not troubled to think, so assured was he that the mere threat would suffice. From his present point of view it was easy enough to see that the plot had been a wretched piece of bungling. In failing of its end it became the project of a simpleton. Had the girl herself been cool enough to see this? Did she defy him in knowledge of the weakness of his position? Probably not. In that case she would have spoken differently. She had granted, and clearly with sincerity, his power to do what he threatened. And then the fact remained that he could injure Hood irremediably by means short of criminal proceedings. Emily, his reasoning was accurate enough, had not been careful to distinguish between modes of injury where each meant ruin. What he dared to do he would. He was acquainted with the wretched story of struggle which had ended in Hood's taking refuge as a clerk with a mean salary from the extremities of destitution. To dismiss the man after private accusation would be to render his prospects worse than ever, for it was easy to whisper here and there the grounds of dismissal. Emily's mouth would be closed by the necessity of keeping secret her father's dishonesty, but this revenge fell short of his appetite for cruelty. It would strike the girl herself only indirectly, and it was possible that her future husband might have it in his power to give her parents aid. Yet he persuaded himself that the case was otherwise. Emily's secrecy had impressed him with the belief that the match she contemplated was anything but a brilliant one. Could he devise no graver hurt? Through the Sunday afternoon and the night which followed, he pondered ceaselessly on means of evil, delighted to flash his fangs even in imagination. Many a vile plan dwelt with him which he knew he durst not put into practice. Monday morning came, and found him no further than the crime which had first suggested itself. Fevered with eagerness to accomplish that at least, he left home earlier than usual. It might be that the day would bring fresh counsel. To Emily the hours following upon her visit to the house on the Heath had brought unnatural quietness. Physical suffering troubled her, but the energies of her mind were for the time expended. The aching of her brow involved thought in sluggishness. She did not shun her parents, and even talked with them in a listless way. Solitude would have been irksome to her just now. For once she felt glad of her mother's way of spending Sunday. To sit inactive was all that she desired. It was understood that her head distressed her. In the afternoon, and again in the evening, the single bell of the chapel clanged for worshippers. Mrs. Hood was not in the habit of attending service more than once in the day. She sat on her uneasy chair, at times appearing to read, more often gazing out of the windows. The road had more traffic than on week-days, for it was the recreation of a certain class of Dunfieldians to drive out in parties to the Heath, either hiring a vehicle or using their own trade carts. It would have been a consolation to observe that in the latter case the quadruped employed benefited by its owner's regard for his own interests. Possibly an acute spectator might have discerned gradations of inhumanity. To the casual eye there showed but a succession of overladen animals urged to the utmost speed, the national predilection exhibiting itself crudely in this locality. Towards nightfall the pleasure-seekers returned, driving with a heightened energy attributable to Bacchic inspiration, singing, shouting, exchanging racy banter with pedestrians. So the hours dragged wearily on, wheezed out one after one by the clock on the stairs. Hood was at no time fertile in topics of conversation. To-day he maintained almost unbroken silence. Tea was prepared, partaken of, removed. Supper 3 hours later. The day closed with rain and a rising wind. Emily heard it about the house as she lay through hours of sleeplessness. At first a light slumber had come to her. It was broken by the clock striking 11. Probably she was roused at the first stroke, for failing to count, the number seemed to her so interminable that she started up and made to herself fretful complaint. Pain was weakening her self-control. She found herself crying in a weary, desolate way, and could not stop her tears for a long time. The gusts of wind went by her windows, and bore their voices away on to the common, wailing and sobbing in the far distance. Rain spattered the windows at times. When her tears ceased, Emily hid her face in the pillow and moaned. Often she uttered Wilfrid's name. To-day she should by agreement have written to him, but to do so had been impossible. He would be uneasy at her silence. Oh, how could she ever write to him again? What might happen to-morrow? At the thought she held her breath and lay in silence. She rose in time for breakfast, but at the last moment could not bring herself to go down to the meal. To face her father was impossible. Her mother came to the door, and Emily answered her that she would lie for an hour or two longer, being still unwell. During the half hour that followed she sat listening intently to every sound in the house. Hood, having breakfasted, came upstairs and entered his room. When a few minutes later he came out, his steps made a pause at her threshold. Her heart beat in sickening fear. She could not have found voice to reply to him had he spoken. But he did not do so, and went downstairs. She heard him open the front door, and sprang to the window to catch a glimpse of him. At the gate he turned and looked up to her window. His face was sorrowful. Emily held back that he might not see her. When it was too late she could not understand this movement, and longed to wave him a good-bye. She threw up the sash. Her father did not turn again. We follow him. Not very long after his arrival at the mill, Dagworthy himself appeared. Hood's evil conscience led him to regard with apprehension every unusual event. Dagworthy's unwonted earliness was still troubling his mind, when a messenger summoned him to the private room. There was nothing extraordinary in this, but Hood, as he crossed the passage, shook with fear. Before knocking and pushing open the door, he dashed drops from his forehead with his hand. Dagworthy was alone, sitting at the desk. "Shut the door," he said, without turning his eyes from a letter he was reading. The clerk obeyed, and stood for a full minute before anything more was addressed to him. He knew that the worst had come. Dagworthy faced half round. "One day early last week," he began, averting his eyes after a single glance, "I was looking over one of these ledgers," he pointed to the shelf, "and left an envelope to mark a place. I forgot about it, and now that I look, the envelope has gone. It contained a bank note. Of course you came across it in the course of your work." It was rather an assertion than a question. Whilst he was speaking, the courage of despair had taken hold upon his hearer. Like the terrible flash of memory which is said to strike the brain of a drowning man, there smote on Hood's mind a vision of the home he had just quitted, of all it had been, and all it might still be to him. This was his life, and he must save it, by whatever means. He knew nothing but that necessity; all else of consciousness was vague, swimming horror. "No, sir," was his reply, given with perfect firmness. "I found no envelope." Dagworthy's coarse lips formed a smile, hard and cruel. He faced his clerk. "Oh, you didn't? In which ledger did you leave it, sir?" Hood asked, the dryness of his throat rendering speech more difficult as he proceeded. Still his eye was fixed steadily on Dagworthy's face. It was life at stake. "I have not had them all." "I don't remember which it was," replied the other, "and it doesn't much matter, since I happen to know the note. I dare say you remember buying a new hat in Hebsworth last Friday." The love of inflicting pain for its own sake, an element of human nature only overgrown by civilization, was showing itself strongly in Dagworthy. He was prolonging the scene. On his way to the mill he had felt that the task would be rather disagreeable, but we cannot nurture baseness with impunity, and face to face with a man under torture, he enjoyed the spectacle as he scarcely would have done a little while ago. Perhaps the feeling that his first blow at Emily was actually struck gave him satisfaction, which he dwelt upon. Hood made no reply to the question. He would not admit to himself that this was the end, but he had no voice. "You hear me?" Dagworthy reminded him. "Yes, I bought a hat." "And you paid for it with the note I have lost. I happen to know it." There was silence. "Well, you understand that under ordinary circumstances you would be at once given in charge." Dagworthy spoke almost cheerfully. "If I don't do that, it's out of consideration for your age and your family. But as you are not to be trusted, Of course I can't continue to employ you.' A wild hope sprang in Hood's eyes, and the rush of gratitude at his heart compelled him to speak. 'Oh, Mr. Dagworthy, you are generous! You have always treated me with kindness, and this is how I repay you. It was base; I deserve no mercy. The temptation' he grew incoherent. 'I have been driven hard by want of money. I know that is no excuse. I had no intention at first of taking the money. I came here to give it you. I should have done so without a thought of dishonesty, but you happened to be away. In going to Hebsworth I lost my hat, and I had not enough money of my own to buy another. I had to change the note. That was the temptation. I will return it. But for this work here I might by now have been in the workhouse. Try, sir, to forgive my baseness. I cannot forgive myself.' Dagworthy turned his face away. 'Well,' he said, with a wave of his hand, 'all that is too late.' 'Sir,' Hood pursued, spurred by foresight of penury, perhaps as much as by dread of having to explain his dismissal at home, for penury had been his relentless foe through life, 'sir, is it in vain to ask you to give me another chance? I am not a dishonest man. Never before has such a temptation come to me, and surely never would again. Will you, I entreat you, to think what it means? At my age, my wife, I ought to be content with thanking you for having spared me. How few would have done that! Let me continue to serve you, a lower salary, if it be ever so little, till I have regained your confidence.' Dagworthy was drumming with his fingers on the desk. Not for an instant did he falter in his purpose, but it gave him pleasure to be thus prayed to. The employer of labour is not as a rule troubled with a lively imagination. A pity, for it would surely gratify him to feel in its fulness at times his power of life and death. Native defect and force of habit render it a matter of course that a small population should eat or starve at his pleasure. Possibly his resolution in seasons of strike is now and then attributable to awakening of insight and pleasure in prolonging his role of hunger god. Dagworthy appreciated his victim's despair all the more that it made present to him the wretchedness that would fall on Emily. Think not that the man was unashamed. With difficulty he could bring himself to meet Hood's look, but self-contempt may well consist with perseverance in gratification of ignoble instincts. When Hood ceased, there came his reply. 'I shall not grant what you ask, simply because it is against my principles. I let you off, for it would do me no good to punish you, and certainly, as regards yourself, the lesson would be enough. But I can't keep you in my employ, so we'll talk no more about it. You were going to take your holiday from the end of this week, I think? Very well, let it be supposed that you begin to day instead, and in a day or two write me a note giving up your place.' This was not yielding on Dagworthy's part. It merely occurred to him as a way of protecting himself if there should be future need. Hood was standing with bent head. He seemed unable either to speak or to depart. 'You may go,' Dagworthy said. 'Sir, I may refer to you?' asked the wretched man, roused by the bidding. 'No, I think not,' was the calm reply. 'Unless, of course, you are willing that I should state the plain facts of the case.' Hood staggered from the room. When Emily came down in the course of the morning, her appearance was such that her mother uttered an exclamation of alarm. 'Why, child, you are like a ghost! Why didn't you stay in bed? I was just coming up to you, hoping you'd been asleep. I must go for Dr. Evans at once.' Emily resisted. 'But I certainly shall, say what you like. No headache would make you look like that. And you are as feverish as you can be. Go up to bed again. You hardly look, though, as if you could climb the stairs. I'll put on my things and go round.' It was only by affecting anger that Emily could overcome her mother's purpose. She did indeed feel ill, but to submit to treatment was impossible whilst this day lasted. Far worse than her bodily fever was the mental anguish which would not allow her to remain in one place for more than a few minutes at a time, and did not suffer the pretence of occupation. How would it come about? Was her father at this moment in the hands of the police? How would the first news come to Banbrigg, and when? The sound of every vehicle on the road was an approaching terror. She was constantly at the window to watch the people who came near. It had seemed to her that she realized what this trial would be, yet her anticipations had fallen far below the experience of these fearful hours. At instants she all but repented what she had done, and asked herself if there was not even now a chance of somehow saving her father. The face which he had raised to the window as he left home smote her heart. Not a word of kindness had she spoken to him since Friday night. Oh, what inconceivable cruelty had possessed her, that she let him go this morning without even having touched his hand! Could her mind endure this? Was she not now and then near to delirium? Once she went to the window, and to her horror could see nothing. A blue and red mist hovered before her eyes. It left her, but other symptoms of physical distress grew from hour to hour, and she dreaded lest strength to endure might wholly forsake her before night came. She tried to picture her father returning as usual. Human pity might have spoken even in Dagworthy's heart. Or if not so, then he might have been induced to forbear by a hope of winning her gratitude. Very agony made her feel almost capable of rewarding such mercy. For Wilfrid seemed now very far away, and her love had fallen to the background. It was not the supreme motive of her being as hitherto. Would she suffer thus for Wilfrid? The question forced itself upon her, and for reply she shuddered. Such bonds seemed artificial compared with those which linked her to her father, the love which was coeval with her life. All feeling is so relative to circumstances, and what makes so stable as the cement of habit? In the early hours of the afternoon a lull of utter weariness relieved her. She lay upon the couch and all but slept. It was something between sleep and loss of consciousness, following an excessive pain. She awoke to find the doctor bending over her. Mrs. Hood had become so alarmed that she had dispatched a neighbour secretly on the errand. Emily was passive, and by her way of speaking half disguised the worst features of her state. Nevertheless, the order was given that she should go to bed. She promised to obey. 'As soon as father comes,' she said, when alone again with her mother. 'It cannot be long till his time.' She would not yield beyond this, but the hour of return came, and her father delayed. Then was every minute an eternity. No longer able to keep her reclining position, she stood again by the window, and her eyes lost their vision from straining upon one spot, that at which Hood would first appear. She leaned her head upon the window sill, and let her ears take their turn of watching. The first touch of a hand at the gate would reach her, but there came none. Can hours thus be lived through? Ah, which of us to whom time has not been a torment of hell? Is there no nether circle, where dread anticipation eternally prolongs itself, eternally varied with hope, in vain for ever? Mrs. Hood had abandoned her useless protests. She came and sat by the girl. "I have no doubt he's gone to the Walkers," she kept saying, naming acquaintances with whom Hood occasionally spent an evening. "Then, and why need you wait for him, my dear? Can he go up and see you as soon as he gets in?" "Mother," Emily said at last, "will you go to the Walkers and ask? It is not really very far. Will you go?" "But, my child, it will take me at least an hour to walk there and back. I should only miss him on the way. Are you afraid of something?" "Yes, I am. I believe something has happened to him." "Those are your fancies. You are very poorly. It is cruel to me to refuse to go to bed." "Will you go, mother? If you do not, I must. Ill or not, I must go." She started to her feet. Her mother gazed at her in fear, believing it the beginning of delirium. "Emily, my dear child," she pleaded, laying her hand on the girl's arm, "won't you come upstairs, to please me, dear?" "Mother, if you will go, I promise to lie here quietly till you return." "But it is impossible to leave you alone in the house. Look, now it is 9 o'clock. In half an hour at most, your father will be back. Why, you know how often he stays late when he gets talking." Emily was silent for a few minutes. Then she said, "Will you ask Mrs. Hopkins to send her servant? But think, the trouble it will be giving." "Will you do it? I wish it. Will you go and ask her? I will give the girl money." "If you are so determined, of course I will ask her. But I'm sure—" At length she left the room, to go out of the house by the back door and call at the neighbours'. Scarcely was she away, when Emily darted upstairs, and in an instant was down again with her hat and a cloak. Another moment, and she was out in the road. She did not forget the terror her mother would suffer on finding her gone, but endurance had reached its limit. It was growing dark. After one look in the direction of Dunfield, she took the opposite way, and ran towards the heath, ran till her breath failed and she had to drop into a quick walk. Once more she was going to the upper heath, and to the house which was the source of all her misery. When she reached the quarry it was quite dark at her approach. She saw the shape of a man move away into the shadow of the quarried rock, and an unreasoning fear spurred her past the spot. 5 minutes more and she was at Dagworthy's gate. She rang the door-bell. The servant told her that Mr. Dagworthy was at home. She declined to give her name, but said she must see him at once. Speedily she was led into a room, where her enemy sat alone. He looked at her wonderingly, then with a deep flush, for now he surely had gained his end. He advanced towards her without speaking. "Where is my father?" she asked. The voice which disabused him did not seem Emily's. "Isn't he at home?" "He has not come home." "What have you done?" "Not come home." "Then he's free? He's safe, my father? You have spared him?" Dagworthy inwardly cursed himself for short-sightedness. Were he but able to answer yes, would she not yield him anything? Why had he not made trial of this policy? Or was it now too late? But Hood had not returned home. The man had gone forth from him in despair. As he gazed at the girl, a suspicion, all but a fear, touched him. Why should Hood remain away from his house? She was repeating her questions imploringly. "He is free as far as I am concerned, Emily. You have forgiven him? Oh, you have had that mercy upon us!' 'Sit down, and let us talk about it,' said Dagworthy. She did not seem to notice that he had taken her hand, but the next moment he was holding her in his arm, and with a cry she broke away. 'There are others in the house!' she exclaimed, her wild fearful eyes seeking other exit than that which he stopped. 'I must call for their help. Can you not see that I am suffering, ill? Are you pitiless? But no, no, for you have spared him.' Dagworthy mastered himself, though it cost him something, and spoke with an effort at gentleness. 'What thanks have you to give me, Emily?' 'My life's gratitude. But that will be your least reward.' 'Yea, but how is the gratitude going to be shown?' Her keen sense found a fear in his manner of speaking. 'You have not said a word to him?' she asked, seeming to forget his question. Of what ultimate use was it to lie, and she would not suffer him within reach of her? 'I couldn't very well help doing that,' he replied, unable to resolve how it were best to speak, and uttering the first words that came, carelessly. 'Then he knows you have discovered?' Her voice failed. Such explanation of her father's absence was a new terror. 'Yes, he knows,' Dagworthy answered, cruelty resuming its fascination. 'I couldn't keep him at the mill, you know, though I let him off his punishment.' 'You dismissed him?' 'I did. It's not too late to have him back and something better.' 'Let me go!' she said hoarsely. He moved from the door. Sight of such misery vanquished even him. When she reached home, her mother was standing with 2 or 3 neighbours in front of the house. At the sight of Emily there were exclamations of relief and welcome. 'My child, where can you have been?' Mrs. Hood cried, following the girl, who passed the garden gate without pausing. 'Is father come?' was the reply. 'No, not yet. But where have you been? Why, you were coming from the Heath, Emily, in the night air, and you so ill!' 'I have been to ask Mr. Dagworthy,' Emily said in a tired voice. 'He knows nothing of him.' Her strength bore her into the parlour, then she sank upon the couch and closed her eyes. Mrs. Hood summoned the help of her friends. Unresisting, with eyes still closed, silent, she was carried upstairs and laid in her bed. Her mother sat by her. Midnight came, and Hood did not return. Already Mrs. Hood had begun to suspect something mysterious in Emily's anxiety. Her own fears now became active. She went to the front door and stood there with impatience, by turns angry and alarmed. Her husband had never been so late. She returned to the bedroom. 'Emily, are you awake, dear?' The girl's eyes opened, but she did not speak. 'Do you know any reason why your father should stay away?' A slight shake of the head was the reply. The deepest stillness of night was upon the house. As Mrs. Hood seated herself with murmured bewailing of such wretchedness, there sounded a heavy crash out on the staircase. It was followed by a peculiar ringing reverberation. Emily rose with a shriek. 'My love, hush, hush!' said the mother. 'It's only the clock weight fallen. How that does shake my nerves! It did it only last week, and gave me such a start.' Grasping her mother's hand, the girl lay back, death pale. The silence was deeper than before, for not even the clock ticked. Dagworthy could not sleep. At sunrise he had wearied himself so with vain efforts to lie still, that he resolved to take a turn across the Heath, and then rest if he felt able to. He rose and went into the still morning air. The Heath was beautiful, seen thus in the purple flush of the dawn. He had called forth a dog to accompany him, and the animal careered in great circles over the dewy sward, barking at the birds it started up, leaping high from the ground, mad with the joy of life. He ran a race with it to the wall which bounded the top of the quarry. The exercise did him good, driving from his mind shadows which had clung about it in the night. Beaching the wall, he rested his arms upon it, and looked over Dunfield to the glory of the rising sun. The smoke of the mill chimneys, thickening as fires were coaled for the day's work, caught delicate reflection from the sky. The lofty spire of the church seemed built of some beautiful rose-hued stone. The grassy country round about wore a fresher green than it was wont to show. The very river, so foul in reality with the refuse of manufacturers, gleamed like a pure current. Dagworthy's eyes fixed themselves on the horizon, and grew wide with the sense of things half understood. The dog had left him and was gone round into the quarry. A bark came from below. At a second bark, Dagworthy looked down. The dog was snuffing at a man who lay between a big piece of quarried stone and a little grass-bordered pool. Asleep, was he? Yet it was not the attitude in which men sleep. The dog barked a third time. He left his position, and followed the circuit which would bring him down to where the man lay. While still a few yards off, he checked himself. If the man slept, his body was strangely distorted. One arm seemed to be beneath him, the other was extended stiffly, the face looked at the sky. A few steps, and Dagworthy, gazing upon the face, knew it. A cold shudder thrilled him, and he drew back. His foot struck against something. It was a bottle. He picked it up and read a word in large print on the white label. The temptation to look full into the face again was irresistible, though horror shook him as he approached. The features were hideous, the eyes starting from their sockets, the lips drawn back over the teeth. He turned and walked away rapidly, followed by the dog, which roused the quarry echoes with its barking. My God, I never thought of that. The words uttered themselves as he speeded on. Only at the garden gate he stayed, and then seemed to reflect upon what he should do. The temptation was to return into the house and leave others to spread the news. There would be workmen in the quarry in less than an hour. Yet he did not do this, but hurried past his own door to the house of a doctor not 100 yards away. Him he called forth. About midday a covered burden was brought in a cart to Banbrigg. The cart stopped before the Hoods' house, and two men, lifting the burden, carried it through the gate and to the door. Mrs. Hood had already opened to them, and stood with her face half hidden. The burden was taken into the parlour and placed upon a couch. The outline was that of a man's form. In the kitchen were two women, neighbours. As soon as the man had departed and the front door was closed, they stole forward, one sobbing, the other pale with fear. They entered the sitting-room, and Mrs. Hood went in with them. She was strangely self-controlled. All three stood looking at the wrapped form, which was that of a man. "I shan't dare to look at him," Mrs. Hood whispered. "The doctor told me I wasn't to. Oh, my husband!" With the sublime love of woman, conquering all dread, she dropped to her knees and laid her head on the pillow of the couch, by the side of that head so closely shrouded. "Thank God Emily can't see this," she groaned. "Hadn't I better go up to her?" one of the women asked. Both of them stood at a distance. "Yes, perhaps you had." But you'll be wanted at home. Stay with me a minute, then I'll lock this door and go up myself.' At the sound of a hand on the door, all turned with a movement of surprise and affright. There entered Emily, hurriedly dressed, her hair loose upon her shoulders. She looked round the room with half-conscious, pitiful gaze, then upon her mother, then at the form on the couch. She pointed to it. 'He has come?' Her voice was unearthly. The sound gave her mother strength to run to her and throw her arms about her, sobbing, terror-stricken. She suffered herself to be led upstairs, and did not speak. End of Section 18. Chapter 13. Recording by Shi Pinglin. Section 19 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shi Pinglin. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 19, Chapter 14, Part 1. News and Comments. As a man who took the world as he found it, and on the whole found it well worth accepting on such terms, Mr. Athel was not likely to allow his annoyance with Wilfrid to threaten the habitual excellence of his digestion. His disappointment was real enough. When of a sudden Wilfrid had announced that he could not accompany the family party to Switzerland, Mr. Athel was saved from undignified irresolution by a hearty outburst of temper, which saw him well over the straits before it gave way to the natural reaction, under the influence of which he called himself a blockhead. He had, beyond a doubt, precipitated the marriage, when postponement was the only thing he really cared about. To abuse himself was one thing, the privilege which an Englishman is ready enough to exercise. To have his thoughts uttered to him by his sister with feminine neatness and candour was quite another matter. Mrs. Rossall had in vain attempted to stem the flood of wrath rushing Channelwards. Overcome, she clad herself in meaning silence, until her brother, too ingenuous a man, was compelled to return to the subject himself, and towards the end of the journey rashly gave utterance to half a wish that he had not left that young fool behind. Mrs. Rossall, herself a little too impetuous when triumph was no longer doubtful, made such pointed remarks on the neglect of good advice that the ire which was cooling shot forth flame in another direction. Brother and sister arrived at Geneva in something less than perfect amity. Their real affection for each other was quite capable of bearing not infrequently the strain of irritability on both sides. A day of mutual causticities had well prepared the ground for the return of good temper, when the arrival of Wilfrid, by astonishing both, hastened their complete reconciliation. Wilfrid was mysterious. For a week he kept his counsel, and behaved as if nothing unusual had happened. By that time Mr. Athel's patience had reached its limit. He requested to be told how matters stood. Wilfrid, determined not to compromise his dignity by speaking first, but glad enough when his father broached the topic, related the story of his visit to Dunfield. Possibly he laid needless emphasis on Emily's unselfish prudence. 'I fail to see the striking meritoriousness of all that,' Mr. Athel observed, put into a good humour by the result, and consequently allowing himself a little captiousness. 'It merely means that she behaved as any woman who respected herself would under the circumstances. Your own behaviour, on the other hand, well, let it pass." "I don't see that I could have acted otherwise," said Wilfrid, too contented to care about arguing the point. "You of course saw her parents?" Wilfrid had given no detailed account of the way in which his interview with Emily had been obtained. He mentioned it now, his father listening with the frowning smile of a man who judges such puerilities from the standpoint of comfortable middle age. The tone between them returned before long to the friendliness never previously interrupted. Mr. Athel shortly wrote a letter to Mr. Baxendale of Dunfield, whom he only knew by name as Beatrice Redwing's uncle, and begged for private information regarding Emily's family. He received a courteous reply, the details not, of course, wholly palatable, but confirmatory of the modest hopes he had entertained. This reply he showed to his sister. Mrs. Rossall raised her eyebrows resignedly, and returned the letter in silence. "What one expected, I suppose," said Mr. Athel. "I suppose so. Mr. Baxendale probably thinks the man has been applying for a position in your pantry. Well, I was obliged, you know, to hint at my reasons for seeking information." "You did? Then Beatrice knows all about it by this time. As well that way as any other, I suppose." "We shall have to take the matter like reasonable beings, Edith," said her brother, a trifle annoyed by her failure to countenance him. "Yes, but you seem anxious that I should rejoice. That would not be very reasonable." Something warned Mr. Athel that he had better abstain from rejoinder. He pursed his lips and walked away. Wilfrid had not spoken of the subject to his aunt since the disclosure at the Firs, and Mrs. Rossall was offended by his silence at least as much as by the prospect of his marrying Miss Hood. Clearly he regarded the matter as no concern of hers, whereas a woman claims by natural right a share in the matrimonial projects of all her male relatives with whom she is on a footing of intimacy. Perhaps the main cause of her displeasure in the first instance had been the fact that things should have got to such a pass without her having as much as suspected the imminence of danger. She regarded Emily as one that had outwitted her. Dearly would she have liked to be able to meet her brother with the assertion that she had suspected it all along. The impossibility of doing so, not from conscientious scruples, but because in that case it would clearly have been her duty to speak, exasperated her disappointment at the frustration of the match she desired. Now that she was getting used to the state of things, Wilfrid's behaviour to her became the chief ground of her offence. It seemed to her that at least he owed some kind of apology for the distress he had naturally caused her. In truth, she would have liked him to undertake the task of winning her over to his side. Between her and her nephew there had never existed a warm confidence, and Wilfrid's present attitude was too much a confirmation of the feeling she had experienced now and then, that his affection was qualified with just a little contempt. She was not, she knew, a strong-minded woman, and on that very account cared more for the special dominion of her sex. Since Wilfrid had ceased to be a hobbledehoy, it would have become him to put a little more of the courtier into his manner towards her. For are there not countries in which their degree of kin is no bar to matrimony? Mrs. Rossall was of the women who like the flavour of respectful worship in all men who are neither father, brother, nor son. Wilfrid had fallen short of this, and hence the affectation with which she had persisted in regarding him as a schoolboy. His latest exploits were vastly more interesting to her than anything he had done in academic spheres. and she suffered a sense of exclusion in seeing him so determined to disregard her opinion. She persuaded him to row her out one evening on a lake by which they were spending a few days. Wilfrid, suspecting that she aimed at a tete-a-tete, proposed that his father should accompany them. Mrs. Rossall overruled the suggestion. "How wonderfully you are picking up," she said, after watching him pull for a few minutes. "Do you know, Wilf, your tendency is to stoutness. In a few years you will be portly, if you live too sedentary a life." He looked annoyed, and by so doing gratified her. She proceeded. "What do you think I overheard one of our spectacled friends say this morning? Sehen Sie mal!" You were walking at a little distance. "Da haben Sie das Muster der englischen Aristokraten. Oh, der gut, schlicht Junge!" Wilfrid had been working up his German. He stopped rowing, red with vexation. "That is a malicious invention," he declared. "Nothing of the kind. The truth of the remark struck me." "I'm obliged to you. But, my dear boy, what is there to be offended at? The man envied you with all his heart, and it is delightful to see you begin to look so smooth about the cheeks. I am neither an aristocrat nor schlicht." "An aristocrat to the core. I never knew any one so sensitive on points of personal dignity, so intolerant of difference of opinion in others, so narrowly self-willed. Did you imagine yourself to have the air of a hero of romance, of the intense school?" Wilfrid looked into her eyes and laughed. "That is your way of saying that you think my recent behaviour incongruous. You wish to impress upon me how absurd I look from the outside. It is my way of saying that I am sorry for you." He laughed again. "Then the English aristocrat is an object of your pity?" "Certainly, when he gets into a false position." "Ah, well, suppose we talk of something else. Look at the moon rising over that shoulder of the hill. That by way of proving that you are romantic. No, we won't talk of something else. What news have you from England?" "None," he replied, regarding the gleaming drops that fell from his suspended oar. "And you are troubled that the post brings you nothing. How do you know? Your emotions are on the surface." He made no reply. "Ah," Mrs. Rossall sighed, "what a pity you are so independent. I often think a man's majority ought to come 10 years later than it does. Most of you are mere boys till 30 at least, and you go and do things that you repent all the rest of your lives. Dare you promise to come to me in 10 years and tell me with complete frankness what you think of a certain step?" He smiled scornfully. "Certainly, let us register the undertaking." After pausing a moment, he continued with an outburst of vehemence, a characteristic of Wilfrid's speech. "You illustrate a thought I have often had about women. The majority of you, at all events as you get into the world, have no kind of faith in anything but sordid motives. You are cynical beyond anything men can pretend to. You scoff at every suggestion of idealism. I suppose it is that which makes us feel the conversation of most women of refinement so intolerably full of hypocrisies. Having cast away all faith, you cannot dispense with the show of it. The traditions of your sex must be supported. You laugh in your sleeves at the very things which are supposed to constitute your claims to worship. You are worldly to the core. Men are very quicksets compared with you. Even if they put on cynicism for show, they are ashamed of it within themselves. With you, fine feeling is the affectation. I have felt it again and again. Explain it now, defend yourself if you can. Show me that I am wrong, and I will thank you heartily." "My word, what an arraignment!" cried Mrs. Rossall, between amusement at his boldness and another feeling which warmed her cheeks a little. "But let us pass from broad accusation to particulars. I illustrate all these shocking things. Poor me, how do I illustrate them?" "In the whole of your attitude towards myself of late. You pooh-pooh my feelings; you refuse to regard me as anything but a donkey; you prophesy that in a year or two I shall repent having made a disinterested marriage. I observe the difference between your point of view and my father's. The worst of it is you are sincere. The circumstances of the case do not call upon you for an expression of graceful sentiments, and you are not ashamed to show me how meanly you regard all that is highest and purest in life. Shall I explain it? Women are very quick to get at realities, to see below the surface in conduct and profession. We become, you say, worldly as soon as we get into the world, precisely because we have to be so wide awake to protect ourselves. We instinctively know the difference between the ring of false and true, and as we hear the false, so much the oftener. Your charge against us of want of real feeling is the result of your ignorance of women. You don't see below the surface. Well, now apply all this to the present instance. What has your insight discerned in my proposed marriage to cause you to regard it as a piece of folly? Simply this: you ally yourself with some one from a class beneath your own. Such marriages very, very seldom prove anything but miserable, and always bring a great many troubles. You will say that Miss Hood is raised by education above the class in which she was born. But no doubt she has relatives, and they can be entirely got rid of. However, that isn't the point I lay most stress on. Well, I'm quite sure you will make her miserable. You are marrying too young. Your character is not fixed. In a few years before that you will want to get rid of her. Well, that is at all events intelligible. And your grounds for the belief? You are inconstant, and you are ambitious. You might marry a woman from a class higher than your own, and when it is too late you will understand what you have lost. Worldly advantages, precisely. And how if your keen appreciation of worldly advantages results in your wife's unhappiness? I deny the keen appreciation, in your sense. Of course you do. Come to me in 10 years and tell me your opinion of women's way of thinking. This was the significant part of their conversation. Wilfrid came to land confirmed in his views, Mrs. Rossall with the satisfaction of having prophesied uncomfortable things. She had a letter on the following morning, on which she recognized Beatrice Redwing's band. To her surprise, the stamp was of Dunfield. It proved that Beatrice was on a visit to the Baxendales. Her mother, prior to going to the Isle of Wight, had decided to accept an invitation to a house in the Midland counties which Beatrice did not greatly care to visit. So the latter had used the opportunity to respond to a summons from her friends in the north, whom she had not seen for 4 years. Beatrice replied to a letter from Mrs. Rossall which had been forwarded to her. After breakfast, Mrs. Rossall took her brother aside and pointed out to him a paragraph in Beatrice's letter. It ran thus: "A very shocking thing has happened, which I suppose I may mention, as you will necessarily hear of it soon. Miss Hood's father has committed suicide, poisoned himself. He was found dead on a common just outside the town. Nobody seems to know any reason, unless it was trouble of a pecuniary kind. Miss Hood is seriously ill. The Baxendales send daily to make inquiries, and I am afraid the latest news is anything but hopeful. She was to have dined with us here the day after her father's death." There was no further comment. The writer went on to speak of certain peculiarities in the mode of conducting service at St. Luke's Church. Mr. Athel read, and in his manner whistled low. His sister looked interrogation. "I suppose we shall have to tell him," said the former. "Probably he has no means of hearing." "I suppose we must. He has been anxious at not receiving letters he expected." "How do you know?" "I had a talk with him last night." "Ah, so I thought. The deuce take it! Of course he will pack off on the moment. What on earth can have induced the man to poison himself?" Such a proceeding was so at variance with Mr. Athel's views of life that it made him seriously uncomfortable. It suggested criminality, or at least lunacy, both such very unpleasant things to be even remotely connected with. Poverty he could pardon, but suicide was really disreputable. From the philosophic resignation to which he had attained, he fell back into petulance, always easier to him than grave protest. "The deuce take it!" he repeated. Mrs. Rossall pointed to the words reporting Emily's condition at the time of writing. "That was more than 2 days ago," she said meaningly. Went her brother. "Will you tell him?" "I suppose I must. Yes, it is hardly allowable even to postpone it. Where is he?" "Wilfrid was found in the hotel garden." "Your aunt has had a letter from Beatrice," Mr. Athel began, with the awkwardness of a comfortable Englishman called upon to break bad news. "She is staying in Dunfield." "Indeed. There's something in the letter you ought to know." Wilfrid looked anxiously. "It appears that Miss Hood's father has—don't let it be a shock to you—has just died, and died, in fact, by his own hands." "Has killed himself?" Wilfrid exclaimed, turning pale. "Yes, I'm sorry to say that is the report. Miss Hood is naturally suffering from the shocking occurrence." "She's ill?" Wilfrid asked, when he had examined his father's face for a moment. "Yes, I'm afraid she is. Beatrice gives no details." "You're not keeping anything from me?" "Indeed, nothing. The words are that she is ill, and it is feared seriously. I must go at once." It was said with quiet decision. Wilfrid consulted his watch, and walked rapidly to the hotel. He had to wait a couple of hours, however, before he could start on his journey, and he spent the time by himself. His father felt he could be of no use, and Mrs. Rossall found a difficulty in approaching her nephew under such circumstances. "You will telegraph?" Mr. Athel said, at the station, by way of expressing himself sympathetically. The train moved away, and the long miserable hours of travelling had to be lived through. Wilfrid's thoughts were all the more anxious from his ignorance of the dead man's position and history. Even yet Emily had said very little of her parents in writing to him. He imagined all manner of wretched things to connect her silence with this catastrophe. His fears on her own account were not excessive. The state of vigorous health into which he had grown during late weeks perhaps helped him to avoid thoughts of a desperate kind. It was bad enough that she lay ill, and from such a cause. He feared nothing worse than illness. But his uneasiness increased as time went on. The travelling seemed intolerably tardy. He had to decide what his course would be on reaching Dunfield, and decision was not easy. To go straight to the house might result in painful embarrassments. It would at all events be better first to make inquiries elsewhere. Could he have recourse to Beatrice? At first the suggestion did not recommend itself, but nothing better came into his mind, and as his impatience grew, the obstacles seemed so trifling that he overlooked them. He remembered that the address of the Baxendales was unknown to him, but it could easily be discovered. Yes, he would go straight to Beatrice. Reaching London at 10 o'clock in the morning, he drove directly to King's Cross, and pursued his journey northwards. Though worn with fatigue, excitement would not allow him more than a snatch of sleep now and then. When at length he stepped out at Dunfield, he was in sorry plight. He went to an hotel, refreshed himself as well as he could, and made inquiry about the Baxendales' address. At 4 o'clock he presented himself at the house, and sent in a card to Beatrice. The Baxendales lived in St. Luke's, which we already know as the fashionable quarter of Dunfield. Their house stood by itself, with high walls about it, enclosing a garden. At the door were stone pillars, the lower half painted a dull red. It seemed the abode of solid people, not troubled with scruples of taste. It was with surprise that Wilfrid found himself in a room abundantly supplied with books and furnished in library fashion. His state of mind notwithstanding, he glanced along a few shelves, discovering yet more unexpected things, to wit, philosophical works. Unfortunately, the corners of the room showed a bust of certain modern English statesmen, but one looks for weaknesses everywhere. Beatrice entered, rustling in a light shimmery dress. Her face expressed embarrassment rather than surprise. After the first exchange of glances, she avoided his eager look. Her hand had lain but coldly in his. Wilfrid, face to face with her, found more difficulty in speaking than he had anticipated. "I have come directly from Switzerland," he began. "You mentioned in a letter to my aunt that—" His hesitation of a moment was relieved by Beatrice. "You mean Miss Hood's illness?" she said, looking down at her hands, which were lightly clasped on her lap. "Yes, I wish for news. I thought it likely you might know." Probably it was the effect of his weariness. He could not speak in his usual straightforward way. Hesitancy, to his own annoyance, made gaps and pauses in his sentences. "We heard this morning," Beatrice said, looking past his face to the window, "that she is better. The danger seems to be over." "There has been danger?" "The day before yesterday she was given up." "So ill as that?" Wilfrid spoke half to himself, and indeed it cost him an effort to make his voice louder. He began, "Can you tell me?" and again paused. "Have you heard nothing from any other quarter?" Beatrice asked, after a silence of almost a minute. He looked at her, wondering what she knew of his relations to Emily. It was clear that his interest occasioned her no surprise. "I came away immediately on hearing what your letter contained. There is no one else with whom I could communicate. I hesitated to go to the house, not knowing. Will you tell me what you know of this horrible event?" Beatrice stroked one hand with the other, and seemed to constrain herself to look up and to speak. "I myself know nothing but the fact of Mr. Hood's death. It took place some 10 days ago, on Monday of last week. I arrived here on the Wednesday. Of course there was an inquest. With what results?" "None beyond the verdict of suicide. No definite cause could be discovered. It is said that he suffered from very narrow means. His body was found by Mr. Dagworthy." "Who is Mr. Dagworthy?" "I thought you probably knew," returned Beatrice, glancing quickly at him. "He was employed by Mr. Dagworthy as clerk in a manufactory. He had just left for his summer holiday." "What evidence did his employer give?" "He only stated that Mr. Hood had been perfectly regular and satisfactory at his work." "Then in truth it is a mystery." "Mr. Baxendale thinks that there had been a long struggle with poverty quite enough to account for the end." Wilfrid sat in gloomy silence. He was picturing what Emily must have endured, and reproaching himself for not having claimed a right to her entire confidence. When it was in his power to make that hard path smooth, and to avert this fearful misery. Looking up at length, he met the girl's eyes. "I need not explain myself to you, Beatrice," he said, finding at last a natural tone, and calling her by her Christian name, because he had much need of friendly sympathy. "You appear to know why I have come." She answered rather hurriedly. "I should not have known but for something that Mrs. Baxendale told me. Mr. Athel wrote a short time ago to ask for information about them, about the Hoods." "He wrote?" Wilfrid heard it with a little surprise, but without concern. "Do you know whether Mrs. Hood is alone with her?" he went on to ask. "I believe so." "And she is better?" he added quickly. "Has she proper attendance? Have any friends been of aid? The Baxendales have shown much kindness. My aunt saw her yesterday. Will it be long before she is able to leave her room, do you know?" "I am not able to say. Mrs. Baxendale hopes you will go upstairs and see her. She can tell you more. Will you go?" "But is she alone? I can't talk with people." "Yes, she is alone, quite." He rose. The girl's eyes fixed themselves on him again, and she said, "You look dreadfully tired." "I have not slept, I think, since I left Turin." "You left them all well?" Beatrice asked, with a change in her voice, from anxious interest which would have veiled itself, to the tone of one discharging a formal politeness. Wilfrid replied with a brief affirmative, and they ascended the stairs together to a large and rather dim drawing room, with a scent of earth and vegetation arising from the great number of growing plants arranged about it. Beatrice presented her friend to Mrs. Baxendale, and at once withdrew. End of section 19. Chapter 14, Part 1. Recording by Shi Pinglin. Section 20 of Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shi Pinglin. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 20, Chapter 14, Part 2. The lady with whom Wilfrid found himself talking was tall and finely made, not very graceful in her bearing, and with a large face, the singular kindness of which speedily overcame the first sense of dissatisfaction at its plainness. She wore a little cap of lace, and from her matronly costume breathed a pleasant freshness, akin to the activity of a flame. Having taken the young man's hand at greeting, she held it in both her own, and with large grey eyes examined his face shrewdly. Yet neither the action nor the gaze was embarrassing to Wilfrid. He felt, on the contrary, something wonderfully soothing in the pressure of the warm, firm hands, and in her look an invitation to the repose of confidence which was new in his experience of women, an experience not extensive, by and by, though his characteristic generalizations seemed to claim the opposite. He submitted from the first moment to an influence maternal in its spirit, an influence which his life had lacked, and which can perhaps only be fully appreciated either in mature reflection upon a past made sacred by death, or on a meeting such as this, when the heart is open to the helpfulness of disinterested sympathy. Mrs. Baxendale's countenance was grave enough to suit the sad thoughts with which she sought to commune, yet showed an under smile, suggesting the consolation held in store by one much at home in the world's sorrows. As she smiled, each of her cheeks dimpled softly, and Wilfrid could not help noticing the marvellous purity of her complexion, as well as the excellent white teeth just visible between her lips. "So you have come all the way from Switzerland," she said, leading him to a chair and seating herself by him. Her voice had a touch of masculine quality, even as her shape and features. but it chained attention, and impressed as the utterance of a large and strong nature. You are tired, too, with travel. I can see that. When did you reach Dunfield?" "Half an hour ago." "And you came here at once?" "Beatrice and I were on the point of going to Hebsworth this afternoon. I rejoice that we did not. I am continually afraid lest she should find the house dull. My husband and myself are alone. My eldest girl was married 3 months ago. My younger one is just gone to Germany, and my son is spending half a year in the United States. The mother finds herself a little forsaken. It was really more than kind of Beatrice to come and bury herself with me for a week or two." She passed by tactful transition to the matter in hand. "Wasn't it a strange link that she should meet Miss Hood at your house? She has been so saddened. I never yet knew any one who could talk with Emily without feeling deep interest in her. My daughter Louisa, I'm convinced, will never forget what she owes to her teacher. She and my youngest child used to be Miss Hood's pupils. Perhaps you have heard? My own Emily, she is dead, was passionately fond of her namesake. She talked of her among the last words she ever spoke, poor little mite." "Miss Redwing tells me you saw her yesterday," Wilfrid said. "Yes, for the first time." "Was she conscious?" "Quite. But I was afraid to talk to her more than a minute or two. Even that excited her too much. I fear you must not let her know yet of your presence." "I am glad I knew nothing of this till the worst was over. From the way in which she spoke of her father, I should have feared horrible things. Did you know him with any intimacy?" "Only slightly, I am sorry to say. The poor man seems to have had a very hard life. It is clear to me that sheer difficulty in making ends meet drove him out of his senses." "Are you a student of political economy?" she asked suddenly, looking into Wilfrid's face with a peculiar smile. "I am not. Why do you ask?" "It is the one subject on which my husband and I hold no truce. Mr. Baxendale makes it one of his pet studies, whilst I should like to make a bonfire of every volume containing such cruel nonsense. You must know, Mr. Athel, that I have an evil reputation in Dunfield. My views are held dangerous. They call me a socialist. Mr. Baxendale, when particularly angry, offers to hire the hall in the Corn Exchange that I may say my say and henceforth spare him at home. Now think of this poor man. He had a clerkship in a mill, and received a salary of disgraceful smallness. He never knew what it was to be freed of anxiety. The laws of political economy will have it so, says my husband. If Mr. Hood refused, there were 50 other men ready to take the place. He couldn't have lived at all, it seems, but that he owned a house in another town which brought him a few pounds a year. I can't talk of such things with patience. Here's my husband offering himself as a Liberal candidate for Dunfield at the election coming on. I say to him, what are you going to do if you get into Parliament? Are you going to talk political economy and make believe that everything is right when it's as wrong as can be? If so, I say, you'd better save your money for other purposes and stay where you are. He tells me my views are impracticable. Then I say, so much the worse for the world, and so much the more shame for every rich man who finds excuses for such a state of things. It is dreadful to think of what those poor people must have gone through. They were so perfectly quiet under it that no one gave a thought to their position. When Emily used to come here day after day, I've often suspected she didn't have enough to eat. Yet it was impossible for me to ask questions. It would have been called prying into things that didn't concern me. She has told me for how much kindness she is indebted to you. Wilfrid said, with gratitude. Pooh! What could I do? Oh, don't we live absurdly artificial lives? Now why should a family who, through no fault of their own, are in the most wretched straits, shut themselves up and hide it like a disgrace? Don't you think we hold a great many very nonsensical ideas about self-respect and independence and so on? If I were in want, I know 2 or 3 people to whom I should forthwith go and ask for succour. If they thought the worse of me for it, I should tell them they ought to be ashamed of themselves. We act indeed as if we ourselves had made the world and were bound to pretend it an admirable piece of work, without a screw loose anywhere. I always say the world's about as bad a place as one could well imagine, at all events for most people who live in it, and that it's our plain duty to help each other without grimacings. The death of this poor man has distressed me more than I can tell you. It does seem such a monstrously cruel thing. There's his employer, a man called Dagworthy, who never knew what it was to be without luxuries. I'm not in the habit of listening to scandal, but I believe there's a great deal of truth in certain stories told about his selfishness and want of feeling. I consider Mr. Dagworthy, this poor man's murderer. It was his bounden duty to see that a man in his employment was paid enough to live upon, and Mr. Hood was not. Imagine what suffering must have brought about such an end as this. A sad case, say people. I call it a case of crime that enjoys impunity. Wilfrid listened gloomily. The broad question stirred him to no strong feeling, but the more he heard the more passionate was his longing to bear Emily away from the scenes of such a past. With what devotion would he mould his life to the one task of healing her memory? Yet he knew it must be very long before her heart could recover from the all but deadly wound it had received. A feeling which one may not call jealousy, that were too inhuman, but still one of the million forms which jealousy assumes to torture us, drove him to ask himself what the effect of such a crisis in her life might be on Emily's love for him. There would always remain in her inmost soul one profound sadness in which he had no part, and which by its existence would impugn the supremacy of that bond which united him and her. "How does Mrs. Hood bear it?" he asked, when he found Mrs. Baxendale again examining his face. "I think Emily's illness has been her great help, poor creatures that we are, needing one great grief to balance another. But she seems in a very weak state. I didn't like her look yesterday." "Will you describe her to me?" asked Wilfrid. "She is not the kind of mother you would give to Emily. I am afraid her miserable life has told upon her greatly, both in mind and body." Emily never spoke of her, though so often of her father. "That is what I should have expected. Still, you must not think her quite unworthy. She speaks as an educated woman, and is certainly very devoted." "What of her present position? She must be in extreme difficulties." "No, she wants nothing for the present. Friends have been very anxious to help her. That's what I say. Only let your misery drive you out of the world, and people will find out all at once how very easily they might have saved you. 1/100th part of the interest that has been shown in the family since poor Mr. Hood's death would have found endless ways of making his life very different. All sorts of people have suddenly discovered that he really was a very deserving man, and that something ought long since to have been done for him. I don't know what has been told you of his history. He was once in independent business. I don't know exactly what. It was only utter failure that drove him to the miserable clerkship. How admirable it was of a man in such circumstances to have his daughter so well educated! Wilfrid smiled. Emily, he said with gentle fervour, would have found her own way. "Ah, don't depreciate his care," Mrs. Baxendale urged. "You'll find out by degrees what a great deal of heathen doubt there is in me. Among other things, I am impressed by the power of circumstances. Emily would always have been a remarkable girl, no doubt; but without her education, you and I should not have been talking about her like this, even if we had known her. We can't dispense with these aids. That's where I feel the cruelty of depriving people of chances. Men and women go to their graves in wretchedness who might have done noble things with an extra pound a week to live upon. It does not sound lofty doctrine, does it? But I have vast faith in the extra pound a week. Emily had the advantage of it, however it was managed. I don't like to think of her as she might have been without it. What was it Beatrice called me yesterday? A materialist. Yes, a materialist. It was a reproach, though she said it in the kindest way. I took it as a compliment. We can't get out of the world of material. How long will the mind support itself on an insufficient supply of dry bread? Wilfrid's intellectual sympathies were being aroused by his new friend's original way of talking. He began to feel a keen satisfaction at having her near him in these troubles. "Do you think," he asked, returning to his immediate needs, "that I might write to her?" "Not yet. You mustn't think of it yet." "Does Mrs. Hood—" he hesitated. "Do you think Emily has told her mother, has spoken to her of me?" Mrs. Baxendale looked surprised. "I can't say. I took it for granted." "I wonder why she was reluctant to do so," Wilfrid said, already speaking with complete freedom. "Her father cannot have known. It would have relieved his worst anxieties. He would surely never have been driven to such things." "No, I think not. The poor girl will feel that, I fear. I suppose one can get a glimpse of her reasons for keeping silence." She gave Wilfrid a friendly glance as she spoke. "How glad I am," he exclaimed, "to be able to talk to you. I should have been in the utmost difficulties. Think of my position if I had been without a friend in the town. Then, indeed, but for Miss Redwing, I should have heard nothing even yet." "She wrote to you?" "Not to me. She mentioned the matter in a letter to my aunt, Mrs. Rossall." "Did Beatrice— you let me question— did she know?" "Only, she says, in consequence of a letter my father addressed to Mr. Baxendale." The lady smiled again. "I ask because Beatrice is now and then a little mysterious to me. I spoke to her of that letter in the full belief that she must have knowledge of the circumstances. She denied it, yet I thought as if it were a matter of conscience to do so. I think it more than likely that my aunt had written to her on the subject. And yet, no, she would not have denied it to you. That would be unlike her." "Yes, I think it would." Mrs. Baxendale mused. Before she spoke again a servant entered the room with tea. "You will be glad of a cup, I am sure," said the lady. "And now, what do you propose to do? Shall you return to London?" "Oh no, I shall stay in Dunfield till I am able to see her." "Very well. In that case you will not refuse my hospitality. The longer you stay the better pleased I shall be." She would hear of no difficulties. "I wouldn't ask you," she said, "if I were not able to promise you any degree of privacy you like. A sitting room is at your disposal, begging to be occupied since my boy Charlie went away. My husband is over head and ears in electioneering business. Foolish man! And I can't tell you how I feel the need of some one to talk to on other subjects than the manufacture of votes. Where is your luggage?" Wilfrid named the hotel. "It shall be fetched. And now I'll ask my niece to come and pour out tea for us." With the entrance of Beatrice, the conversation naturally took a different turn. She heard with becoming interest of Wilfrid's establishment as a guest, and after a little talk of Mrs. Rossall and the twins, led to the subject of certain revivalist meetings then being held in Dunfield, an occasion of welcome excitement to such of the inhabitants as could not absorb themselves in politics. Mrs. Baxendale seemed to regard the religious movement dispassionately, and related the story she had from her husband of a certain prominent townsman driven to such a pass by his wife's perpetual absence from home on revivalist expeditions, that he at length fairly turned the key on her in her bedroom, and through the keyhole bade her stay there till she had remembered her domestic duties. He was that night publicly prayed for at a great meeting in the Corn Exchange as one who, not content with losing his own soul, did his best to hold back others from the way of grace. Beatrice affected to pay no heed to this anecdote. "What is your side in politics?" she asked Wilfrid. "Here we are all either blues or yellows." "What do they represent?" Wilfrid inquired. "Oh, you shouldn't ask that," said Mrs. Baxendale. "Yellow is yellow, and blue, blue, nothing else in the world. I think it an excellent idea to use colours. Liberal and Conservative suggest ideas, names therefore quite out of place in Dunfield politics, or any other politics, I dare say, if the truth were known. My husband is a yellow. It pleases him to call himself a Liberal, or else a Radical. He may have been a few months ago; now he is a mere yellow. I tell him he is in serious danger of depriving himself of two joys. In another month a cloudless sky and the open sea will be detestable to him." "But what are you, Mr. Athel?" Beatrice asked. "A Liberal or a Conservative? I should really find it hard to guess." "In a yellow house," he replied, "I'm certainly yellow." "Beatrice is far from being so complacent," said Mrs. Baxendale. "She detests our advanced views." "Rather, I know nothing of them," the girl replied. The quiet air with which she expressed her indifference evinced a measure of spiritual pride rather in excess of that she was wont to show. Indeed, her manner throughout the conversation was a little distant to both her companions. If she jested with Wilfrid, it was with the idleness of one condescending to subjects below the plane of her interests. To her aunt she was rather courteous than affectionate. Whilst they still sat over tea, Mr. Baxendale came in. Like his wife, he was of liberal proportions, and he had a face full of practical sagacity. If anything, he looked too wide awake, a fault of shrewd men, constitutionally active, whose imagination plays little part in their lives. He wore an open frock coat, with much expanse of shirt front. The fore part of his head was bald, and the hair on each side was brushed forward over his ears in a manner which gave him a singular appearance. His bearing was lacking in self-possession. Each of his remarks was followed by a short laugh, deprecatory, apologetic. It seemed impossible to him to remain in a state of bodily repose. Even with a cup of tea in his hand he paced the room. Constantly he consulted his watch, not that he had any special concern with the hour, but from a mere habit of nervousness. He welcomed the visitor with warmth, at the same time obviously suppressing a smile of other than merely polite significance. Then he began at once to speak of electioneering matters, and did so, pacing the carpet for the next half hour. Wilfrid listened with such show of interest as he could command. His thoughts were elsewhere, and weariness was beginning to oppress him. Shortly after dinner, fatigue passed the point at which it could be struggled against. Long waking, the harassment of fears at length consoled, and the exhaustion consequent upon his journey, besieged him with invincible drowsiness. Mrs. Baxendale, observing it, begged him to discard ceremony and go to rest. Gladly he suffered himself to be led to his room. Once there, he could not note the objects about him. The very effort of taking off his clothes was almost beyond his strength. Sleep was binding his brows with oblivion and relaxing every joint. His dearest concerns were nothing to him. With a wave of the hand he would have resigned an eternity of love. Cry to him blood-chilling horrors, and his eyelids would make no sign. The feather's softness moulded itself to his limbs. The pillows pressed a yielding coolness to his cheek. His senses failed amid faint, fresh odours. Blessed state! How enviable above all waking joys, the impotence which makes us lords of darkness, the silence which suffers not to reach our ears so much as an echo of the farce of life. End of section 20, chapter 14, part 2. Recording by Shi Pinling. Section 21 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shi Pinling. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 21, Chapter 15. Mrs. Baxendale's Quests. A servant went to Banbrigg each morning for tidings. Emily, so the report said, moved steadily towards recovery. On the second day after Wilfrid's arrival, Mrs. Baxendale took him with her in the brougham, and let him wait for her whilst she made a call upon Mrs. Hood. Wilfrid saw an upper window of which the blind was down against the sun, and would gladly have lingered within sight of it. Beatrice had excused herself from accompanying the two. "I believe," Mrs. Baxendale said on the way, "she has gone to some special service at St. Luke's." She was mistaken, though Beatrice had in truth been diligent at such services of late. "Now there," she added, "is a kind of infatuation I find it difficult even to understand. How can a girl of her sense and education waste her time in that way? Don't think I have no religious belief, Mr. Athel. I am not strong-minded enough for that. But this deliberate working of oneself into a state of nervous excitement seems to me, to speak plainly, indecent. Dr. Waddle, with whom I chat rather wickedly now and then, tells me the revivals are quite a windfall, subsequently, to him and his brethren. And, do you know, I begin to see bad results even in my niece. I certainly wouldn't have had her down just at this time, if I had suspected her leanings that way. Didn't you notice how absent she was last night? And again at breakfast this morning? All revival, I assure you." "It's the want of a serious interest in life," remarked Wilfrid, remembering, with a smile, a certain conversation between Beatrice and himself. "Then it's so inconsistent," continued the lady, "for you won't abuse my confidence a more worldly girl I never knew. In her heart, I'm convinced, she thinks nothing so important as the doings of fashionable society. She asked me the first day she was here how I lived without, what was it? I quite forget, but some paper or other which is full of what they call fashionable intelligence. 'My dear,' I said, 'I know none of those people, and care not one grain of salt about their flutterings hither and thither, their marryings and givings ill marriage. their dresses and their never mind what. And what do you think she answered? 'But you will care when my name begins to be mentioned.' And she went off with just so much toss of the head. You know how Beatrice does it. Well, I suppose she really does to me an honour by coming down to my poor dull house. No doubt she is very brilliant in the world I know nothing about. I suppose you have seen her at her best. She won't waste her graces upon me. Wise girl. Only you know the movement, when I've shown my ignorance now and then. Did you ever dance with her?" "Oh yes, frequently. I should like to see her in a ballroom. Certainly there are few girls more handsome. I suppose that is admitted?" "Certainly. She queens it everywhere." "And her singing is lovely. Do you know a thought I often have? When I hear her singing, it seems to me as if she were not quite the same person as at other times. She affects me, I can't quite tell you how. It's a sort of disenchantment to talk to her immediately afterwards." Wilfrid liked Mrs. Baxendale the more he talked with her. In a day or two the confidence between them was as complete as if their acquaintance had been lifelong. With her husband, too, he came to be on an excellent footing. Mr. Baxendale got him into the library when the ladies retired for the night, and expatiated for hours on the details of his electoral campaign. At first Wilfrid found the subject tedious, but the energy and bright intelligence of the man ended by stirring his interest in a remarkable way. It was new to Wilfrid to be in converse with such a strenuously practical mind. The element of ambition in him, of less noble ambition which had had its share in urging him to academic triumphs, was moved by sympathetic touches. He came to understand the enthusiasm which possessed the Liberal candidate, began to be concerned for his success, to feel the stirrings of party spirit. He aided Baxendale in drawing up certain addresses for circulation, and learned the difference between literary elegance and the tact which gets at the ear of the multitude. A vulgar man could not have moved him in this way, and Baxendale was in truth anything but vulgar. Through his life he had been, on a small scale, a ruler of men, and had ruled with conspicuous success. Yet he had preserved a native sincerity and wrought under the guidance of an ideal. Like all men who are worth anything, either in public or private, he possessed a keen sense of humour, and was too awake to the ludicrous aspects of charlatanry to fall into the pits it offered on every band. His misfortune was the difficulty with which he uttered himself. Even when he got over his nervousness, words came to him only in a rough and tumble fashion. He sputtered and fumed and beat his forehead for phrases, then ended with a hearty laugh at his own inarticulateness. Something like this was his talk in the library of nights. "There's a man called Rapley, an old cloth stealer, fellow I can't get hold of. He's hanging midway, what do you call it, trimming, with an eye to the best bargain. Invaluable, if only I could get him. But a scoundrel. Wants pay, you know. Do anything for pay. Win the election for me without a doubt, if only I pay him. Every blackguard in Dunfield hand and glove with him. Now pay I want, yet I'm bound to get that man. Talked to him yesterday for 2 hours and 35 minutes by the parish church clock just over his shop. I mean the clock is. The fellow hasn't a conviction, yet he can talk you blue. If I had his powers of speech. There it is I fail, you see. I have to address a meeting to morrow. Rapley'll be up at me and turn me inside out. It'd do as much for the other man if only I'd pay him. That isn't my idea. I'm going to win the election clean handed. satisfaction in looking back on an honest piece of work. What? I'll have another talk with him tomorrow. Now look at this map of the town. I've colored it with much care. There you see the stronghold of the Blues. I'm working that district street by street, a sort of moral invasion. No humbug. I set my face against humbug. If a man's a rogue, or a sot, or a dirty rascal, I won't shake hands with him and pretend, respect, friendship, how are your wife and children, so on. He's a vote, and I've only to deal with him as a vote. Can he see that 2 and 2 make 4? Good. I'm at him by that side. There are my principles. What have you to urge against them? He urges damned absurdities. Good. I prove to him that they are damned absurdities. At times Wilfrid managed to lead the talk to other subjects, such as were suggested by the books around the room. Baxendale had read not a little, and entirely in the spheres of fact and speculation. Political economy and all that appertained to it was his specialty, but he was remarkably strong in metaphysics. Wilfrid had flattered himself that he was tolerably familiar with the highways of philosophy, but Baxendale made him feel his ignorance. The man had, for instance, read Kant with extraordinary thoroughness, and discussed him precisely as he did his electioneering difficulties. The problems of consciousness he attacked with hard-headed, methodical patience, with intelligence, moreover, which was seldom at fault. Everything that bore the appearance of a knot to be unravelled had for him an immense attraction. In mere mental calculation its power was amazing. He took Wilfrid over his manufactory one day, and explained to him certain complicated pieces of machinery. The description was not so lucid as it might have been, owing to lack of words, but it manifested the completest understanding of things which, to his companion, were as hard as the riddle of the universe. His modesty, withal, was excessive. To Wilfrid's humane culture he deferred at all times. For all the learning which lay outside his own sphere he had boundless reverence. Wilfrid's gain by him was not only of a pleasant personal acquaintance. The intercourse extended his views, and in particular gave direction to much that had hitherto been vague potentiality in his character. In more than one sense this visit to Dunfield was to prove a turning point in his life. Beatrice, in the meantime, held herself apart. Wilfrid had never before felt himself so little at ease in her presence. It was as though the short time which had elapsed since their last meeting had effected a permanent change in their mutual relations. Previously their intercourse had gone as far in familiarity as was possible, if it were not to take quite a new colour. Now all at once this past seemed to go for nothing. Beatrice was the active source of change. She was deliberately, he could not doubt it, extending the distance between them, annulling bygone intimacy, shifting into ineffective remoteness all manner of common associations. Things she would formerly have understood at half a word she now affected to need to have explained to her. He was Mr. Athel to an extent he had never been before, and even of his relatives she spoke with diminished familiarity. She emphasized at every moment the characteristics which were alien to his sympathies, talked of the revival ad nauseam, or changed with alarming suddenness from that to topics of excessive frivolousness. Wilfrid little by little ceased to converse with her, in the real sense of the word. He even felt uncomfortable in her presence. And Mrs. Baxendale had clear eyes for at all events the outward features of the situation. On the 5th day of Wilfrid's presence in the house, Beatrice took the opportunity of being alone with her aunt to observe that she must go southwards by a certain train next morning. "Oh, surely not!" protested Mrs. Baxendale. "I can't spare you yet, and your mother is still in Berkshire." "Yes, but that makes no difference to me, you know," said Beatrice. "I'm often at home by myself. Indeed, I must go to morrow." "Won't you stay if I beg you? It's 4 years since you were here, and who knows how long it will be before I entrap you again? You've already threatened me, you know, with the peerage, and I'm very sure you won't deign to honour me when that day comes. Now, there's a good girl, to the end of the week at least." It seemed as though Beatrice would persist. "Now, if it were not such an unlikely thing," said her aunt, "I should be disposed to think it was Mr. Athel who is driving you away." "Mr. Athel!" the girl exclaimed, almost haughtily, and with a flush which disappeared as rapidly as it came, leaving the lovely face with a touch of exquisite paleness. "I mean," said Mrs. Baxendale quickly, averting her honest eyes, "that I fear he has offended you." "How can Mr. Athel have offended me?" Beatrice asked, with a certain severity. "I thought perhaps a remark he made last night on the revival." Mrs. Baxendale felt ill at ease. Her first sentence had been inconsiderate; she knew it as soon as it was uttered, and indeed did not quite see what could have induced her to make such a remark. She had not the habit of nice conversation, which endows with complete command of the tongue, but her wits had, as you see, come to her rescue. "Mr. Athel's opinions on that subject are not likely to offend me," Beatrice replied, with the shadow of a smile. "I'm so afraid lest he should suspect anything of the kind. I'm sure it would grieve him dreadfully." The girl laughed outright, though not with much joyousness. "Mr. Athel be grieved for such a cause? My dear aunt, you don't know him. He's as little sensitive as any man could be. Why, he holds it a duty to abuse people who do things he counts foolish." "You exaggerate," returned her aunt with a smile. Beatrice continued, vivaciously, "Oh, you don't know him as well as I do. We used to be always wrangling, in the days of my simplicity. I have been marvelling at his forbearance. It would have been nothing wonderful if he had called me an idiot. Frankness of that kind is the mark of his friendship. Haven't you found that out? Hasn't he taken occasion yet to inform you that your life is conducted on an utterly mistaken principle, that you are shallow and inefficient, that you are worse than useless in the world, and ought, if properly constituted, to be a torment to yourself? None of these things he has said? Oh, then you are not admitted to Mr. Athel's intimacy. You are not of the inner circle." She spoke with a kind of reckless gaiety, a mocking merriment which her rich voice and command of facial expression made very effective. It startled her hearer, who, when the girl ceased, took one of her hands and patted it kindly. "Why, then," she said, "I've been altogether mistaken, for I did really think he had offended you. But now I'm sure you'll stay, won't you?" "Rather than you should think I run away from Mr. Athel's high censure, certainly." Then she became silent, and shortly left the room. Mrs. Baxendale sat by herself, musing. She was a woman given to thoughtfulness. For all that, she used her tongue freely when with those she liked. She did not greatly seek such society as Dunfield had to offer, and partly on that account, partly owing to alarms excited by her caustic comments on matters of popular interest, the ladies of the town left her abundance of leisure. She used it well. Though not a highly educated woman, she read constantly, and books of a solid kind. Society in Dunfield had its book club, and Mrs. Baxendale enjoyed the advantage of choosing literature which her fellow members were very willing to let her keep as long as she liked. Beatrice derived much amusement from her aunt's method of reading. Beatrice, with the run of Mr. Mudie's catalogues, would have half a dozen volumes in her lap at the same time, and as often as not get through them, tant bien que mal, in the same day. But to the provincial lady a book was a solid and serious affair. To read a chapter was to have provided matter for a day's reflection. The marker was put at the place where reading had ceased, and the book was not reopened till previous matter had been thoroughly digested and assimilated. It was a slow method, but not without its advantages, I assure you. Perhaps, to relieve her worthy aunt of any lingering anxiousness, Beatrice, throughout the day, wore an appearance of much contentment, and to Wilfrid was especially condescending, even talking with him freely on a subject quite unconnected with her pet interests. That evening two gentlemen, politicians, dined at the house. Beatrice, under cover of their loud discussions in the drawing room, exchanged certain remarks with Wilfrid. "My aunt was so good as to apologize to me on your behalf this morning," she began. "Apologize? What have I been guilty of?" "Oh, nothing. She doesn't appreciate the freemasonry between us. It occurred to her that your remarks on my predilections might have troubled me. Judge how amused I was." She did not look at him from the first, and appeared to be examining, even whilst she spoke, a book of prints. "I sincerely hope," Wilfrid replied, "that I have uttered no thoughtless piece of rudeness. If I have, I beg you to forgive me." She glanced at him. He appeared to speak seriously, and it was the kind of speech he would never have dreamed of making to her in former days, at all events in this tone. "You know perfectly well," she answered with slow voice, bending to look more closely at a page, "that you never said anything to me which could call for apology." "I am not so sure of that," Wilfrid replied, smiling. "Then take my assurance now," said Beatrice, closing her book, and rising to move towards her aunt. As she went, she cast a look back, a look of curious blankness, as if into vacancy. She sang shortly after, and the souls of the politicians were stirred within them. For Wilfrid, he lay back with his eyes closed, his heart borne on the flood of music to that pale windowed room of sickness, whose occupant must needs be so sadly pale. The security he felt in the knowledge that Emily grew better daily made him able to talk cheerfully and behave like one without preoccupation, but Emily in truth was never out of his mind. He lived towards the day when he should kneel at her feet and feel once more upon his forehead those cold pure lips. And that day, as he believed, was now very near. To her aunt's secret surprise, Beatrice allowed the end of the week to come and go without any allusion to the subject of departure. It was all the more strange, seeing that the girl's show of easy friendliness with Wilfrid had not lasted beyond the day. She had become as distant and self-centred as before. But on the morning of the following Tuesday, as Mrs. Baxendale sat reading not long after breakfast, Beatrice entered the room in her light travelling garb, and came forward, buttoning her gloves. "You are going out?" Mrs. Baxendale asked, with some misgiving. "Yes, to London. They are calling a cab. You know how I dislike preparatory miseries." Her aunt kept astonished silence. She looked at the girl, then down at her book. "Well," she said at length, "it only remains to me to remember the old proverb. But when is the train? Are you off this moment?" "The train leaves in 5:20 minutes. May I disturb uncle, do you think?" "Ah, now I understand why you asked if he would be at home through the morning. I'll go and fetch him." She went quickly to the library. Mr. Baxendale sat there alone. "Beatrice is going," she said, coming behind his chair. "Will you come and say good bye?" Mr. Baxendale jumped up. "Going? Leaving?" His wife nodded. "Why? What is it? You haven't quarrelled with her about the prayer meetings?" "No, it's a fancy of hers, that's all. Come along. She's only 20 minutes to catch the train." When they reached the drawing room, Beatrice was not there. Upon Mrs. Baxendale's withdrawal, she had gone to Wilfrid's door and knocked at it. Wilfrid was pacing about in thought. It surprised him to see who his visitor was, yet more when she advanced to him with her hand extended, saying a simple good bye. "Good bye? Wherefore?" Her attire explained. Beatrice possessed the beauty of form and face which makes profit of any costume. In the light brown cape and hat to match, her tall lithe figure had a womanly dignity which suited well with the unsmiling expressiveness of her countenance. The good bye was uttered briefly and without emphasis, as one uses any insignificant form of speech. Wilfrid resolved at once to accept her whim. After all, it was but another instance of frequent eccentricities. "Who is going to the station with you?" he asked. "No one. I hate partings on the platform." She moved away almost as far as the door, then turned again. "You will be in town before going back to Oxford?" Wilfrid hesitated. "Oh, never mind," she said, and was gone. 10 minutes later Wilfrid went to the drawing room. Mr. and Mrs. Baxendale were talking together. They became silent as he entered. "Has Miss Redwing gone?" he asked. "She took leave of you, didn't she?" replied the lady. "Yes, but it was so unprepared for, I half thought it might be a joke." "Oh, she is fond of these surprises," Mrs. Baxendale said, in a tone of good natured allowance. "On the whole, I sympathize with her. I myself prefer not to linger over such occasions." Later in the day Mrs. Baxendale drove out to Banbrigg, this time alone. On her return, she sought Wilfrid and found him in his room. There was concern on her face. "I have heard something very painful from Mrs. Hood," she began. "It seems that Emily is in ignorance of her father's death." Wilfrid looked at her in astonishment. "I told you," Mrs. Baxendale pursued, "that she had not been altogether well just before it happened. But it now appears that the dreadful instant of her entering the room just when the body was brought in must have taken place when she was delirious. The poor woman has had no suspicion of that, but it is proved by Emily's questions, now that she begins to talk. Of course it makes a new anxiety. Mrs. Hood has not dared to hint at the truth, but it cannot be concealed for long." "But this is most extraordinary!" Wilfrid exclaimed. "What, then, was the origin of her illness?" "That is the mystery. Mrs. Hood's memory seems to be confused, but I got her to allow that the feverish symptoms were declared even the night before the death was known. I hardly like to hint it, but it really seemed to me as if she were keeping something back. One moment she said that Emily had been made ill by anxiety at her father's lateness in coming home that night, and the next she seemed, for some reason, unwilling to admit that it was so. The poor woman is in a sad, sad state, and no wonder. She wishes that somebody else might tell Emily the truth, but surely it will come most easily from her." Wilfrid was deeply distressed. "It is the very worst that still remains," he said, "and we thought the worst was over." What does the doctor say? Can she bear it yet? It is impossible to let her continue in ignorance. It was at length decided that Mrs. Baxendale should visit the doctor, and hear his opinion. She had got into her mind a certain distrust of Mrs. Hood, and even doubted whether Emily ought to be left in her hands during convalescence. There was clearly no want of devotion on the mother's part, but it appeared to Mrs. Baxendale that the poor woman had been overtaxed, and was herself on the point of illness, perhaps of mental failure. From going well, things had suddenly taken an anxious turn. End of Section 21, Chapter 15. Recording by Shi Pinling. Section 22 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shi Pinling. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 22, Chapter 16. Renunciation. When Emily returned from the wastes of ravaged mind, and while yet the images of memory were hardly distinguished from the ghosts of delirious dream, the picture that haunted her with most persistency, with an objective reality the more impressive the clearer her thought became, was one which she could least comprehend or account for. She saw lying before her a closely muffled form, the outline seeming to declare it that of a man. The struggle of new-born consciousness was to associate such a vision with the events which had preceded her illness. Perchance for a day, perchance only for an hour, however long the unmeasured transition from darkness to the dawn of self-knowledge, she suffered the oppression of this mechanical questioning. At length the presence of her mother by the bedside became a fact, and it led on to the thought of her father. Her eyes moved in search for him. The act of speech, in health a mere emphasis of thought, was only to be attained by repetition of efforts. Several times she believed herself to have spoken, whilst silence still pressed her lips. Only when the recollection of her last waking day was complete, and when the absence of her father from the room linked itself to memory of her anguished waiting for him, did she succeed in uttering the words which represented her fear. Her mother was bending over her, aware of the new light in her questioning eyes. "Where's father?" Emily asked. "You shall see him, dear," was the reply. "Don't speak." "He came home?" "Yes, he came home." Emily fell back into thought. This great fear allayed, the only now, like an angel coming from afar over dark waters, passed, continued to rebuild itself within her mind. And now there gleamed the image of her love. It had been expelled from memory by the all-possessing woe of those last hours. It returned like a soothing warmth, and assuagement of pain. As though soul-easing music sounded about her, she again lost her hold on outward things, and sank into a natural sleep. Mrs. Hood feared the next waking. The question about her father she attributed to Emily's incomplete command of her faculties, for she had not doubted that the muffled figure on the couch had been consciously seen by the girl and understood. Yet with waking the error prolonged itself. It became evident at length that Emily knew nothing of her coming down to the sitting-room, and still had to learn that her father no longer lived. It was a new suffering under which the poor woman gave way. Already her natural affliction was complicated with a sense of painful mysteries. In her delirium Emily had uttered words which there was no explaining, but which proved that there had been some hidden connection between her mental trouble and her father's failure to return at the usual hour. Dagworthy's name she had spoken frequently, and with words which called to mind the sum of money her father had somehow procured. Mrs. Hood had no strength to face trials such as these. As long as her child's life seemed in danger, she strove with a mother's predominant instinct to defend it, but her powers failed as Emily passed out of peril. Her outlook became blank. Physical exhaustion, joined with mental suffering, began to render her incapable of further efforts. Fortunately, Mrs. Baxendale perceived this in time. A nurse was provided, in addition to the one who had assisted Mrs. Hood, and the mother became herself the object of care. Emily had been told that her father was ill, but this fiction it was soon impossible to maintain. 3 days after the last reported conversation between Wilfrid and Mrs. Baxendale, it was determined that the latter must take upon herself the office of telling Emily the truth. Mrs. Hood implored her to do so. The poor mother was sinking into a state which scarcely left her the command of her mind, and though she could not sustain the duty herself, it was her harassing desire that it might quickly be performed. So at length the revelation was made with all the forbearance and strengthening tenderness of which a strong-souled woman is capable. But the first syllables prepared Emily for the whole truth. A secret dread which she had not dared to confess to herself on that last evening, though probably it brought about the crisis in her suffering, and which the false assurances recently given her had perhaps not wholly overcome, rushed forth as soon as evil was hinted at. The softened statement that her father had been stricken down by a natural malady did not for a moment deceive her. She closed her eyes. The pillows which supported her were scarcely whiter than her face, but she was soon able to speak with perfect self-control. 'Was he brought home wrapped in something?' she asked, 'with his face covered?' 'He was, Emily.' 'How and where did I see him? For I know I did see him.' 'Your mother has told me that you rose from your bed and went to the room below. She did not realize that you were unconscious. She believed that you knew of this.' This was her dread vision. As if to protect herself from it, she raised her hand and laid it across her eyes. Then it fell again to the coverlet, thin, flower-like hand, which in its translucency of flesh seemed to have been created by spirit for its chosen abode. When silence had lasted some moments, 'Now that I know he is dead,' Emily resumed. Oh, the sad music of the last word! 'I can bear to hear the manner of it without disguise. Will you tell me the whole truth, Mrs. Baxendale?' It was spoken like herself, ever clinging to sincerity, ever ready to face the truth of things. In how many a matter of less moment had the girl spoken with just this directness, inspiring respect in all who heard her clear candid voice. Mrs. Baxendale sank her eyes, and hesitated. 'He died by his own hand,' Emily said, below her breath. The lady kept silence. Emily again closed her eyes, and, as she so lay, felt warm lips touch her forehead. Mrs. Baxendale believed for a moment that the sufferer had lost consciousness, but the utterance of her name caused Emily to raise her lids. 'Why did he do this?' she asked, regarding her friend fixedly. 'No one can say, dear.' Emily drew a deep sigh. A gleam passed over her face. 'There was an inquest?' she asked. 'Yes.' 'Is it possible for me to see a newspaper in which it was reported?' 'If you really desire it,' said Mrs. Baxendale, with hesitation. 'I do. I wish to read it. Will you do me that great kindness?' 'I will bring it you in a day or two. But would it not be better to delay?' 'Is there anything,' Emily asked quickly, 'that you have kept from me?' 'Nothing, nothing.' Then I need not put off reading it. I have borne the worst. As Mrs. Baxendale left the house, she was passed at a short distance along the road by a man on horseback. This rider gave a sign to the coachman to stop, and a moment after presented himself at the window of the brougham. It was Dagworthy. He wished to have news of Mrs. and Miss Hood. The lady gave him full information. "I fear I could not see Mrs. Hood," Dagworthy said. "Oh, she is far too ill," was the reply. Having assured himself on this point, Dagworthy took his leave, and when the carriage was remote, rode to the house. He made fast the reins to the gate, entered, and knocked at the door. A girl who did subordinate work for the nurses opened. "I want you," Dagworthy said, "to give this note at once to Miss Hood. You understand? To Miss Hood. Will you do so?" "I will, sir." He went away, and immediately after, Emily was reading these lines: "I wish to tell you that no one has heard, and no one ever will, of the circumstances you would desire to have unknown. I send this as soon as you are able to receive it. You will know from whom it comes." She knew, and the message aided her. The shock of what she had just heard was not, in its immediate effect, as severe as others had feared it would be. Perhaps Emily's own sojourn at the gates of death lessened the distance between her and him who had passed them. Perhaps the vast misery which lay behind her, the darkness threatening in the future, brought first to her mind death's attribute of deliverance. This, in the hours that followed, she strove to dwell upon. Nothing could touch her father now. He was safe from trouble. But, as the current in her veins grew warmer, as life held her with a stronger hand, and made her once more participant in his fears and desires, that apparition of the motionless veiled form haunted her with access of horror. If she slept, it came into her dreams, and her waking thoughts strove with hideous wilfulness to unmuffle that dead face. When horror failed, its place was taken by a grief so intense that it shook the fabric of her being. She had no relapse in health, but convalescence was severed from all its natural joys. She grew stronger only to mourn more passionately. In imagination she followed her father through the hours of despair which must have ensued on his interview with Dagworthy. She pictured his struggle between desire to return home, to find comfort among those he loved, and the bitter shame which forbade it. How had he spent the time? Did he wander out of the town to lonely places, until daylight failed? Did he then come back under the shadow of the night, come back all but to the very door of his dwelling, make one last effort to face those within, pass on in blind agony? Was he on the heath at the very hour when she crossed it to go to Dagworthy's house? Oh, had that been his figure which, as she hurried past, she had seen moving in the darkness of the quarry? A pity which at times grew too vast for the soul to contain absorbed her life, the pity which overwhelms and crushes, which threatens reason. That he should have lived through long years of the most patient endurance, keeping ever a hope, a faith, so simple-hearted, so void of bitter feeling, so kindly disposed to all men, only to be vanquished at length by a moment of inexplicable weakness, only to creep aside and hide his shame and die. Her father, whom it was her heart's longing to tend and cherish through the brighter days of his age, lying there in his grave, where no voice could reach him, remote for ever from the solace of loving kindness, his death a perpetuation of woe. The cruelty of fate had exhausted itself. What had the world to show more pitiful than this? no light ever came to her countenance, no faintest smile ever touched her lips. Through the hours, through the days, she lay heedless of things around her, solely occupied with the past, with affliction, with remorse. Had it not been in her power to save him? A word from her, and at this moment he would have been living in cheerfulness such as he had never known. She would have had but to turn her head, and his smile would have met her. The rare laugh, so touching to her always, would have become less rare. His struggles would have been over. She had willed that he should die, had sent him forth relentlessly to his last trial, to his forsaken end. Without a leave taking he had gone forth. His last look had been at her blank windows. That hour was passed into eternity, and with it the better part of her life. On the first day that she rose from her bed, she went, with the nurse's aid, to her mother's room. What she saw there was a new shock. Her mother's face had aged incredibly, and wore a look of such feeble intelligence that to meet her eyes was more than painful. Upon the artificial maintenance of her strength throughout Emily's illness had followed a collapse of the vital powers. It seemed doubtful whether she would ever regain her normal state of mind and body. She knew her daughter, and when Emily kissed her, the muscles of her haggard face contracted in what was meant for a smile, but she could not use her voice above a whisper, and her words were seldom consequent. 2 days later Mrs. Baxendale again paid a visit. Emily was sitting in her bedroom, unoccupied, on her countenance the sorrow-stricken gravity which never quitted it. The visitor, when she had made her inquiries, seemed to prepare herself to speak of some subject at once important and cheerful. "For a fortnight," she said, "I have had staying with me someone whom you will be glad to hear of, your nearest friend." Emily raised her eyes slowly to the speaker's face. Clearly she understood, but was accustoming herself to this unexpected relation between Mrs. Baxendale and Wilfrid. "Mr. Athel came from Switzerland as soon as he heard of your illness." "How did he hear?" Emily inquired gravely. "My niece, Miss Redwing, whom you knew, happened to be visiting me. She wrote to Mrs. Rossall." Emily was silent. The lines of her mouth showed a slight tremor, but no colour sought her cheeks. The news was affecting her strongly, but only in the way in which she now received every impression. Physical weakness had the effect of reducing outward demonstration of feeling, and her spiritual condition favoured passiveness. "He had asked me to give you a letter, Emily," pursued Mrs. Baxendale, saddened by the sight of such intense sadness. Emily took the letter and laid it on a table near her, murmuring her thanks. "He is well?" she asked, as the other did not speak. "Quite. His holiday has completely restored him. You can't think how glad I am to have come to know him, and to have him near me. Such excellent friends we are. You can think how anxious he has been, and his father scarcely less so. The inquiries have been constant. The others have just got home. Mr. Athel had a letter from London this morning. The little girls sent you a message. I believe you will find the letter enclosed." At the mention of the twins, the slightest smile came upon Emily's lips. "You are fond of them, I see," said the lady. "That they are fond of you needs no telling. Oh, and Clara writes from Germany to ask if she may write to you yet. Shall I tell her?" A few more words, and Mrs. Baxendale rose. Emily retained her hand. "You have not yet had from me one word of gratitude, Mrs. Baxendale," she said. "Indeed, I have no words in which to thank you." The lady kissed her forehead, pressed the thin hand again, and went for a few minutes to Mrs. Hood's room before departing. It was nearly an hour before Emily took up the letter to open it. When at length she did so, she found that it covered only a small sheet of note paper. Enclosed was a letter from Mr. Athel, announcing the family's arrival in London, asking in a kind tone for the latest news, and repeating the message from the twins of which Mrs. Baxendale had spoken. Wilfrid wrote with admirable delicacy and feeling. He forgot himself wholly in her affliction, and only in those simplest words which can still be made the most powerful, uttered the tenderness which he hoped might speak some comfort to her heart. He did not ask to see her. Would she not bid him come to her in her own good time? And only if her strength rendered it quite easy, he begged for one word of reply. Mrs. Baxendale would visit her again very shortly, and to her the answer could be given. Emily returned the writing to their envelope, and sat through the day as she had sat since morning, scarcely ever moving, without heed of things that were said or done in the room. Before quitting the chair for her bed, she went to spend a quarter of an hour by her mother, whose hand she held throughout the time. Mrs. Hood lay in the same state of semi-consciousness, alternating with sleep. In the night she generally wondered a little, but she did not seem to suffer pain. To night Emily could not sleep. Hitherto her rest had been profound between sunset and early morning. As she had sat through the day, so she lay now, her eyes fixed in the same intent gaze, as on something unfolding itself before her. When the nurses had ceased to move about, the house was wrapped in a stillness more complete than of old, for the clock had not been touched since the night when the weight fell. In the room you might have heard now and then a deep sigh, such sigh as comes from a soul overcharged. Mrs. Baxendale allowed one day to intervene, then came again. She did not directly speak of Wilfrid, and only when she sat in significant silence, Emily said, "To morrow I shall go downstairs. Will you ask Mr. Athel to come and see me?" "Gladly I will. At what hour shall he come?" "I shall be down by 11." Later in the day Mrs. Cartwright and Jessie called. Hitherto Emily had begged that no one might be admitted save Mrs. Baxendale. She felt it would be unkindness to refuse her friends any longer, and the visitors came up and sat for a while with her. Both were awed by the face which met them. They talked scarcely above a whisper, and were sadly troubled by the necessity of keeping a watch upon their tongues. Emily was now able to descend the stairs without difficulty. The first sight of the little parlour caused her a renewal of her keenest suffering. There was the couch on which his dead body had been placed, that the chair in which he always rested after tea before going up to the laboratory. In a little frame on the mantelpiece was his likeness, an old one and much faded. She moved about, laying her hand on this object and that. She took the seat by the window where she had waited each evening till she saw him at the gate, to rise at once and open to him. She had not shed tears since that last day of his life, and now it was only a passing mist that dimmed her eyes. Her sorrow was not of the kind which so relieves itself. She had come down early in order to spend some time in the room before Wilfrid's arrival. She sat in her father's chair, once more in the attitude of motionless brooding. But her countenance was not as self-controlled as during the past days. Emotions, struggles, at work within her, found their outward expression. At times she breathed quickly, as if in pain. Often her eyes closed. In her worn face the features marked themselves with strong significance. It was beauty of a kind only to be felt by a soul in sympathy with her own. To others she would have appeared the image of stern woe. The gentleness which had been so readily observable beneath her habitual gravity was absorbed in the severity of her suffering and spiritual conflicts. Only a touching suggestion of endurance, of weakness bearing up against terrible fatality, made its plea to tenderness. Withal, she looked no older than in the days of her happiness, a young life, a young heart, smitten with unutterable woe. When the sound of the opening gate made itself heard, she lay back for a moment in the very sickness of pain. It recalled the past so vividly, and chilled her heart with the fear of what she had now before her. She stood as soon as the knock came at the front door, and kept the same position as Wilfrid entered. He was startled at the sight of her, but in an instant was holding both her hands, gazing deep into her eyes with an ecstasy of tenderness. He kissed her lips, and as he did so felt a shudder in the hands he pressed. A few whispered words were all that he could speak. Emily kept silence. Then he sat near to her. Her hand was still in his, but gave no sign of responsive affection, and was very cold. 'It was kind to let me see you so soon,' he said. Her fixed look of hard suffering began to impress him painfully, even with a kind of fear. Emily's face at this moment was that of one who is only half sensible to words spoken. Now she herself spoke for the first time. 'You will forgive me that I did not write. It would have been better, perhaps. It would have been easier to me. Yet why should I fear to say to you, face to face, what I have to say?' The last sentence was like self-questioning uttered aloud. Her eyes were fixed on him, and with appeal which searched his heart. 'Fear to say to me?' Wilfrid repeated, gravely, though without apprehension. 'Has your suffering made strangers of us?' 'Not in the way you mean, but it has so changed my life that I cannot meet you as I should have done.' Her utterance quickened, her voice lost its steadiness. 'Will you be very generous to me, as good and noble as it is in your heart to be? I ask you to give me back my promise, to release me.' 'Emily!' He gazed at her in bewilderment. His thought was that she was not herself. Her manner since his entrance seemed to confirm it. The tortured lines of her face seemed to express illusory fears. 'Emily, do you know what you say, dearest?' 'Yes, I know what I say, and I know how hard you find it to believe me. If I could explain to you what it is that makes this change, you would not wonder at it, you would understand, you would see that I am doing the only thing I can do. But I cannot give you my reasons. That must be my sad secret to the end of my life. You feel you have a claim to hear the truth. Indeed, you have. But you will be forbearing and generous. Release me, Wilfrid. I ask it as the last and greatest proof of the love you gave me.' He rose with a gesture of desperation. 'Emily, I cannot bear this. You are ill, my own darling. I should have waited till you were stronger. I should have left you more time to turn your thoughts to me from these terrible things you have passed through.' He flung himself by her side, grasping her hands passionately. 'Dear one, how you have suffered! It kills me to look into your face. I won't speak. Let me only stay by you, like this, for a few minutes. Would not my love calm you, love the purest and tenderest that man ever felt? I would die to heal your heart of its grief.' With a great sob of uttermost anguish, she put back his hands, rose from a chair, and stood apart. Wilfrid rose and gazed at her in dread. Had the last calamity of human nature fallen upon her? He looked about, as if for aid. Emily read his thoughts perfectly. They helped her to a desperate composure. "Wilfrid," she said, "do I speak like one not in her perfect mind?" "I cannot say. Your words are meaningless to me. You are not the Emily I knew." "I am not," was her sad answer. "If you can bring yourself to believe that truth, you will spare yourself and me." "What do you mean when you say that?" he asked, his voice intensified in suppression. "If you are in full command of yourself, if your memory holds all the past, what can have made of you another being? We dare not play with words at a time such as this. Tell me at least one thing. Do I know what it was that caused your illness?" "I don't understand you." Her eyes examined him with fear. "I mean, Emily, was it solely due to that shock you received, or was there any previous distress? Has anything led you to think there was?" she asked, urgently. "Mrs. Baxendale tells me you Emily, why have I to pain you in this way? But tell me, what did she say?" "That on coming to yourself you did not know of your father's death." "It is true, I did not. My illness began before." Wilfrid stood with his eyes on the ground. "Tell me, again," she said, "what else did Mrs. Baxendale say?" "Nothing. Her surprise when she heard this from your mother was as great as mine when it was repeated to me." "It is true," Emily repeated, more calmly, as if relieved. "I don't try to conceal that there is a reason I may not speak of. Will you not believe that it is strong enough to change my life? If I did not tell you this, you might indeed refuse to listen to me, thinking I was not myself. I cannot tell you more. I cannot. She pressed her palms upon her forehead. It throbbed with pain scarcely to be borne. Wilfrid, after a moment of wretched hesitation, said gravely: "What you forbid me to ask, I may not even wish to know. I have come to regard your will as the seal upon everything that is true and right. Knowing this, seeing me here before you with my best hopes at stake, do you tell me that something has happened which makes the bond between us of no effect, which lays upon you a duty superior to that of the pledge you gave me?" She met his gaze, and answered firmly, "I do." "Some duty," he continued, with quivering voice, "compared with which the sacredness of our love is nothing?" She trembled from head to foot, then, as if clutching at a last help, said, "I do not love you." As she waited with her head bowed, Wilfrid, taking up his hat, went to her and offered his hand. When hers was given, "Raise your eyes and look at me, Emily." She did so. "You are still in the shadow of a great grief, and it may well be that all other things seem trivial. I wish to respect you to the uttermost, and I will try to conceive that there is a motive high enough to justify you. But those last words must be repeated when time has come to your aid, before I can regard them as final." He released her hand and left her. What was her first sensation when the door had closed, then the gate without, and Wilfrid in very deed was gone? Was it hopeless misery, failure, dread foresight of the life which she still must live? Rather, her mood was that of the martyr who has held firm to the last wrench of torture, who feels that agony is overcome and fear of self surpassed. This possibility had there ever been in Emily, though associating with such variant instincts. Circumstances had brought the occasion which weighed one part of her nature against the other, and with this result. You may not judge her coldly, yet it is possible to indicate those points which connect her enthusiasm of sacrifice with the reasonings and emotions of the impartial mind. In the moment that she heard of her father's self-destruction, she knew that her own destiny was cast. The struggle with desire, with arguments of her self-love, with claims of others, this also she foresaw and measured. Her resolve came of the interaction of intense feeling which only process of time could reduce from its morbid predominance, and that idealism which was the keynote of her personality. It was not that she condemned herself for having refused to pay the price which would have saved her father. She may have done so in her wildest paroxysms of grief, but in the silences which ensued she knew that there is an arbiter above natural affection, and that not with impunity could a life be purchased by the death of a soul. She had refused. It might be she would still have refused had she foreseen the worst. But could she move on, over her father's body, to a life of joy? Not only did piety forbid it, the compassionate voice of her heart cried against what she deemed such cruelty. Her father was dead. Nothing that she did henceforth would concern him for good or ill. None the less, in her eyes, was his claim upon her, the claim of one she had tenderly loved, calling to her for pity from that desolate grave. Which of us entirely outreasons that surviving claim of the beloved dead? Which of us would, in his purest hour, desire to do so? She could not save him, but, as she valued her most precious human privileges, she dared not taste the fruits of life of which he was for ever robbed. Between her and happiness loomed that agonizing face. She might disregard it, might close her eyes and press on, might live down the old sacred pity and give herself to absorbing bliss. What would be the true value of that she gained? Nay, it was idle to affect that she had the choice. She felt that the first memory of that face in the midst of enjoyment would break her heart. Those last dark hours of his she must live and relive in her own mind. Dead? He was dead? Oh, did not the very tones of his voice linger in the rooms where she sat? Could she not see him enter, hold to her his hand, bend and kiss her? Did she not fancy constantly that his foot sounded on the floor above her, up in the bare little room where she had parted from him unkindly? Why, death meant but little, for at any moment he was in truth standing by her. Years of unhappiness, and then to be put aside and forgotten as soon as the heavy clods of earth had fallen upon him. To think of that was to be driven almost to madness by the impotence of grief. Rather than allow a joy to tempt her thought, she would cast life from her and be his companion in that narrow home. And her character brought it about that the very strength of her love for Wilfrid acted as another impulse to renunciation. Which had been the stronger motive in her refusal to sacrifice herself? The preservation of her chaste womanhood, or the inability to give up him she loved? Could she, at the tribunal of her conscience, affirm that her decision had held no mixture of the less pure? Nay, had she not known that revolt of self in which she had maintained that the individual love was supreme, that no title of inferiority became it? She saw now more clearly than the impossibility of distinguishing those two motives, or of weighing the higher and the lower elements of her love. One way there was, and one way only, of proving to herself that she had not fallen below the worthiness which purest love demanded, that she had indeed offered to Wilfrid a soul whose life was chastity, and that must be utterly to renounce love's earthly reward, and in spirit to be faithful to him while her life lasted. The pain of such renunciation was twofold. For did she not visit him with equal affliction? Had she the right to do that? The question was importunate, and she held it a temptation of her weaker self. Wilfrid would bear with her. He was of noble nature, and her mere assurance of a supreme duty would outweigh his personal suffering. On him lay no obligation of faithfulness to his first love. A man, with the world before him, he would, as was right, find another to share his life. To think that was no light test of steadfastness in Emily, the image of Wilfrid loving and loved by another woman, round the sinews of her heart. That she must keep from her mind. That was more than her strength could face and conquer. It should be enough to love him for ever, without hope, without desire. Faithfulness would cost her no effort. To purify herself in ideal devotion would be her sustenance, her solace. What of her religion of beauty, the faith which had seen its end in the nourishment of every instinct demanding loveliness within and without? What of the ideal which saw the crown of life in passion triumphant, which dreaded imperfectness, which allowed the claims of sense equally with those of spirit, both having their indispensable part in the complete existence? Had it not conspicuously failed where religion should be most efficient? She understood now the timidity which had ever lurked behind her acceptance of that view of life. She had never been able entirely to divest herself of the feeling that her exaltation in beauty worship was a mood born of sunny days, that it would fail amid shocks of misfortune, and prove a mockery in the hour of the soul's dire need. It shared in the unreality of her life in wealthy houses, amid the luxury which appertained only to fortune's favourites, which surrounded her only by chance. She had presumptuously taken to herself the religion of her superiors, of those to whom fate allowed the assurance of peace, of guarded leisure, wherein to cultivate the richer and sweeter flowers of their nature. How artificial had been the delights with which she soothed herself! Here all the time was the reality. Here in this poor home, brooded over by the curse of poverty, whence should come shame and woe and death. What to her now were the elegance of art, the loveliness of nature? Beauty had been touched by mortality, and its hues were of the corpse, of the grave. Would the music of a verse ever again fill her with rapture? How meaningless were all such toys of thought to one whose path lay through the valley of desolation! Thus did Emily think and feel in this sombre season, the passionate force of her imagination making itself the law of life and the arbiter of her destiny. She could not take counsel with time. Her temperament knew nothing of that compromise with ardours and impulses which is the wisdom of disillusion. Circumstances willed that she should suffer by the nobleness of her instincts, those endowments which might in a happier lot have exalted her to such perfection of calm joy as humanity may attain, were fated to be the source of misery inconceivable by natures less finely cast. End of Section 22, Chapter 16. Recording by Shi Pinling. Section 23 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shi Pinling. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 23, Chapter 17. There are several ways. As Wilfrid quitted the house, the gate was opened by Jessie Cartwright, who, accompanied by one of her sisters, was bringing Emily some fine grapes, purchased in the Cartwright manner, without regard to expense. The girls naturally had their curiosity excited by the stranger, of interesting, even of aristocratic appearance, who, as he hurried by, cast at them a searching look. "Now, whoever may that be?" murmured Jessie, as she approached the door. "A doctor, I dare say," was her sister's suggestion. "A doctor! Not he, indeed. He has something to do with Emily, depend upon it." The servant, opening to them, had to report that Miss Hood was too unwell to day to receive visitors. Jessie would dearly have liked to ask who it was that apparently had been an exception, but even she lacked the assurance necessary to the putting of such a question. The girls left their offering and went their way home. The stranger afforded matter for conversation throughout the walk. Wilfrid did not go straight to the Baxendales. In his distracted state he felt it impossible to sit through luncheon, and he could not immediately decide how to meet Mrs. Baxendale, whether to take her into his confidence or to preserve silence on what had happened. He was not sure that he would be justified in disclosing the details of such an interview. Did he not owe it to Emily to refrain from submitting her action to the judgment of any third person? If in truth she were still suffering from the effects of her illness, it was worse than unkind to repeat her words. If, on the other hand, her decision came of adequate motives, or such as her sound intelligence deemed adequate, was it possible to violate the confidence implied in such a conversation between her and himself? Till his mind had assumed some degree of calmness, he could not trust himself to return to the house. Turning from the main road at a point just before the bridge over the river, he kept on the outskirts of the town, and continued walking till he had almost made the circuit of Dunfield. His speed was that of a man who hastened with some express object. His limbs seemed spurred to activity by the gallop of his thoughts. His reason would scarcely accept the evidence of consciousness that he had indeed just heard such things from Emily's lips. It was too monstrous for belief. A resolute incredulity sustained him beneath a blow which, could he have felt it to be meant in very earnest, would have deprived him of his senses. She could not know what she had said. Yet she spoke with such cruel appearance of reasoning earnestness. Was it possible for a diseased mind to assume so convincingly the modes of rational utterance? What conceivable circumstances could bring her to such a resolution? Her words, "I do not love you," made horrible repetition in his ears. It was as though he had heard her speak them again and again. Could they be true? The question, last outcome of the exercise of his imagination on the track of that unimaginable cause, brought him to a standstill, physically and mentally. Those words had at first scarcely engaged his thought. It was her request to be released that seriously concerned him. That falsehood had been added as a desperate means of gaining her end. Yet now, all other explanations in vain exhausted, perforce he gave heed to that hideous chime of memory. It was not her father's death that caused her illness that she admitted. Had some horrible complication intervened, some incredible change come upon her, since he left England? He shook off the suggestion as blasphemy. Emily, his high-souled Emily, upon whose faith he could stake the breath of his life. Was his own reason failing him? Worn out, he reached the house in the middle of the afternoon, and went to his own sitting-room. Presently a servant came and asked whether he would take luncheon. He declined. Lying on the sofa, he still tormented himself with doubt whether he might speak with Mrs. Baxendale. That lady put an end to his hesitation by herself coming to his room. He sprang up. "Don't move, don't move!" she exclaimed in her cheery way. "I have only come to ask why you resolved to starve yourself. You can't have had lunch anywhere." "No, I'm not hungry." "A headache?" she asked, looking at him with kind shrewdness. "A little, perhaps." "Then at all events you will have tea. May I ask them to bring it here?" She went away, and, a few minutes after her return, tea was brought. "You found Emily looking sadly, I'm afraid," she said, with one of the provincialisms which occasionally marked her language. "Yes," Wilfrid replied. "She looked far too ill to be up." He had seated himself on the sofa. His hands would not hold the teacup steadily. He put it down by his side. "I fear there is small chance of her getting much better in that house of illness," said Mrs. Baxendale, observing his agitation. "Can't we persuade her to go somewhere? Her mother is in excellent hands." "I wish we could," Wilfrid replied, clearly without much attention to his words. "You didn't propose anything of the kind?" He made no answer. A short silence intervened, and he felt there was no choice but to declare the truth. "The meeting was a very painful one," he began. "It is difficult to speak to you about it. Do you think that she has perfectly recovered, that her mind is wholly—" He hesitated. It was dreadful to be speaking in this way of Emily. The sound of his voice reproached him. What words would not appear brutal in such a case? "You fear?" Wilfrid rose and walked across the room. It seemed impossible to speak, yet equally so to keep his misery to himself. "Mrs. Baxendale," he said at length, "I am perhaps doing the very wrong thing in telling you what passed between us, but I feel quite unable to decide upon any course without the aid of your judgment. I am in a terrible position. Either I must believe Emily to speak without responsibility, or something inexplicable, incredible has come to pass. She has asked me to release her. She says that something has happened which makes it impossible for her ever to fulfil her promise, something which must always remain her secret, which I may not hope to understand. And with such dreadful appearance of sincerity, such a face of awful suffering." His voice failed. The grave concern on Mrs. Baxendale's visage was not encouraging. "Something happened?" the latter repeated in low-toned astonishment. "Does she offer no kind of explanation?" "None, none," he added, "that I can bring myself to believe." Mrs. Baxendale could only look at him questioningly. "She said," Wilfrid continued, paled with the effort it cost him to speak, "that she has no longer any affection for me." There was another silence, of longer endurance than the last. Wilfrid was the first to break it. "My reason for refusing to believe it is that she said it when she had done her utmost to convince me of her earnestness in other ways, and said it in a way—how is it possible for me to believe it? It is only 2 months since I saw her on the Castle Hill." "I thought you had never been here before." "I have never spoken to you of that. I came and left on the same day. It was to see her before I went to Switzerland." "I am at a loss," said Mrs. Baxendale. "I can only suggest that she has had a terrible shock, and that her recovery, or seeming recovery, has been too rapid. Yet there is no trace of wandering in her talk with me." "Nor was there to day. She was perfectly rational. Think of one's being driven to hope that she only seemed so." "Did you speak of correspondence?" "No. I said that I could not agree to what she asked of me until she had repeated it after a time. I left her scarcely knowing what I spoke. What shall I do? How can I remain in doubt such as this? I said I wished for your help. Yet how can you? How can any one help me? Have I unconsciously been the cause of this?" Or has any one else consciously been so?" asked the lady with meaning. "What, you think? Is it possible?" "You only hinted that your relatives were not altogether pleased." Wilfrid, a light of anger flashing from his eyes, walked rapidly the length of the room. "She admitted to me," he said, in a suppressed voice, "that her illness began before her father's death. It was not that caused it." "You think that some one may have interfered? My father? Impossible. He is a man of honour. He has written of her in the kindest way." "But there was some one else. His father was honourable. Could the same be said of Mrs. Rossall?" He remembered his conversation with her on the Lake of Thun. It had left an unpleasant impression on his mind. Under the circumstances, explicable enough. Was his aunt capable of dastardly behaviour? The word could scarcely be applied to a woman's conduct, and the fact that it could not made disagreeably evident the latitude conceded to women in consideration of their being compelled to carry on warfare in underhand ways. Suppose an anonymous letter? Would not Mrs. Rossall regard that as a perfectly legitimate stratagem, if she had set her mind on resisting this marriage? Easy, infinitely easy was it to believe this, in comparison with any other explanation of Emily's behaviour. In his haste to seize on a credible solution of the difficulty, Wilfrid did not at first reflect that Emily was a very unlikely person to be influenced by such means, still more unlikely that she should keep such a thing secret from him. It must be remembered, however, that the ways of treachery are manifold, and the idea had only presented it to his mind in a most indefinite form. As it was, it drove him almost to frenzy. He could not find a calm word, nor was it indeed possible to communicate to Mrs. Baxendale the suspicion which occupied him. She, watching him as he stood at a distance, all but forgot her anxious trouble in admiration of the splendid passion which had transformed his features. Wilfrid looked his best when thus stirred, his best from a woman's point of view. The pale cast of thought was far from him. You saw the fiery nature asserting itself, and wondered in what direction these energies would at length find scope. Mrs. Baxendale, not exactly an impressionable woman, had a moment of absent-mindedness. "Come here and sit down," she said, the motherly insistence of the tone possibly revealing her formal thought. He threw himself on the couch. "Of course," she continued, "this must remain between Emily and yourself. My own relations to her must be precisely as they have been, as if I had heard nothing. Now I think we may conclude that the poor girl is perfectly aware of what she is doing, but I no more than yourself believe her explanation. In some way she has come to regard it as a duty to abandon you. Let Emily once think it a duty, and she will go through with it if it costs her life. So much I know of her, so much it is easy to know, if one has the habit of observing. May I advise you? Do not try to see her again, but write briefly, asking her whether the mystery she spoke of in any way connects itself with you. You will know how to put it so as to exact the answer you require. Suppose you write such a note at once. I will send it as soon as it is ready. You are in a torment of doubts, no misery as bad as that. Does this plan recommend itself to you?" "Yes, I will write." "Then I will take myself off whilst you do so. Ring the bell and send for me as soon as you are ready. It is only 4:30. Emily will have your letter in an hour, and surely will reply at once." The letter was written, at greater length perhaps than was quite necessary, and Mrs. Baxendale speeded it on its way. Wilfrid begged that he might be excused from attendance at the dinner table. "By all means," was Mrs. Baxendale's reply, "the more so that we have politicians again, and I fear you would not be in the mood to make fun of them as you did the other night." "Make fun of them? No, I was in earnest. I got interested in their subjects, and found I had more to say than I thought." "Well, well, that is your politeness. Now lie down again, poor boy. But you must promise to eat what I send you. We have quite enough illness on our hands, remember." "I may have the answer before then," Wilfrid said moodily. He had. It came in less than 2 hours from the messenger's departure. He was alone when the servant brought it to him. Emily wrote: "Wilfrid, the change is in myself, in my heart, in my life. Nothing have I heard against you, nothing have I imagined against you. The inference of which I spoke is in no way connected with you. Let this, I implore you, be final. Forgive me, that I seem to inflict pain on you so heedlessly. I act as I must. My purpose is unchangeable." Having been apprised of the messenger's return, Mrs. Baxendale entered Wilfrid's room as soon as she had dressed for dinner. He sat at the table, the letter lying open before him. As Mrs. Baxendale approached, he held the sheet to her. "Then my last conjecture is fruitless," she said, letting her hand fall. "We cannot doubt her word." "Doubt it? No. There is nothing for me but to believe all she said." He let his face fall upon his hands. The bitterness of fate was entering his innermost heart. "No, no, you shall not give way," said his friend, just touching his fingers. "It all looks very sad and hopeless, but I will not believe it is hopeless. Refuse to believe that one worse thing, the only thing for which there is no remedy. Come, defy yourself to believe it. You are strong enough for that. There is manhood in you for anything that is worth bearing, however hard." He could not reply to her encouragement. Who cannot devise words of exhortation? And what idler than such words when the heart agonizes? "Try and listen to me, Wilfrid. If I make you angry with me, it is better than abandoning you to despondency. I firmly believe that this is a matter which time will bring right. Emily is acting hastily. I am convinced of that. Time is on your side. Try and accept him as a friend. We are not living in a novel. There are no such things as mysteries which last a lifetime. Your part is to draw upon all the manliness you own, to have faith in yourself, and to wait. Have faith in her too. There are few like her. Some day you will see that this only made her better worth winning. Now answer me a question." Wilfrid raised his head. "Do you not in your heart believe that she is incapable of folly or wrong-headedness?" "I believe that no truer woman lives." "And rightly, be sure of it. Believing that, you know she cannot break her word to you without some reason which you would yourself say was good and sufficient. She imagines she has such a reason, imagines it in all sincerity. Time will show her that she has been in error, and she will confess it. She has all her faculties, no doubt, but a trial such as this leads her to see things in ways we cannot realize. You forget that it is not this shock that has so affected her. Wilfrid, remember that her father's death is itself mysterious. She may know more of what led to it than anyone else does. She may very well have foreseen it. It may have distracted her, the cause, whatever it was. She could not disclose anything, some secret perhaps, that nearly concerned her father. You know how strong were the ties between them. Perhaps it was inevitable that a suggestion of this kind should ultimately offer itself. Wilfrid had not hit upon the idea, for he had from the first accepted without reflection the reasons for Hood's suicide which were accepted by every one who spoke of the subject. Mrs. Baxendale only delivered herself of the thought in fervour of kindly devised argument. She paused, reviewing it in her mind, but did not like to lay more stress upon it. Wilfrid, also thoughtful, kept silence. "Now there's the gong," Mrs. Baxendale continued, "and I shall have to go to the politicians. But I think I have given you a grain of comfort. Think of a prosy old woman inciting you to endure for the sake of the greatest prize you can aim at. Keep saying to yourself that Emily cannot do wrong. If she did say a word or two she didn't mean, well, well, we poor women. Go to bed early, and we'll talk again after breakfast tomorrow." She gave him her hand and hurried away. Even in his wretchedness, Wilfrid could not but follow her with his eyes, and feel something like a blessing upon her strong and tender womanhood. Fortunate fellow, who had laid behind him thus much of his earthly journey without one day of grave suffering. Ah, something he should have sacrificed to the envious gods, some lesser joy, that the essential happiness of his life might be spared him. Wilfrid had yet to learn that every sun which rises for us in untroubled sky is a portent of inevitable gloom, that nature only prolongs our holiday to make the journey work of misery the harder to bear. He had enjoyed the weight of his will from childhood upwards. He had come to regard himself as exempt from ill fortune, even as he was exempt from the degradation of material need. All his doings had prospered, save in that little matter of his overtaxed health, and it had grown his habit to map the future with a generous hand, saying, "Thus and thus will I take my conquering course." Knowing love for the first time, he had met with love in return, love to the height of his desire, and with the wave of a hand he had swept the trivial obstacles from his path. Now that the very sum of his exultant youth offered itself like a wine cup to his lips, comes forth the mysterious hand and spills relentlessly that divine draught. See how he turns, with a blaze of royal indignation on his brow. I, who of gods or men has dared thus to come between him and his bliss? He is not wont to be so thwarted. He demands that the cup shall be refilled and brought again, only when mocking laughter echoes round him, when it is but too plain that the spirits no longer serve him, that where he most desires his power is least, does his resentment change by cold degrees to that chill anguish of the abandoned soul, which pays the debt of so many an hour of triumph. For the moment words of kindness and sustaining hope might seem to avail him, but there is the night waiting in ambush for his weakness, that season of the sun's silence, when the body, denuded of vestment, typifies the spirit's exposure to its enemies. Let him live through his fate-imposed trial, in that torture chamber of ancient darkness. He will not come forth a better man, though perchance a wiser. Wisdom and goodness are from of old at issue. Henceforth he will have eyes for many an ugly spot in his own nature, hidden till now by the veil of happiness. Do not pity him. Congratulate him rather that the inevitable has been so long postponed. He put on a bold face at breakfast next morning, for he could not suppose that Mrs. Baxendale would feel any obligation to keep his secret from her husband, and it was not in his character to play the knight of the dolorous visage. You saw the rings round his eyes, but he was able to discuss the latest electioneering intelligence, and even to utter one or two more of those shrewd remarks by which he had lately been proving that politics were not unlikely to demand more of his attention some day. But he was glad when he could get away to the drawing-room, to await Mrs. Baxendale's coming. He tried to read in a volume of Boswell which lay out. At other times the book was his delight, now it had the succulence of a piece of straw. He was in that state of mind when 5 minutes of waiting is intolerable, He had to wait some 20 before Mrs. Baxendale appeared. Only a clinging remnant of common sense kept him from addressing her sourly. Wilfrid was not eminently patient. "Well, what console has sleep brought?" she asked, speaking as if she had some other matter on her mind, as indeed she had, a slight difficulty which had just arisen with the cook. "I should not be much advanced if I had depended upon sleep," Wilfrid replied cheerlessly. Always sensitive, he was especially so at this moment, and the lady seemed to him unsympathetic. He should have allowed for the hour; matters involving sentiment should never be touched till the day has grown to ripeness. The first thing in the morning a poet is capable of mathematics. "I fear you are not the only one who has not slept," said Mrs. Baxendale. Wilfrid, after waiting in vain, went on in a tone very strange to him. "I don't know what to do. I am incapable of thought. Another night like the last will drive me mad. You tell me I must merely wait, but I cannot be passive. What help is there? How can I kill the time?" Mrs. Baxendale was visibly harder than on the previous evening. A half smile caused her to draw in her lips. She played with the watch chain at her girdle. "I fear," she said, "we have done all that can be done. Naturally, you will find it intolerable to linger here." "I must return to London?" "Under any other circumstances, I should be the last to wish it, but I suppose it is better that you should." He was prepared for the advice, but unreason strove in him desperately against the facts of the situation. It was this impotent quarrel with necessity which robbed him of his natural initiative, and made Mrs. Baxendale wonder at his unexpected feebleness. To him it seemed something to stand his ground even for a few minutes. He could have eased himself with angry speech. Remember that he had not slept, and that his mind was sore with the adversary's blows. "I understand your reluctance," Mrs. Baxendale pursued. "It's like a surrendering of hope. But you know what I said last night. I could only repeat the same things now." "Don't be afraid. I will not." "Yes," he murmured, "I must go to London." "It would be far worse if you had no friend here. You shall hear from me constantly. You have an assurance that the poor thing can run away." In the expressive vulgar phrase, Wilfrid shook himself together. He began to perceive that his attitude lacked dignity. Even in our misery we cannot bear to appear ignoble. "I will leave you to day," he said, more like his old self, "but there are other things that we must speak of." "What of Emily's practical position?" "I don't think we need trouble about that. Mr. Baxendale tells me he has no doubt that the house in Barnhill can be sold, at all events for a sum that will leave them at ease for the present. As soon as Mrs. Hood gets better they must both go away. You can trust me to do what can be done." "It is my fear that Emily will find it difficult to accept your kindness." "It will require tact. Only experience can show what my course must be. I sincerely hope the house will be sold. Otherwise the outlook is deplorable. I assure you it will be. My husband does not give up anything he has once put his hand to." "I should keep my own counsel at home," Wilfrid said. "Do so, certainly." "And you will return to Oxford?" "I think so. I should find it easier to live there, if indeed I can live anywhere." "I had rather you hadn't added that," said Mrs. Baxendale, with good-natured reproof. "You know that you will only work the harder just to forget your trouble. That, depend upon it, is the only way of killing the time, as you said. If we strike at him in other ways we only succeed in making him angry." "Another apothegm," said Wilfrid, with an attempt at brightness. "You are the first woman I have known who has that gift of neatness in speech." "And you are the first man who ever had discernment enough to compliment me on it. After that, do you think I should desert your cause?" Wilfrid made his preparations forthwith, and decided upon a train early in the afternoon. At luncheon, Mr. Baxendale was full of good-natured regrets that his visit could not be prolonged till the time of the election, now very near. "When your constituents have sent you to Westminster," said Wilfrid, "I hope you will come and report to me the details of the fight." So he covered his retreat and retrieved in Mrs. Baxendale's eyes his weakness of the morning. She took him to the station in her brougham, but did not go on to the platform. Their parting was very like that of lovers, for it ended with mutual promises to write often. Mrs. Baxendale was downhearted as she drove home, in her a most unusual thing. 2 days later she went to Banbrigg, carrying the satisfactory news that at last a sale of the Barnhill property had been negotiated. To Emily this intelligence gave extreme relief. It restored her independence. Having this subject to speak of made the meeting easier on both sides than it could otherwise have been. Emily was restlessly anxious to take upon herself the task of nursing her mother. With a maid to help her, she declared herself able to bear all responsibilities, and persisted so strongly that Mrs. Baxendale had no choice but to assent to the nurse who had remained, being withdrawn. She could understand the need of activity which possessed the girl, but had grave fears of the result of an undertaking so disproportioned to her strength. "Will you promise me," she said, "to give it up and get help, if you find it is trying you excessively?" "Yes," Emily replied, "I will promise that. But I know I shall be better for the occupation." "And you will let me still come and see you frequently?" "I should miss you very much if you ceased to," was Emily's answer. Both felt that a difficulty had been surmounted, though they looked at it from different sides. October passed, and the first half of November. Mrs. Hood had not risen from her bed, and there seemed slight chance that she ever would. She was sinking into hopeless imbecility. Emily's task in that sick room was one which a hospital nurse would have found it burdensome to support. She bore it without a sign of weariness, or of failure in physical strength. Incessant companionship with bodily disease was the least oppressive of her burdens. The state of her mother's mind afflicted her far more. Occasionally the invalid would appear in full possession of her intellect, and those were the hardest days. At such times she was incessantly querulous. Hours long she lay and poured forth complaints and reproaches. When she could speak no more for very weariness, she moaned and wept, till Emily also found it impossible to check the tears which came of the extremity of her compassion. The girl was superhuman in her patience. Never did she speak a word which was not of perfect gentleness. The bitterest misery seemed but to augment the tenderness of her devotion. Scarcely was there an hour of the day or night that she could claim for herself. Whilst it was daylight she tended the sufferer ceaselessly, and her bed was in the same room, so that it often happened that she lay down only to rise before she could sleep. Her task was lighter when her mother's mind strayed from the present, but even then Mrs. Hood talked constantly, and was irritated if Emily failed in attention. The usual subject was her happiness in the days before her marriage. She would revive memories of her school, give long accounts of her pupils, even speak of proposals of marriage which she had had the pleasure of declining. At no time did she refer to Hood's death, but often enough she uttered lamentations over the hardships in which her marriage had resulted, and compared her lot with what it might have been if she had chosen this or that other man. Emily was pained unspeakably by this revelation of her mother's nature, for she knew that it was idle to explain such tendencies of thought as the effect of disease. It was in truth only the emphasizing of the faults she had always found it so hard to bear with. She could not understand the absence of a single note of affection or sorrow in all these utterances, and the fact was indeed strange, bearing in mind Mrs. Hood's outbursts of loving grief when her husband was brought home, and the devotedness she had shown throughout Emily's illness. Were the selfish habits of years too strong for those better instincts which had never found indulgence till stirred by the supreme shock? Thinking over the problem in infinite sadness, this was the interpretation with which Emily had to satisfy herself, and she saw in it the most dreadful punishment which a lifelong fault could have entailed. Though to her mother so sublimely forbearing, in her heart she knew too well the bitterness of revolt against nature's cruelty. Her own causes of suffering became almost insignificant in her view of the tragedy of life. Was not this calamity upon her surviving parent again a result of her own action? Was it possible to avoid a comparison between this blasted home and the appearance it might at this moment have presented if she had sacrificed herself? What crime had she ever been guilty of that such expiation could be demanded of her? She mocked at her misery for so questioning, as if causes and effects were to be thus discerned in fate's dealings. Emily had never known the face of faith which finds comfort in the confession of native corruptness, nor did the desolation of her life guide her into that orthodox form of pessimism. She was not conscious of impurity, and her healthy human intelligence could only see injustice in the woe that had befallen her. From her childhood up she had striven towards the light, had loved all that is beautiful, had worshipped righteousness. Out of this had it issued that her life was sunk in woe unfathomable, hopeless of rescue forever. She was the sacrifice of others' wrongdoing. The evil-heartedness of one man, the thoughtless error of another, had brought this upon her. Her character, like the elemental forces of earth, converted to beneficent energy the burden of corruption thrust upon it. Active at first because she dreaded the self-communings of idleness, she found in her labour and her endurance sources of stern inspiration. Her indestructible idealism grasped at the core of spiritual beauty in a life even such as this. She did not reason with herself hysterically of evil passions to be purified by asceticism, of mysterious iniquities to be washed out in her very life's blood. But the great principles of devotion and renunciation became soothing and exalting presences, before which the details of her daily task lost their toilsome or revolting aspect in a hallowed purpose. Her work was a work of piety, not only to the living, but to the beloved dead. If her father could know of what she was now doing, he would be comforted by it. If he knew that she did it for his sake, it would bring him happiness. This truth she saw, that though life be stripped of every outward charm, there may yet remain in the heart of it, like a glorious light, that which is the source of all beauty, love. She strove to make love the essence of her being. Her mother, whom it was so hard to cherish for her own sake, she would and could love because her father had done so. That father, whose only existence now was in her own, she loved with fervour which seemed to grow daily. Supreme, fostered by these other affections, exalted by the absence of a single hope for self, reigned the first and last love of her woman's soul. Every hard task achieved for love's sake rendered her in thought more worthy of him whom she made the ideal man. He would never know of the passion which she perfected to be her eternal support. But, as there is a sense of sweetness in the thought that we may be held dear by some who can neither come near us, nor make known to us their good will, so did it seem to Emily that from her love would go forth a secret influence, and that Wilfrid, all unknowing, would be blessed by her faithfulness. End of section 23, chapter 17. Recording by Shi Pinglin.
Section 24 of A Life's Mourning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. A Life's Mourning by George Gissing. Section 24, Chapter 18. A Compact. On the last day of the year, a Sunday, Dagworthy sat by his fireplace alone. Luncheon had been removed, and decanters stood within his reach, but the glass of wine which he had poured out on turning to the fire half an hour ago was still untasted. The cigar, of which he had cut the end, was still between his fingers, unlighted. For the last 3 months our friend had not lacked matter for thought. To do him justice, he had exercised his mind upon it pretty constantly. To-day he had received news which gave a fresh impulse to his rumination. Dagworthy had never, since the years of early manhood, cared much for any of the various kinds of society open to him in Dunfield, and his failure to show himself at the houses of his acquaintance for weeks together occasioned no comment. But during these last 3 months he had held so persistently aloof that people had at length begun to ask for an explanation. At all events, when the end of the political turmoil gave them leisure to think of minor matters once more. The triumphant return of Mr. Baxendale had naturally led to festive occasions. At one dinner at the Baxendales' house, Dagworthy was present, but, as it seemed, in body only. People who, in the provincial way, made old jokes last a very long time, remarked to each other with a smile that Dagworthy appeared to be in a mood which promised an item of interest in the police reports before long. One person there was who had special reason for observing him closely that evening, and even for inducing him to converse on certain subjects. This was Mrs. Baxendale. A day or 2 previously she had heard a singular story from a friend of hers, which occupied her thought not a little. It interested her to discover how Dagworthy would speak of the Hood family if led to that topic. He did not seem to care to dwell upon it, and the lady, after her experiment, imagined that it had not been made altogether in vain. With that exception, Dagworthy had kept to his mill and his house. It was seldom that he had a visitor, and those persons who did call could hardly feel that they were desired to come again. Mrs. Jenkins, of the Don tongue, ruled in the household, but had but brief interviews with her master, provided that his meals were served at the proper time. Dagworthy cared to inquire into nothing that went on outside his kennels, and even those he visited in a sullen way. His child he scarcely saw. Mrs. Jenkins discovered that to bring the bairn into its father's presence was a sure occasion of wrath, so the son and heir took lessons in his native tongue from the housekeeper and her dependents, and profited by their instruction. Dagworthy never inquired about the boy's health. Once, when Mrs. Jenkins, alarmed by certain symptoms of infantine disorder, ventured to enter the dining room and broach the subject. Her master's reply was, "Send for the doctor, then, can't you?" He had formerly made a sort of plaything of the child when in the mood for it. Now he was not merely indifferent; the sight of the boy angered him. His return home was a signal for the closing of all doors between his room and the remote nursery. Once, when he heard crying, he had summoned Mrs. Jenkins. "If you can't stop that noise," he said, "or keep it out of my hearing, I'll send the child to be taken care of in Hebsworth, or somewhere else further off, and then I'll shut up the house and send you all about your business. So just mind what I say." Of late it had become known that he was about to take a partner into his business, a member of the Legg family, a name we remember. Dunfieldians discussed the news, and revived their pleasure in speculating on the sum total of Dagworthy's fortune. But it was as one talks of possible mines of treasure in the moon. Practical interest in the question could scarcely be said to exist, for the chance of Dagworthy's remarriage seemed remoter than ever. The man was beginning to be one of those figures about whom gathers the peculiar air of mystery which ultimately leads to the creation of myths. Let him live on in this way for another 20 years, and the stories would be told of him to children in the nursery. The case of assault and battery, a thing of the far past, would probably develop into a fable of manslaughter, of murder. His wife's death was already regarded very much in that light, and would class him with Bluebeard. His house on the Heath would assume a forbidding aspect, and dread whispers would be exchanged of what went on there under the shadow of night. Was it not already beginning to be remarked by his neighbours that you met him wandering about lonely places at unholy hours, and that he shunned you like one with a guilty conscience? Let him advance in years, his face lose its broad colour, his hair grow scant and grey, his figure perchance stoop a little, his eyes acquire the malignity of miserly old age, and there you have the hero of a Dunfield legend. Even thus do such grow. But he is sitting by his fireside this New Year's Eve, still a young man, still fresh-coloured, only looking tired and lonely, and in fact meditating an attempt to recover his interest in life. He had admitted a partner to his business chiefly that he might be free to quit Yorkshire for a while, and Yorkshire for a time, and at present he was settling affairs to that end. This afternoon he expected a visit from Mr. Cartwright, who had been serving him in several ways of late, and who had promised to come and talk business for an hour. The day was anything but cheerful. At times a stray flake of snow hissed upon the fire. Already at 3 o'clock shadows were invading the room. He heard a knock at the front door, and, supposing it to be Cartwright, roused himself. As he was stirring the fire, a servant announced, instead of the father, the daughter. Jessie Cartwright appeared. "Something amiss with your father?" Dagworthy asked, shaking hands with her carelessly. "Yes, I'm sorry to say he has such a very bad sore throat that he couldn't possibly come. Oh, what an afternoon, to be sure!" "Why did you come?" was Dagworthy's not very polite inquiry. "It wasn't so important as all that. Walked all the way?" Of course. I'm afraid the wet'll drip off my cloak onto the floor. Take it off, then, and put it here by the fire to dry. He helped her to divest herself, and hung the cloak on the back of the chair. You may as well sit down. Shall I give you a glass of wine? Oh, indeed, no, no, thank you. I think you'd better have one, he said without heeding her. I suppose you've got your feet wet. I can't very well ask you to take your shoes off. Oh, they're not wet, anything to speak of, said Jessie, settling herself in a chair, as if her visit were the most ordinary event. She watched him pour the wine, putting on the face of a child who is going to be treated to something reserved for grown-up persons. What do they mean by sending you all this distance in such weather? Dagworthy said, as he seated himself and extended his legs, resting an elbow on the table. Oh, they didn't send me. I offered to come, and mother wouldn't hear of it. Well? Oh, I just slipped out of the room, and was off before anyone could get after me. I suppose I'll catch it rarely when I get back. But we wanted to know why you haven't been to see us, not even on Christmas Day. Now that, you know, was too bad of you, Mr. Dagworthy. I said you must be ill. Have you been? Oh, no. Oh, the girl exclaimed upon a sudden thought. That reminds me. I really believe Mrs. Hood is dead. At all events, the blinds were down as I came past. Yes, was the reply. She is dead. She died early this morning. Well, I never! Isn't poor Emily having a shocking Christmas? I declare, when I saw her last week, she looked like a ghost, and worse. Dagworthy gazed at the fire and said nothing. One can't be sorry that it's over, Jessie went on. Only it's so dreadful. Her father and mother dead almost at the same time. I'm sure it would have killed me. What is she going to do? Dagworthy asked slowly, almost as if speaking to himself. Oh, I dare say it'll be all right as soon as she gets over it, you know. She's a lucky girl in one way. Lucky? He raised his head to regard her. How? Oh, well, that isn't a thing to talk about, and then I don't know anything for certain. It's only what people say, you know. What do people say? He asked impatiently, though without much sign of active interest. It was rather as if her manner annoyed him than the subject of which she spoke. I don't see that it can interest you. No, I don't see that it can. Still, you may as well explain. Jessie sipped her wine. It's only they say she's engaged. To whom? A gentleman in London, somebody in the family where she was teaching. How do you know that? He asked with the same blending of indifference and annoyed persistency. Why, it's only a guess, after all. One day Barbara and I went to see her, and just as we got to the door, out comes a gentleman we'd never seen before. Of course, we wondered who he was. The next day, mother and I were in the station, buying a newspaper, and there was the same gentleman, just going to start by the London train. Mother remembered she'd seen him walking with Mrs. Baxendale in St. Luke's, and then we found he'd been staying with the Baxendales all through Emily's illness. How did you find out? You don't know the Baxendales? No, but Mrs. Gadd does, and she told us. What is his name? Mr. Athel. A queer name, isn't it? Dagworthy was silent. "Now you're cross with me," Jessie exclaimed. "You'll tell me, like you did once before, that I'm no good but to pry into other people's business." "You may pry as much as you like," was the murmured reply. "Just because you don't care what I do?" "Drink your wine, and try to be quiet just for a little." "Why?" He made no answer until Jessie asked, "Why does it seem to interest you so much?" "What? All the stuff you've been telling me? I was thinking of something quite different." "Oh?" exclaimed the girl blankly. There was a longer silence. Jessie let her eyes stray about the room, stealing a glance at Dagworthy occasionally. Presently he rose, poked the fire with violence, and drank his own wine, which had been waiting so long. "I must have out the carriage to send you back," he said, going to the window to look at the foul weather. "The carriage, indeed!" protested the girl with a secret joy. "You'll do no such thing." "I suppose I shall do as I choose," he remarked quietly. Then he came and rang the bell. "You're not really going to—" A servant answered, and the carriage was ordered. "Well, certainly, that's one way of getting rid of me," Jessie observed. "You can stay as long as you please." "But the carriage will be round." "Can't I keep it waiting half through the night if I choose? I've done so before now. I suppose I'm master in my own house." It was strictly true, that of the carriage. Once the coachman had been 5 minutes late on an evening when Dagworthy happened to be ill-tempered. He bade the man wait at the door, and the waiting lasted through several hours. The room was growing dusk. "Aren't you very lonely here?" Jessie asked, with an indescribable change in her voice. "Yes, I suppose I am. You won't make it any better by telling me so." "I feel sorry." "I dare say you do." "Of course you don't believe me. All the same, I do feel sorry." "That won't help." "No, I suppose it won't." The words were breathed out on a sigh. Dagworthy made no answer. "I'm not much better off," she continued in a low spirited voice. "Nonsense!" he ejaculated roughly, half turning his back on her. Jessie fumbled a moment at her dress, then, succeeding in getting her handkerchief out, began to press it against her eyes furtively. Strangely, there was real moisture to be removed. "What's the matter with you?" Dagworthy asked with surprise. She no longer attempted concealment, but began to cry quietly. "What the deuce has come to you, Jessie?" You speak very unkindly to me," she sobbed. "Speak unkindly? I didn't know it. What did I say?" "You won't believe when I say I'm sorry you feel lonely." "Why, confound it, I'll believe as much as you like, if it comes to that. Put that handkerchief away, and drink another glass of wine." She stood up and went to lean on the mantelpiece, hiding her face. When he was near her again, she continued her complaints in a low voice. "It's so miserable at home. They want me to be a teacher, and how can I? I never pretended to be clever, and if I'd all the lessons under the sun, I should never be able to teach French and arithmetic and those things. But I wish I could. Then I could get away from home and see new people. There's nobody I care to see in Dunfield, nobody but one." She stopped on a sob. "Who's that?" Dagworthy asked, looking at her with a singular expression from head to foot. She made no answer, but sobbed again. "What Christmas presents have you had?" was his next question, irrelevant enough, apparently.
"Oh, none. None to speak of. A few little things. What do I care for presents? You can't live on presents."
"Can't live on them? Are things bad at home?"
I didn't mean that. Of course they're bad. They're always bad nowadays. However, Barbara's going to be married in a week, and she'll be one out of the way, and of course I haven't a dress fit to be seen for the wedding."
"Why, then, get a dress. How much will it cost?" He went to a writing table, unlocked a drawer, and took out a cheque book. "Now then," he said, half jestingly, half in earnest, "what is it to be? Anything you like to say, I'll write it."
As if I wanted money.
"I can give you that. I don't see what else I can do. It isn't to be despised."
No, you can do nothing else," she said, pressing her each cheek with her handkerchief before putting it away. "Will you help me on with my cloak, Mr. Dagworthy?"
He took it from the chair and held it for her. Jessie, as if by accident, approached her face to his hand, and, before he saw her purpose, kissed his hard fingers. Then she turned away, hiding her face. Dagworthy dropped the garment and stood looking at her. He had a half contemptuous smile on his lips. At this moment it was announced that the carriage was coming round. Jessie caught at her cloak and threw it over her shoulders. Then, with sunk head, she offered to shake hands. "No use, Jessie," Dagworthy remarked quietly, without answering her gesture.
"Of course, I know it's no use," she said in a hurried voice of shame. "I know it as well as you can tell me. I wish I'd never come."
"But you don't act badly," he continued.
"What do you mean?"
she exclaimed, indignation helping her to raise her eyes for a moment.
"I'm not acting."
"You don't mean anything by it, that's all."
"No, perhaps not. Good-bye."
"Good-bye. I'm going away before very long. I dare say I shan't see you again before then."
"Where are you going to?"
"Abroad."
"I suppose you'll bring back a foreign wife," she said, with sad scornfulness.
"No, I'm not likely to do that. I shouldn't wonder if I'm away for some time, though. Perhaps a couple of years."
"Years!"
she exclaimed in astonishment. He laughed. "That startles you. I shan't be back in time for your wedding, you see." She sobbed again, averting her face.
"I shan't ever be married. I'm one of those wretched things nobody ever cares for."
"You'll have to show you deserve it. Why, you couldn't give your word and keep it for 2 years." Through this extraordinary scene, Dagworthy was utterly unlike himself. It was as if a man suffering physical agony should suddenly begin to jest and utter wild mirth. There was the same unreality in his behaviour. Through it all, the lines of his face never lost their impress of gloom. Misery had its clutch upon him, and he was driven by an inexplicable spirit of self-mockery to burlesque the subject of his unhappiness. He had no sense of responsibility, and certain instincts were strongly excited, making a kind of moral intoxication. Jessie answered his question with wide eyes. "I couldn't." "Ah!" She spoke under her breath, and with sincerity, which was not a little amusing. "It's New Year's Eve, isn't it?" Dagworthy pursued, throwing out his words at random. "Be here this day 2 years, or not, as you like. I'm going to wander about, but I shall be here on that day. That is, if I'm alive. You won't, though. Good-bye." He turned away from her and went to the window. Jessie moved a little nearer. "Do you mean that?" she asked. "Mean it?" he repeated. "Why, yes, as much as I mean anything. Be off. You're keeping that poor devil in the snow." "Mr. Dagworthy, I shall be here, and you daren't pretend to forget, or say you weren't in earnest." He laughed and waved his hand. "Be off to your carriage." Jessie moved to the door reluctantly, but he did not turn again, and she departed. End of Section 24, Chapter 18. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Section 25 of A Life's Mourning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. A Life's Mourning by George Gissing. Section 25, Chapter 19. The completion of Mischance. Upon Emily had fallen silence. The tongue which for 3 months had incessantly sounded in her ears, with notes of wailing, of upbraiding, of physical pain, of meaningless misery, was at rest forever. As she stood beside his grave, the grave whose earth had not had time to harden since it received her father, she seemed still to hear that feeble, querulous voice, with its perpetual iteration of her own name. The casting of clay upon the coffin made a sound not half so real. Returning home, she went up to the bedroom with the same hurried step with which she had been wont to enter after her brief absences. The bed was vacant. The blind made the air dim. She saw her breath rise before her. There remained but a little servant girl, who, coming to the sitting-room to ask about meals, stood crying, with her apron held to her eyes. Emily spoke to her almost with tender kindness. Her own eyes had shed but few tears. She only wept on hearing those passages read, which, by their promise of immortal life, were to her as mockery to her grief. She did not venture to look into the grave's mouth, as she dreaded lest there might be visible some portion of her father's coffin. Mrs. Baxendale, the Cartwrights, and 1 or 2 other friends had attended the funeral. At Emily's request, no one accompanied her home. Mrs. Baxendale drove her to the door and went on to Dunfield. The last link to the past was severed. Almost, it seemed, the last link with the world. A sense of loneliness grew about her heart. She lived in a vast solitude, where there came faintest echoes of lamentation, the dying resonance of things that had been. It could hardly be called grief, this drawing off of the affections, this desiccation of the familiar kindnesses, which, for the time, seemed all her being. She forced herself to remember that the sap of life would flow again, and that love would come back to her when the hand of death released her from its cruel grip. As yet she could only be sensible of her isolation, her forlorn oneness. It needs a long time before the heart can companion only with memories. About its own centre it wraps such warm folds of kindred life. Tear these away, how the poor heart shivers in its nakedness. She was alone. It no longer mattered where she lived, for her alliances henceforth were only of the spirit. She must find some sphere in which she could create for herself a new activity, for to sit in idleness was to invite dread assaults. The task of her life was an inward one, but her nature was not adapted to quiescence, and something must replace the task which had come to an end by her mother's death. Already she had shaped plans, and she dared not allow needless time to intervene before practically pursuing them. In the evening of that day, Mrs. Baxendale again came to Banbrigg. She found Emily with writing materials before her. Her object in coming was to urge Emily to quit this lonely house. "Come and stay with me," she entreated. "You shall be as unmolested as here. No one but myself shall ever come near you. Emily, I cannot go home and sleep with the thought of you here alone." "You forget," Emily replied, "that I have in reality lived alone for a long time. I do not feel it as you imagine. No, I must stay here, but not for long. I shall at once find a teacher's place again." "That is your intention?" "Yes, I shall sell the furniture, and ask the landlord to find another tenant as soon as possible. But till I go away, I wish to live in this house." Mrs. Baxendale knew that Emily's projects were not to be combated like a girl's idle fancies. She did not persevere, but let sad silence be her answer. "Would you in no case stay in Dunfield?" "No, I must leave Dunfield. I don't think I shall find it difficult to find employment." Mrs. Baxendale had never ventured to ask for the girl's confidence, nor even to show that she desired it. Emily was more perplexing to her now than even at the time of Wilfrid Athel's rejection. She consoled herself with the thought that a period of active occupation was no doubt the best means of restoring this complex nature to healthy views of life, that, at all events, it was likely to bring about an unravelling of the mysteries in which her existence seemed to have become involved. You could not deal with her as with other girls. The sources of her strength and her weakness lay too deep. Counsel to her would be a useless, an impertinent interference with her grave self-guiding. Mrs. Baxendale could but speak words of extreme tenderness, and even return whence she had come. On going away, she felt that the darkest spot of night was over that house. Emily lived at Banbrigg for more than 3 weeks. After the first few days, she appeared to grow lighter in mind. She talked more freely with those who came to see her, and gladly accepted friendly aid in little practical matters which had to be seen to. Halfway between Banbrigg and Dunfield lay the cemetery. There she passed a part of every morning, sometimes in grief, which opened all the old wounds, more often in concentration of thought, such as made her unaware of the passage of time. The winter weather was not severe. Not seldom a thin gleam of sunshine would pass from grave to grave, and give promise of spring in the sad rain
of the year's first month. Emily was almost the only visitor at the hour she chose. She had given directions for the raising of a stone at the grave head. As yet there was only the newly sodded hillock. Close at hand was a grave on which friends had placed hothouse flowers, sheltering them beneath glass. Emily had no desire to express her mourning in that way. The flower of her love was planted where it would not die. But she longed to bring her time of waiting to an end. The steps she had as yet taken had led to nothing. She had not requested Mrs. Baxendale to make inquiries for her, and her friend, thinking she understood the reason, did not volunteer assistance, nor did she hear of any particulars of the correspondence that went on. Ultimately, Emily communicated with her. She had not requested Mrs. Baxendale to make inquiries for her, and her friend, thinking she understood the reason, did not volunteer assistance, nor did she hear any particulars of the correspondence that went on. Ultimately, Emily communicated with her acquaintances in Liverpool, who were at once anxious to serve her. She told them that she would, by preference, find a place in a school, and at length they drew her attention to an advertisement which seemed promising. It was for a teacher in a girls' school near Liverpool. A brief correspondence led to her being engaged. She was in perfect readiness to depart. For a day or two she had not seen Mrs. Baxendale, and on the afternoon before the day of her leaving Banbrigg, she went to take leave of her friends. It was her intention to visit Mrs. Baxendale first, then to go on to the Cartwrights. As it rained, she walked to Pendal and took the train for Dunfield. At Dunfield station she was delayed for some moments in leaving the carriage by travellers who got out before her with complexities of baggage. To reach the exit of the station, she had to cross the line by a bridge, and at the foot of this bridge stood the porter who collected tickets. As she drew near him, her eyes fell upon a figure moving before her, that of a young man, wearing thick travelling apparel and carrying a bag. She did not need to see his face, yet, as he stopped to give up his ticket, she caught a glimpse of it. The train by which she had travelled had also brought Wilfrid to Dunfield. She turned and walked to a little distance away from the foot of the stairs. There was no room that she could enter on this platform. She dropped her black veil and seated herself on a bench. In truth, she had a difficulty in standing. Her body trembled so. For 5 minutes she remained seated, calming herself and determining what course to take. She held it for certain that Wilfrid had come at Mrs. Baxendale's bidding. But would he go to that house first, or straight to her own? With the latter purpose, he would probably have left the train at Pendal. She would have time to get home before he could come. At this moment a train was entering the station on the other side. She hurried over the bridge, and, without stopping to obtain a ticket, entered a carriage. It was not without dread lest Wilfrid might have already arrived and be waiting within for her to return that she approached the house door. Her fears were groundless. The servant told her that no one had called. "If anyone should call this evening," she said, "I cannot see them. You will say that I shall not be able to see anyone, whoever it is, till tomorrow morning." At this same hour, Mrs. Baxendale, entering a shop in Dunfield, found Dagworthy making purchases. "I shall not see you again for a long time," he said as he was leaving. "I start tomorrow on a long journey." "Out of England?" He did not specify his route, merely said that he was going far from England. They shook hands, and Mrs. Baxendale was left with a musing expression on her face. She turned her eyes to the counter. The purchase for which Dagworthy had just paid was a box of ladies' gloves. The shopman put them aside to be made into a parcel and sent away. When, half an hour later, she reached home, she was at once informed that Mr. Athel was in the drawing-room. The intelligence caused her to bite her lower lip, a way she had of expressing the milder form of vexation. She went first to remove her walking apparel, and did not hasten the process. When she at length entered the drawing-room, Wilfrid was pacing about in his accustomed fashion. "You here?" she exclaimed, with a dubious shake of the head. "Why so soon?" "So soon? The time has gone more quickly with you than with me, Mrs. Baxendale." Clearly he had not spent the last 3 months in ease of mind. His appearance was too like that which he had come from Oxford on the occasion of his breakdown. "I could bear it no longer," he continued. "I cannot let her go away without seeing her." "You'll go this evening?" "Yes, I must." "You have nothing hopeful to say to me?" Mrs. Baxendale dropped her eyes and answered, "Nothing." Then she regarded him as if in a preface to some utterance of the moment, but after all kept silence. "Has she heard of anything yet?" "I believe not. I have not seen her since Tuesday, and then she told me of nothing. But don't ask her." I know, you explained. I think you have done wisely. How is she?" "Well, seemingly." He let his feeling get the upper hand. I can't leave her again without an explanation. She must tell me everything. Have I not have a right to ask it of her? I can't live like this. I do nothing. The days pass in misery of idleness. If only in pity she will tell me all." "Don't you think it possible," Mrs. Baxendale asked, "that she has already done so?" He gazed at her blankly, despairingly. "You have come to believe that?" Her words, her manner, seemed to prove that. "I cannot say certainly. I only meant that you should be prepared to believe if she repeated it." "Yes, if she repeats it. I shall have no choice. Well, I wish to see you first. I will go to Banbrigg at once." Mrs. Baxendale seemed reluctant to let him go, yet at length she did. He was absent about an hour and a half. At his return, Mrs. Baxendale had friends with her in the drawing-room. Wilfrid ascertained it from the servant, and said that he would go to the sitting-room he had formerly occupied, and wait there till the lady was alone. She came to him before long, and learned that he had not been able to see Emily. The servant had told him that she could see no one till the next morning. Mrs. Baxendale sighed. "Then you must wait." "Yes, I must wait." He passed the night at the house. Mr. Baxendale was in London, parliamentarily occupied. At 11 the next morning he went again to Banbrigg. Again he was but a short time absent, and in his face, as he entered the drawing-room, Mrs. Baxendale read catastrophe. "She has gone," he said. "She left very early this morning. The girl has no idea where she has gone to, but she says she won't return, that she has left for good. What does this mean?" "What does it mean?" the lady repeated musingly. "I wonder. I wonder. She knew I called yesterday. I left my name. She has gone to avoid me." "That may be, but all her preparations were evidently made." "But it may not be true. The girl, of course, would say whatever she was bidden to. I don't believe that she has really gone." "I do," said Mrs. Baxendale with quiet significance. "On what grounds?" "You know more than you will tell me. Is there no one with common humanity? Why do you plot against me? Why won't you tell me what you know?" "I will, if you sit down there and endeavour to command yourself. That is, I will tell you certain things that I have heard, and something that I have seen. Then we will reason about them." Wilfrid's brow darkened. He prepared to listen. "About 6 weeks ago," the lady began, "I went to see a friend of mine, a lady who was recovering from an illness, someone who knows Emily, though not intimately. In her illness she was nursed by the same woman who helped poor Mrs. Hood when Emily was in her fever. This woman, it appears, was induced to talk about Emily, and gave it as a secret that Emily's illness had something to do with an attachment between her and Mr. Dagworthy, her father's employer. Her grounds for believing this were, first of all, the fact of Emily frequently uttering his name in her delirium, with words which seemed to refer to some mystery between them. Then the circumstance of Mr. Dagworthy's having, shortly after, left a note at the house, with special injunctions to the servant that it should be given into Emily's own hands. This story, you might imagine, surprised me not a little. A few days later Mr. Dagworthy dined with us, and I took an opportunity of talking with him. It seemed to me certain that Emily had some special place in his thoughts. I know, too, that he was particularly anxious throughout the time of her illness and that of her mother." The listener was paralyzed. "Why have you kept this from me?" he asked, indignation blending with his misery. "Because it was no better than gossip and speculation. I had no right to report such things. At all events, so it seemed to me. Now, I am going to add something which may be the wildest error, but which cannot trouble you much if you imagine that the story is true. Yesterday, just before I came home to find you were here, I met Mr. Dagworthy by chance in a draper's shop, and he told me that he was going away today, leaving England." "Today?" "Yes. And I saw that he had been buying a box of ladies' gloves." What do you mean?" Wilfrid stammered out. "I know that he has no female relatives except his wife's, who live in another part of England, and are on bad terms with him. His wife, you said. His late wife. He is a widower. Now, we may be imagining in the silliest way, but why? Wilfrid checked himself. Do I understand you? You think Emily has gone with him, has gone to be married with him? It is almost impossible seriously to think it. And you think she would shrink from being married here? For one or two reasons, at all events so soon. But is it possible to believe that she deliberately deceived you and made a pretense of seeking employment? I can't say. She never gave me any details of what she was doing. Another thing, she would not come to stay with me after her mother's funeral. Mr. Dagworthy lives on the heath, but just beyond Banbrigg. But just beyond Banbrigg, you see to what things we can be led if we begin interpreting shadows. But Emily is a mystery to me, and as I have begun, I must gossip to you all I know. Mrs. Baxendale was certainly doing more in the way of gossiping conjecture than perhaps she had ever done before. The occasion excited her, and that coincidence of Dagworthy's purchase, together with his departure this very day, struck her with a force which unsettled her usual balance of thought. Wilfrid was as ready to believe. To him there was a certain strange relief in feeling that he had at length reached the climax of his sufferings. He had only to give credence to Emily's own words. She had said that a change had come in her heart, in her life, and that she no longer loved him. Understand it he, of course, could not, nor ever would, unless he lost all faith in woman's honour. But this can either be confirmed or refuted speedily, he exclaimed. Can you not make inquiries of this Mr. Dagworthy's friends? If they know nothing yet, they will soon hear from him. Yes, I can make such inquiries, but he has a peculiar reputation in Dunfield. I think he scarcely has an intimate friend. Well, there it is at all events. Emily herself. If this story is baseless, she will be writing to you. I think so. Again, we must wait. Oh, poor Wilfrid! From my heart I feel for you. It was decided that Wilfrid should remain in Dunfield for a day or two, till news might be obtained. News came, however, sooner than was anticipated. In the afternoon a letter was delivered, posted by Emily at Pendal in the morning. She wrote to Mrs. Baxendale to say that she had left to take a place in a school, then continued. I have a reason for leaving suddenly, a reason you will understand. I should have come to say good-bye to you yesterday, but something happened to prevent me. The same reason has decided me to keep secret even from you, my dear and honoured friend, the place to which I am going. In time you shall hear from me, for I know I cannot have forfeited your love, though I fear I have given you pain. Think of me with forbearance. I do what I must do. That was all. No word for Wilfrid. "This proves it," Wilfrid said with bitter coldness. "All she says is false. She does what she is ashamed of, and lies to conceal it for a few days or weeks." "Do not let us even yet be sure," said Mrs. Baxendale, who was recovering her calmer judgment. "I am sure. Why should she keep the place secret? She fears I should follow her. Could she not but anywhere keep me off by her mere bidding? Have I been brutally importunate? What secret can exist that she might not disclose to me, that she was not bound to disclose? I thought her incapable of a breath of falsehood, but she must have deceived me from the very first. Wilfrid, that is impossible. I cannot abandon my faith in Emily. Now you speak in this way, it convinces me that we are wrong, utterly and foolishly mistaken. I believe what she says here. She has not gone with him." Wilfrid laughed scornfully. "It is too late. I can't twist my belief so quickly. I do not need that kind of comfort. Far easier to make up in my mind that I have always been fooled, as I have." He was beyond the stage at which reasoning is possible. Reaction in full flood beat down the nobler features of his mind and swamped him with the raging waters of resentment. So here was a myth well on its way to establishment, for no one could afford Mrs. Baxendale satisfactory news of Dagworthy. She would not take the only step which remained, that of openly avowing to his partner the information she desired to obtain, and getting him to make inquiries. His partner appeared to be the only person in direct communication with Dagworthy. It had to be remembered that Emily's own statement might be true, that she must not be spoken of lightly. It was said that Mr. Legge, the partner, pooh-poohed the idea that Dagworthy was secretly married, but Mr. Legge might know as little as other people. There were circles in Dunfield in which another and quite different myth grew up around the name of Emily Hood. The Cartwrights originated it. They, too, had received a mysterious note of farewell, and their interpretation was this Emily, they held, had gone to London, there to be happily married to a certain Mr. Athel, a gentleman of aristocratic appearance and enormously wealthy. Mrs. Baxendale heard this story now and again. She neither affirmed nor contradicted. Jessie Cartwright reflected much on Emily's slyness in keeping her affair so secret. She was not as envious as she would have been, but for a certain compact which she was determined should not, if it lay in her power to prevent it, be some day laughed away as a mere joke. And had she not received, on the very eve of Dagworthy's departure, a box of gloves, which could have only come from one person? The second myth holds its ground, I believe, to the present day. The more mischievous fable was refuted before very long, but only when it had borne results for Wilfrid practically the same as if it had been a truth. End of section 25, chapter 19. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Section 26 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shi Pinling. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 26, Chapter 20, Part 1. Wilfrid the Legislator. Let time and change do their work for 6 years and 6 months. Their building and their destroying. Their ripening for love, their ripening for death. Then we take our way to the capital, for behold, it is mid-season. The sun of late June is warm upon the many charioted streets, upon the parks where fashion's progress circles to the Ile Triomphe of begarden thrones, even upon the quarters where life knows but one perennial season, that of toil. The air is voiceful. Every house which boasts a drawing-room gathers its 5 o'clock choir. Every theatre, every concert-room resounds beneath the summer night. In the halls of Westminster is the culmination of sustained utterance. There, last night, the young member for Surrey Borough made his maiden speech, his name, Mr. Wilfrid Athel. The speech was better reported than such are wont to be, for it contained clever things, and quite surprisingly resembled in its tone of easy confidence and its mastery of relevant facts the deliverances of men of weight in politics. It had elicited a compliment from a leader of the opposing party. It had occasioned raisings of the eyebrows in capable judges, and had led to remarks that a young man so singularly self-possessed, so agreeably oracular, so remarkably long-headed, might be expected, in the course of some 25 years, to go far. He was, to be sure, a child, not yet 30, but there were older children in the house decidedly of less promise. Mr. Wilfrid Athel might go home, and, if he could, go to sleep, in the assurance that his career had opened. The next day, a Saturday, this finished little piece of talk was the starting point of a vast amount of less coherent speech in the drawing-room within sight of Kensington's verdure. Here Mrs. Ashley Birks did her friends the honour of receiving them, a lady well regarded in certain discriminating circles. A widow formerly, she had now been 2 years married to a barrister new in silk. We have the pleasure of knowing her, for she once bore the name of Mrs. Rossall. At 5:30, Mrs. Ashley Birks' drawing-room contained some 24 people, mostly ladies. 2 of the gentlemen present are not without interest for us. He whom you observe standing, so to speak, the focus of a concave mirror of 3 gracious dames, with his back somewhat difficultly bent, as if under ordinary circumstances he would be as upright as any Briton who owes not a penny, with very wholesome cheeks and lips which move in and out as he forms his well-rounded periods, is of course Mr. Athel the elder. He plays with his watch-guard, and is clearly in hearty mood, not at all disliking the things that are being said about a certain member of the legislature. The other is as emphatically an Englishman, but of a different type. His clothes are good, but he does not wear them with grace. He is tall and solidly built, but he walks awkwardly, and is not quite at home among these gracious ladies of the sylvan tongue, having much difficulty in expressing himself on subjects which he perfectly understands, and absolutely without faculty for speech on subjects unfamiliar to him. When we saw him last, he was in the heat of a contested election. There has been another election since then, but Mr. Baxendale still represents Dunfield. You see his wife at a little distance, still the same smooth-skinned, well-preserved lady, with goodness declaring itself upon her large and homely features. For 3 years now she has been in the habit of spending her 3 months in town, finding it lonely in Dunfield, and even nourishing a late ambition which has not been altogether futile. For there are people who have a peculiar liking for the little room in which she holds her modest gatherings. She is talking at present with a lady who, by her costume, is of the house, a lady of some 27 years or a little more, and strikingly beautiful. Beatrice Redwing has not yet changed her name, though often enough solicited to do so. When her mother died, now rather more than a year ago, she willingly accepted the shelter of Mrs. Ashley Burke's roof, as she would else have had to live alone. In one respect she has not changed. Her dress is exquisite, but to judge from her expression as she talks, she has become somewhat graver. Visitors have a special reason for regarding her with glances of curiosity and admiration. Though known to be extremely wealthy, it was rumoured that she was about to appear before the public as a vocalist, having prepared herself by a long course of the most rigid study. Her first appearance was looked forward to as an event of note in the musical world, for her native gifts were unusual, and the results of her training proportionately significant. "It must be very gratifying to you," Mrs. Baxendale had said, as she came to a chair by her niece, and began to talk of Wilfrid's success. "Yes, I am glad of it," was the quiet reply. "Will he be here this afternoon?" "I am not sure. I think so. Ah, there he is." For at that moment had come the announcement of the name they had on their lips. Beatrice's exclamation was made in a very subdued voice, but she moved slightly in her chair, and it was not within her resources to subdue the glister of her dark eyes and the warmth softly expanding upon her cheek. Mrs. Burke floated towards her nephew with airs of rightly tuned welcome. She could not, of course, make much of him, but her very familiarity made graceful claim to a share in his glory. Wilfrid was sensibly changed during the years we have allowed to pass silently by. To begin with, he had grown a beard. His health seemed finally to have established itself on a sound basis. His cheeks were growing sunny, and he showed the proportions of a very complete man. At the present moment his consciousness of regards fixed upon him heightened his colour. His fine eyes danced in light. He checked a smile, and spoke sparingly here and there. One part of his nature revelled in the joy of this foretaste of distinction. He had looked forward to it, had laboured for it. Its sweetness was beyond all telling. Triumph had been his aim as a schoolboy. He held it fitting that as a man he should become prominent amongst his fellows. This of politics was the easiest way. To be sure, he told himself that it was a way he would once have sneered at, that it was to rub shoulders with men altogether his inferiors in culture, that, had he held to the ideals of his youth, a longer, a wearier course would have been his, and the chance of a simpler, nobler crown. But he had the gift of speech, and by an effort could absorb himself as completely in blue books as in the pages of historian or poet. An hour such as this was the first of his rewards. Two there were in this assembly who turned their eyes upon him with adoration which could scarcely have fallen short of Wilfrid's utmost demands. They were his cousins, Minnie and Patty Rossall. The twins were out, very sweet girls, still too delicate in health, shadows of each other. Had they regarded Wilfrid as a mere mortal, both would have been dying for love of him. As it was, they drooped before him the veiled eyes of worshippers. A word from him made their pulses tingle blissfully throughout the day. Such was their mutual love that each schemed to win his kindness for the other, his brotherly kindness, for they never thought, had never dared to think, of anything else. Wilfrid was very gracious to them both. He shook hands with Beatrice, but neither spoke. After a few words with Mrs. Baxendale, he passed on to other ladies. Wilfrid's manner was now all that could be desired in a young man who, destined to succeed in politics, would naturally make a figure in society. He was pliant, he struck the note of good breeding, he was unsurpassed in phrasing. With ladies who chose to be superior, he could find exactly the right tone, keeping clear of pedantry, yet paying her with whom he spoke the compliment of uttering serious opinions. With a more numerous class of ladies, who neither were nor affected to be anything but delightful chatterboxes, he could frolic on the lightest airs of society gossip. He was fast making of himself an artist in talk. Woe to him if he began to discover that exertion of his brain was waste of time, since his more obvious ends could be gained equally well without it. As yet, though hints of such a mood had come to him, he did not give way to the temptations of loquacious idleness. He still worked, and purposed to work still harder. Just of late he had spent a good deal of time in rooms not exactly arranged for purposes of study, but for this there was a special reason. An hour later, when most of the visitors were departed, he went to Beatrice's corner of the room. 'When shall I call for you?' he asked, standing before her. 'Oh, but you will dine here?' She leaned forward, looking up into his face. The gaze would have intoxicated most men. Wilfrid kept his calm smile. 'No, I'm sorry to say I can't,' was his reply. 'I have things to see to at home.' 'Will 8:15 do?' 'Quite well. I need not be at the Hall before 8:45. His father came up. 'Walking my way, Wilf?' 'Yes, and in a hurry. I think we must have a hansom.' Father and son still lived together in the same house as formerly. After a brief stretch of pavement they hailed a conveyance. 'Going to St. James' Hall, I suppose?' Mr. Athel asked as they drove on. Wilfrid gave an affirmative. 'Is it the last time?' The other laughed. 'I can't say. I fear it troubles you.' Mr. Athel had, we know, long passed the time when the ardours of youth put him above the prejudices of the solid Englishman. When it was first announced to him that Beatrice was going to sing on a public platform, he screwed up his lips as if something acid had fallen upon them. He scarcely credited the story till his own eyes saw the girl's name in print. 'What the deuce!' was his exclamation. 'It would be all very well if she had to do it for her living, but she certainly owes it to her friends to preserve the decencies as long as there is no need to violate them.' The reasons advanced he utterly refused to weigh. Since then events had come to pass which gave him even a nearer interest in Miss Redwing, and his protest had grown serious. 'Why, yes,' he answered now, 'it does trouble me, and not a little. I very strongly advise you to put an end to it. Let her sing in her friends' houses. There's no objection to that. But to have her name on, great heavens, on placards! No, no, it must stop, Wilf. Every day it becomes more imperative. Your position demands that she should become a private lady.' Wilfrid knew well that the question could not be argued, and in his secret mind there was just a little tendency to take his father's view. He would never have allowed this shade of thought to appear in his speech. But was he not an Englishman, and a member of Parliament? This which had come about was inevitable. After his departure from Dunfield on that winter day when his life seemed crushed, he had for a long time not even sought to hear of Emily. He did not write to Mrs. Baxendale, and from her had no letters. Correspondence between them only recommenced some 10 months later, when Wilfrid had finally left Oxford, and then there was no mention on either side of the old troubles. Wilfrid began by writing that he had thoughts of taking up politics. His father advised him to the step, and the other friends seconded the recommendation. "I really believe I can talk," he said, and Mrs. Baxendale smiled at the confession. 3 months more went by. Then Wilfrid at length asked plainly whether Emily had sent any news of herself, or whether the suspicions had proved grounded. The reply was this: "As I knew perfectly well as soon as I came to my senses, Emily had told us the truth. I heard from her for the first time nearly half a year ago, but as she appealed to my honour not to disclose the place of her abode, I thought it needless to speak to you on the subject before you yourself seemed desirous of hearing. She is teaching in a school, and I am convinced that the story we together concocted was based on some utter mistake. I don't think she was ever related to that man in the way we thought, but it is more than probable that there was some mystery about her father's death in which Mr. D. was concerned. I cannot imagine what it could be. Something it was which to Emily's mind imposed upon her a necessity of breaking her engagement. I have spoken to her of you, have asked her directly if she still thinks her decision final. She assures me most solemnly that it is. I therefore advise you once for all to accept this. I am convinced she will never waver. Try to forget her. There is no choice. I don't think I am likely to see her again for a very long time, if ever, and our correspondence will be very slight, for I know she wishes it so. Let this then close a sad, sad story." There was indeed no choice, as far as outward relations went, but so profound a passion was not to be easily outgrown. The view which makes first love alone eternally valid derives from a conception of the nature of love which out of the realm of poetry we may not entertain. But it sometimes happens that the first love is that which would at any period of life have been the supreme one, and then it doubtless attains a special intensity of hold from the fact of its being allied with the earliest outbursts of physical passion. Above all, it is thus if the attachment has been brought about by other charms than those of mere personal beauty. Emily could not be called beautiful in the ordinary acceptation of the word. For all that, her face grew to possess for Wilfrid a perfection of loveliness beyond anything that he would ever again see in the countenance of fairest woman. Had he been markedly susceptible to female beauty, it is certain that he would have fallen in love with Beatrice Redwing long before he ever saw Emily. For Beatrice was fair to look upon as few girls are. He had not done so. He had scarcely, a strange thing, been tempted to think of doing so. That is to say, it needed something more to fire his instincts. The first 5 minutes that he spent in Emily's presence made him more conscious of womanhood than years of constant association with Beatrice. This love, riveting itself among the intricacies of his being, could not be torn out, and threatened to resist all piecemeal extraction. Wilfrid regained the command of his mind, and outwardly seemed recovered beyond all danger of relapse. But he did not deceive himself into believing that Emily was henceforth indifferent to him. He knew that to stand again before her would be to declare again his utter bondage, body and soul. He loved her still, loved her as his life. He desired her as passionately as ever. She was not often in his thoughts. No more is the consciousness of the processes whereby our being supports itself. But he had only to let his mind turn to her, and he scoffed at the hope that any other could ever be to him what Emily had been, and was, and would be. He saw very little of Beatrice, but it came to his ears that her life had undergone a change in several respects, that she spent hours daily in strenuous study of music, and was less seen in the frivolous world. No hint of the purpose Beatrice secretly entertained ever reached him till, long after, the purpose became action. He felt that she shunned him, and by degrees he thought he understood her behaviour. Wilfrid had none of the vulgarest vanity. Another man would long ago have suspected that this beautiful girl was in love with him. Wilfrid had remained absolutely without a suspicion of the kind. He had always taken in good faith her declared aversion to his views. He had believed that her nature and his own were definitely irreconcilable. This was attributable, first of all, to his actual inexperience in life, then to the seriousness with which he held those views which Beatrice vowed detestable. He too was an idealist, and in many respects destined to remain so throughout his life. For he would never become, on the one hand, the coldly critical man who dissects motives, his own and those of others, to the last fibre, nor yet the superficial cynic who professes, and half believes, that he can explain the universe by means of a few maxims of cheap pessimism. So he took, and continued to take, Beatrice's utterances without any grain of scepticism, and consequently held it for certain that she grew less friendly to him as she grew older. Was it Mrs. Baxendale or Mrs. Birks who at length gave him the hint which set his mind at work in another direction? Possibly both about the same time, seeing that it was the occasion of Mrs. Baxendale's first making acquaintance with his aunt that dated the beginning of new reflections in Wilfrid. One or other of these ladies, of course it was managed so delicately that he really could not have determined to which of them he owed the impulse, succeeded in suggesting to him that he had missed certain obvious meanings in Beatrice's behaviour whilst he resided with her at Dunfield. Certainly, when he looked back at those days from his present standpoint, Beatrice did appear to have conducted herself singularly, the mode of her departure and leave-taking being above all curious. Was it possible that? The question formed itself at last, and was the beginning of conviction. He sought Beatrice's society, at first merely for the sake of resolving his doubts, and behold, she no longer shrank from him as formerly. Of course he might take it for granted that she knew the details of his story, seeing that her closest intimates, Mrs. Baxendale and Mrs. Birks, were ignorant of none of them. Had she then waited for signs of his freedom? Did his revival of the old tone in their conversations strike her as something meant to be significant, meant to convey to her certain suggestions? It was so in point of fact, and Wilfrid could not be long, his eyes now open, without convincing himself that the girl loved him ardently, that it cost her struggles with herself to avoid a revelation of her feeling. How did it affect him? Naturally, he was flattered. It afforded another instance of his lordship among men. A woman whom others longed for desperately and in vain, was his when he chose to extend his hand to her. He saw, too, an appropriateness in the chance which offered him such a wife. Beatrice was in harmony with the future to which he aspired. Her property joined to his would make him so wealthy that he might aim almost at anything. Political and social progress would aid each other, both rapid. Beatrice was in many respects brilliant. There was no station that she would not become. She had the tastes and habits of society. He compared her with his career. She represented worldly success. The things which glitter on the outside, action, voice, even her magnificent powers of song, he used as parallel, the gods forgive him, to his own forensic abilities. Supposing he must marry early, and not rather expect the day when he might bid for a partner from a rank considerably above his own, Beatrice was clearly the one wife for him. She would devote herself with ardour to his worldly interests, for he began to understand that the divergence of her expressed views meant little in comparison with her heart's worship, and would enable him immediately to exchange the social inferiority of bachelor life for the standing of a man with his own very substantial roof-tree. She would have her drawing-room, which might be made a salon, where politics and art might rule alternately. This was doing injustice to Beatrice, and Wilfrid felt it, but it was thus he regarded her as in distinction from the woman who should have been his wife. She typified his chosen career, that other path which had lain open to him, the path of intellectual endeavour, of idealism incompatible with loud talk, of a worship which knew no taint of time-serving, that for ever was represented by the image of the woman he had lost. Her memory was encompassed with holiness. He never heard the name she bore without a thrill of high emotion, the touch of exalted enthusiasm. Emily was written in starlight. Those aspects of her face which had answered to the purest moments of his rapturous youth were as present as if she had been his daily companion. He needed no picture to recall her countenance. Often he had longed for the skill of an artist, that he might portray that grave sweetness, that impassioned faith, to be his soul's altar-piece. Lost, lost, and with her lost the uncompromising zeal of his earliest manhood. Only too consciously he had descended to a lower level. Politics tempted him because they offered a field in which he could exercise his most questionable faculty, and earn with it a speedy return of the praise to which he was so susceptible. It marks his position to state that, when politics began seriously to hold his thoughts, he was with difficulty able to decide to which party he should attach himself. To be sure, if names could be taken as sufficient, he was a Liberal, a Radical. But how different his interpretation of such titles from that they bore to men of affairs! Respect for the masses he had none. Interest in their affairs he had none either. On the other hand, the tone of uninstructed conservatism, that is to say, of the party so stamped, he altogether despised. The motive which ultimately decided him to declare himself a Liberal was purely of sentiment. He remembered what Mrs. Baxendale had said about the hardships of poorhood, and consequently allied himself with those who professed to be the special friends of the toiling multitude. From the first he talked freely with Beatrice of his projects. He even exaggerated to her the cynicism with which he framed and pursued them. He could never have talked in this way to Emily. With Beatrice the tone did not injure him in the least, partly because she did not take it altogether seriously, yet more owing to the habit of mind whereby women in general subordinate principle to the practical welfare of the individual. If Wilfrid found a sphere for the display of his talents, Beatrice earned nothing to dwell upon abstract points. Politics were a recognized profession for gentlemen, and offered brilliant prizes. That was enough. She was pleased, on the whole, that his line should be one of moderation. It was socially advantageous. It made things pleasant with friends of the most various opinions. That Wilfrid took her into his confidence was to her a great happiness. In secret she felt it would be the beginning of closer intimacy, of things which women, heaven be praised, esteem of vastly more importance than intellectual convictions or the interests of party. But it was long, very long, before Wilfrid could bring himself to pass the line which separates friendship from love making. Of passion his nature had no lack, but it seemed to be absorbed in memory. He shrank from the thought of using to another those words he had spoken to Emily. One of the points of intense secret sympathy between Emily and himself was the chastity of temperament. Constitutionally incapable of vice, he held in repugnance even that degree of materialism in the view of sexual relations which is common to men who have grown their beards. Not only had a coarse word never passed his lips, he intensely disliked the frivolous way of discussing subjects which to him were more sacred than any other. When he had decided with himself that it was his destiny to wed Beatrice, he had a positive fear of taking the step from which there would be no return. Before he could do so, he must have utterly broken with the past, and how could that ever be? He had not even moments of coldness in his thought of Emily. It was beyond his power to foresee the day when she would have become to him a mere symbol of something that was. Suppose that some day, when married, he again met her. In spite of everything, he did not believe that she had ceased to love him. Somewhere she still kept her faith, martyred by the incomprehensible fate which had torn her from his arms. To meet her again would be to forget every tie save that holiest which made one of his spirit and of hers. End of Section 26, Chapter 20, Part 1. Recording by Shi Pingling. Section 27 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shi Pingling. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 27, Chapter 20, Part 2. One day, it was during the second season which Mrs. Baxendale passed in London. He went to his friend and asked her where Emily was. Mrs. Baxendale was too quick for him. Wilfrid thought he had put his question unexpectedly, but the lady was ready for such a question at any moment, and she replied, with appearance of absolute sincerity, that she had no knowledge of Emily's place of abode. "Where was she last, when you last heard from her?" Wilfrid asked, in surprise at an answer so unanticipated. Mrs. Baxendale named a town in Yorkshire. She had begun with a calculated falsehood, and had no scruple in backing it up by others. "What can it concern you, Wilfrid?" she continued. "Shall I confess my weakness? I mentioned your name in a letter to her. The result was this complete ending of our correspondence. Now, will not even that satisfy you?" He did not doubt what he was told. Mrs. Baxendale's character for veracity stood high. It was solely out of regard for Wilfrid that she allowed herself to mislead him. For by this time it seemed obvious that Beatrice was drawing near to her reward, and Mrs. Baxendale, with pardonable error, took this last inquiry about Emily for a piece of conscientiousness which, once satisfied, Wilfrid would hold on his course to a happy haven. "She has given him up," was her self-justification. Beatrice now would suffer no less than she has done. "Then tell me one thing more," Wilfrid pursued. "What has become of that man Dagworthy?" "That I can easily do. Long ago he married a young lady of Dunfield." "Then what did it mean?" "What did it mean?" Mrs. Baxendale merely shook her head. A few months later Beatrice astonished everyone by her first appearance as a public singer. Wilfrid had as little anticipated such a step as any other of Beatrice's friends. What was about to happen only became known a day or two in advance. Mrs. Ashley Birks was paralyzed with horror. She implored, she reasoned, she put on her face of cold anger. Mr. Athel cried, "What the deuce!" and forthwith held a serious colloquy with his son. Wilfrid experienced a certain joy, only tempered with anxiety as to the result of the experiment. If it proved a success, he felt that the effect upon himself would be to draw him nearer to Beatrice. But it must be a great success. He calculated on imaginative inferences, as other men do on practical issues. Beatrice acknowledged as more than an amateur, perchance publicly recognized as really a great singer, would impress him in a new way. He might overcome his impartial way of regarding her. The result, outwardly, answered his fullest hopes. Beatrice had not idly risked what would have been a deplorable fiasco. She had the encouragement of those who did not speak in vain, and her ambition had fired itself as she perceived the results of her conscientious labour. Her nervousness throughout the day of the concert was terrible, but little less than her life depended on the result, and at the hour of trial she was strong to conquer. Very far behind her, as she stepped out to that large audience, were the dilettante successes of drawing-room and charitable concerts. She smiled at all that flow. Since then she had unlearned so much and wrought with such humility. But what she strove for was won. She knew it in the grasp of Wilfrid's hand when he led her to her carriage. Her veil was down; behind it she was sobbing. "Am I nothing more than a frivolous woman now?" she said, leaning to him from the carriage. Wilfrid could make no answer, and she was whirled away from him. He went to her the next day, and asked her to be his wife. Beatrice looked him in the face long and steadily. Then she asked, "Do you love me, Wilfrid?" "I love you." Another word trembled on her tongue, but the temptation of her bliss was too great. The contained ardour of long years had its way, sweeping doubt and memory before it. "For your sake I have done it all. What do I care for a whole world's praise, compared with one word of recognition from you? You remember the morning when you told me of my faults, when we all but seemed to quarrel. Ah, I have faults in abundance still, but have I not done one thing worth doing, done it thoroughly, as not every one could? I am not only a woman of the world, of society and fashion. Do I not know how contemptible that is? But only you could raise me above it." He left her in a bewildered state. She had excited, impassioned him. But how strange it all was after those other scenes of love! It seemed so of the earth. The words he had spoken rang over again in his ears, and stirred his blood to shame. He could not say whether in truth he loved her or not. Was it enough to feel that he could cherish her with much tenderness, and intoxicate himself in gazing on her perfect face? Women are so different. Emily had scarcely spoken when he made known to her his love. Could he ever forget that awe-struck face, dimly seen in the moonlight. Her words to the end had been few; it was her eyes that spoke. Beatrice was noble, and had a heart of gold. Was there not heaven in that ardour of hers? If only it had been his soul's desire. Henceforth it must be. She loved him, and he must not wrong her. Alas, the old name alone, was still star written. He passed with her the afternoon of each Sunday. Mrs. Birks' house was a large one, and Beatrice had abundance of room to herself. Thither Wilfrid took his way on the Sunday which we have reached, the day following his drawing room triumph. Already he was a little ashamed of himself. He was experiencing again the feeling which had come over him after his first speech to a political meeting. As he went home that night, a demon in his head kept crying, "Clap trap, clap trap," and there was no silencing the voice. He had talked to the intelligence of the mob. Now his talk had been addressed to the representatives of the mob. If the demon did not cry so loudly, it was only because he was weary of his thankless task. Beatrice was a superb coquette, but only for the man she loved. For these Sunday afternoons she attired herself divinely. Wilfrid had learned to expect a new marvel at each of his comings. To-day she wore her favourite colour, a dark blue. Her rising to meet him was that of a queen who bathed an honoured guest. The jewels beneath her long dark lashes were as radiant as when first she heard him say, "I love you." All the impulses of her impetuous character had centred on this one end of her life. Her eccentricities had tamed themselves in the long discipline of frustrated desire. The breath of her body was love. About her stole a barely perceptible perfume, which invaded the senses, which wrapped the heart in luxury. Wilfrid dropped on one knee before her and kissed her hand. 'You are in a happy mood,' Beatrice said. 'Who has been telling you the last flattery?' 'I have seen no one to day. If I look happy, should I not?' She drew her finger along the line of his eyebrow. 'How does your picture get on?' 'I have to give 2 sittings next week. Thank goodness they are the last.' 'Oh, why wasn't it in time for the Academy? But it must go next year.' Wilfrid laughed as he seated himself opposite to her. 'I'm not sure after all that you are happy,' she said, leaning her head a little aside as she gazed at him. 'Now you are thoughtful, I suppose you will be more and more thoughtful.' 'Deep on his front engraven deliberation sat, and public care,' quoted Wilfrid, with a little weary of the lips. 'This, you know, is one of the penalties of greatness.' She seemed about to rise, but it was only to slip forward and sink upon her knees by his side, her arms embracing him. It was like the fall of fair waters, so gracefully impulsive, so self-abandoning. 'Not one kiss to day?' she murmured, her voice like the dying of a flute. And she raised to him a face lit from the inmost sanctuary of love. 'You are as beautiful,' he said, 'as any woman of whom fable ever told. Your beauty frightens me. It is sometimes more than human, as though the loveliest Greek goddess suddenly found breath and colour in the light of eyes.' Beatrice threw her head far back, laughing silently. He saw the laughter dance upon her throat. 'My love, my own,' she whispered, 'say you love me.' 'Dearest, I love you.' 'Ah, the words make my heart flutter so. I am glad that I have beauty. But for that you would never have loved me. Let me hide my face as I tell you. I used to ask myself whether I was not really fairer than other women. I thought, I hoped, but you were so indifferent. Wilfrid, how long I have loved you! I was quite a young girl when I loved you first. That, I said, shall be my husband, or I will never have one. And I knew so little how to win your thought. How ashamed it makes me to think of things I said and did in those days.' She was silent, leaning her head against his shoulder. 'Do you ever think of me as I was at Dunfield?' she asked presently, with timid utterance, hardly above her breath, risking what she had never yet dared. 'No,' he answered. 'I think of the present.' His voice was a little hard, from the necessity of commanding it. 'You did not know that I loved you then. Think of me, pity me.' He made no answer. Beatrice spoke again, her face veiled against him, her arms pressing closer. 'You love me with perfect love? I have your whole heart?' 'I love you only, Beatrice.' 'And with love as great as you ever knew? Say that to me, Wilfrid, say that.' She clung to him with passion which was almost terrible. 'Forgive me. Only remember that you are my life, my soul. I cannot have less than that.' He would have been cased in triple brass if music such as this had not melted into his being. He gave her the assurance she yearned for, and in giving it, all but persuaded himself that he spoke the very truth. The need of affirming his belief drew from him such words as he had the secret of. Beatrice sighed in an anguish of bliss. 'Oh, let me die now! It is only for this that I have lived.' Wilfrid had foreseen and dreaded this questioning. From any woman it was sooner or later to be expected, and Beatrice was as exacting as she was passionate. She knew herself, and strove hard to subdue these characteristics which might be displeasing to Wilfrid. Her years of hopelessness, of perpetual self-restraint, were of aid to her now. 3 months had passed without a word from her which directly revived the old sorrows. Her own fear of trenching on indiscretion found an ally in Wilfrid's habitual gravity. Her remark, at their meeting, on his mood, was in allusion to a standing pleasantry between them. She had complained that he seldom looked really happy in her presence. It was true, his bearing, as a rule, was more than sober. Beatrice tormented herself to explain this. He was not in ordinary intercourse so persistently serious, though far more so than he had been in earlier years. The change dating, as Beatrice too well had marked, from the time of his supreme misery. With the natural and becoming gravity of mature age there mingled a very perceptible strain of melancholy. You felt it in his laugh, which was seldom hearty. It made his sprightliness in social hours more self-conscious than it might have been. Beatrice had always felt towards him a very real humility, even when the goading of her unrequited love drove her into a show of scornful opposition. Herself conscious of but average intelligence, and without studious inclinations, she endowed him with acquisitions as vast as they were vague to her discernment. She knew that it would always lie beyond her power to be his intellectual companion. Therefore she desired to be before everything womanly in his eyes, to make the note of pure sentiment predominate in their private relations to each other. She had but won him by her artistic faculty. She could not depend upon that to retain and deepen his affection. Her constant apprehension was lest familiarity should diminish her charm in his eyes. Wilfrid was no less critical than he had ever been. She suspected that he required much of her. Did he seek more than she would eventually be able to give? Was she exhausting the resources of her personal charm? Such thoughts as these made curious alternations in her manner towards him. One day she would endeavour to support a reserve which should surpass his own; another, she lost herself in bursts of emotion. The very care which she bestowed upon her personal appearance was a result of her anxiety on this point. In the last resort she knew herself to be beautiful, and to her beauty he was anything but insensible. Yet such an inference was wretchedly insufficient. She must have his uttermost love, and never yet had she attained full assurance of possessing it. Little did Wilfrid suspect the extent to which her thoughts were occupied with that faint, far off figure of Emily Hood. It was her despair that she had known Emily so slightly. She would have desired to study to the depths the woman who had possessed such a secret of power. In personal charm Emily could not compare with her, and yet the distinction struck her hard. That was perhaps only true if personal charm merely meant charm of person, for she herself had experienced something of the strange impressiveness which men of imagination submitted to in Emily's presence. Where did it lie, this magic? It was indefinite, indefinable. Perhaps a tone of the voice represented it, perhaps a smile, which meant, of course, that it was inseparable from her being, from her womanhood. Could one attribute to Emily, even after the briefest acquaintance, a thought, an instinct which conflicted with the ideal of womanly purity? Was not her loveliness of the soul? Moreover, she was intellectual beyond ordinary women. For Wilfrid that must have been a rich source of attraction. Scarcely less than the image of Wilfrid himself was that of Emily, a haunting presence in Beatrice's life. Recently she had spoken of her both with Mrs. Birks and Mrs. Baxendale. It cost her something to do so, but both of these had known Emily with intimacy, and might perhaps tell her more than she herself remembered or could divine. Mrs. Birks was disposed to treat Emily with little seriousness. 'You make the strangest mistake,' she said, 'if you think that was anything but a boy's folly. To be sure, the folly got very near the point of madness; that was because opposition came in its way. Wilfrid has for years thought as little of her as of the man in the Moon's Wife, if he has one. You are surely not troubling yourself, what?' Beatrice had thereupon retired into herself. 'You misunderstand me,' she said rather coldly. 'It was only a recollection of something that had seemed strange to me at the time.' Mrs. Baxendale held another tone, but even she was not altogether sincere. Naturally it was impossible to be so. To begin with, she gave Beatrice to understand, even as she had Wilfrid, that she had now for some time lost sight of Emily, and consequently that the latter was less actually interesting to her than was in fact the case. With her aunt Beatrice could be more unreserved. She began by plainly asking whether Mrs. Baxendale thought Wilfrid's regret had been of long endurance. A woman in Beatrice's position clearly could not, in talking to another, even suppose the case that the regret still endured. Her aunt honestly replied that she believed he had suffered long and severely. 'But,' she added with characteristic tact, 'I did not need this instance, my dear, to prove to me that a first love may be only a preparation for that which is to last through life. I could tell you stories, but I haven't my grandmother's cap on at present.' Mrs. Baxendale was, in truth, a grandmother by this time, and professed to appreciate the authority she derived from the circumstance. That has drawn Beatrice out. She was strong minded, or very weak, I really don't know which. Yes,' mused Beatrice, 'she was a problem to you. You never troubled yourself to puzzle over my character, aunt.' When a stream is of lovely clearness, Beatrice, we do not find it hard to determine the kind of ground it flows over.' 'I will owe you a kiss for that,' said the girl, blushing hot with very joy. 'But you are a flatterer, dear aunt, and just now I am very humble in spirit. I think great happiness should make us humble, don't you? I find it hard to make out my claim to it. Be humble still, dear, and the happiness will not be withdrawn.' 'I do like to talk with you,' Beatrice replied. 'I never go away without something worth thinking of.' Humility she strove to nourish. It was a prime virtue of woman, and would sweeten her being. Unlike Emily, she was not inspired with an ardent idealism independently of her affections. With love had begun her conscious self-study, and love alone exalted her. Her many frivolous tendencies she had only overcome by dint of long endeavour to approach Wilfrid's standard. If in one way this was an item of strength, in another it indicated a very real and always menacing weakness. Having gained that to which her every instinct had directed itself, she made the possession of her bliss an indispensable factor of life. To lose it would be to fall into nether darkness, into despair of good. So whittled, there would be no support in herself. She knew it, and the knowledge at moments terrified her. Even her religious convictions, once very real and strong, had become subordinate. Her creed, though she durst not confess it, was that of earthly love. Formerly she had been thrown back on religious emotion as a solace, an anodyne. For that reason the tendencies inherited from her mother had at one time reached a climax of fanaticism. Of late years music had been her resource, the more efficient in that it ministered to hope. By degrees even her charitable activity had diminished. Since her mother's death she had abandoned the habit of district visiting. As confidence of the one supreme attainment grew in her, the mere accessories of her moral life were allowed to fall away. She professed no change of opinion, indeed underwent none, but opinion became, as with most women, distinct from practice. She still pretended to rejoice as often as she persuaded Wilfrid to go to church, but it was noticeable that she willingly allowed his preference for the better choral services, and seemed to take it for granted that the service was only of full efficacy when performed together with her. 'Let me die now; it is only for this that I have lived.' The cry came from her very heart. For once Wilfrid had been overcome, had thrown off his rather sad-coloured wooing, had uttered such words as her soul yearned for. Yet she had scarcely time to savour her rapture before that jealousy of the past mingled itself with the sensation. Even such words as these he must have used to her, and had they not perchance come more readily to his lips? Was he by nature so reserved? Or, the more probable thing, was it that she failed at other times to inspire him? How had she been used to behave, to speak? In her incessant brooding upon the details of Wilfrid's first affection, Beatrice had found one point which never lost its power to distract her. It was the thought of all the correspondence that must have passed between him and Emily. What had become of those letters? Had they been mutually returned? It was impossible to discover. Not even to her aunt could she put such a question as that, and it might very well be that Mrs. Baxendale knew nothing certainly. If the story, as she Beatrice had heard it, was quite accurate, it seemed natural to suppose that Emily had requested to have her letters returned to her when she declared that the engagement must be at an end. But Wilfrid had refused to accept that declaration, and would he not also have refused to let the writing, which was so precious to him, leave his hands. In that case he probably had the letters still. Perhaps he still read them at times. Would it be possible, even after marriage, to speak of such a subject with Wilfrid? She had constantly tried to assure herself that, even if he had kept the pledges through all these years, a sense of honour would lead Wilfrid to destroy them when he gave and received a new love. In moments when it was her conscious effort to rise to noble heights, to be as pure a woman as that other, for Beatrice never sought the base comfort of refusing to her rival that just homage, she would half persuade herself that no doubt lingered in her mind. It was right to destroy the letters, and whatever was right Wilfrid must have done. But she could not live at all hours in that thin air. The defects of her blood were too enduring. Jealousy came back from its brief exile, and was more insinuating than ever, its suggestions more maddening. By a sort of reaction, these thoughts assailed her strongly in the moments which followed her outbursts of passion and Wilfrid's response. Yet she could not, durst not, frame words to tell him of her suffering. It was to risk too much. It might strike a fatal blow at his respect for her. Even those last words she had breathed with dread, involuntarily. Already, perhaps, she had failed in the delicacy he looked for, and had given him matter for disagreeable thought as soon as he left her. She rose at length from her kneeling attitude, and leaned back in her chair with a look of trouble scarcely veiled. Wilfrid did not notice it. He had already begun to think of other matters. 'Beatrice,' he began, 'there's a subject I have avoided speaking of, thinking you might perhaps be the first to mention it. Do you wish to continue your singing?' She smiled, and did not seem to attach great importance to the question. 'It is for you to decide,' she answered. 'You know why I began it. I am ready to say my farewell whenever you bid me. But what is your own feeling? I suppose you would, in any case, seize at our marriage. You are not ashamed of it?' 'It is true,' he replied humorously, 'that I am a member of the British House of Commons. But I beg you won't think too meanly of me. I protest that I have still something of my old self.' 'That means you are rather proud than ashamed. How long,' she went on to ask, lowering her eyes, 'is the British House of Commons likely to sit?' 'Probably the talk will hold out for some 7 or 8 weeks longer.' 'May I sing the 2 remaining engagements, if I take no more after those?' 'To be sure you must. Let it stand so, then.' She fell back into her brooding. 'Now, I too have something to ask,' she said after a short silence. 'Whatever you ask is already granted. Don't be too hasty, it's more than you think.' 'Well?' 'I want you to give me some work to do for you, to let me come and sit with you in your study some mornings and write things for you.' Wilfrid laughed cheerily. 'If I had a regard for my dignity,' he said, 'I certainly shouldn't let you. What will become of my pretence of work when you are let into the secrets? But come, by all means. You shall digest a blue book for me.' 'When? To morrow morning?' 'If you will.' Beatrice was satisfied. End of Section 27, Chapter 20, Part 2. Recording by Shi Pingning.
Section 28 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 28. Chapter 21. Dangerous Relics. Beatrice is coming to act as my secretary this morning. Wilfrid said to his father as they sat at breakfast on Monday.
"Is she?"
remarked Mr. Athel dryly.
"It had struck me that you were not very busy just now,"
he added by way of natural comment. The junior smiled.
"By the way, she has only 2 more engagements. Then it ceases." "I am glad to hear it,"
said his father with much satisfaction.
"After all,"
observed Wilfrid, "you must remember that everyone knows she doesn't sing for a living. Art, you know, is only contemptible when it supports the artist."
Well, well, file your epigrams by all means. But we live in the world, Wilf. Criticise as smartly as you like. The danger only begins when you act upon your convictions.
At 10:30, Beatrice arrived. She came into the study with a morning colour on her cheeks, threw off her mantle and hat, and let Wilfrid draw off her gloves, which somehow took a long time in the doing. She was full of bright, happy talk, most of it tending to show that she had already given the attention to the morning's leaders which was becoming in a politician's betrothed. "Do you smoke whilst you are at work?" she asked, descending from those high themes.
"I allow myself a few cigarettes."
"Cigarettes? Surely that is too frivolous an accompaniment."
"Oh, it is only when I am musing upon the arguments of the opposition."
"I see." Beatrice took the reply quite seriously. "But where is the blue book you want me to digest?" Wilfrid shook his head, looking at her with a smile. "You think me incompetent, but at least try me. I shan't spoil anything."
"An illustration drawn from the art of millinery, I imagine."
"Don't be unkind. I'm afraid you wouldn't let me write your letters."
"By Jove, an excellent idea. Here's one of the free and independent electors of G. Writes to ask what my views are on the subject of compulsory vaccination. Do pen a reply, and I'll sign it."
"But what am I to say?"
"The ghost of Jenner alone knows I offer it as an opportunity to show your fitness for this post. You have applied to me for work, Miss Redwing, I think your name is?"
He assumed the air of one applied to. "It is, sir."
Come, that's far too jaunty. You don't at all understand the position of the person applying for work. You must be profoundly depressed. There must be half a tear in your eye. You must look hungry."
"Oh dear, I had such an excellent breakfast."
"Which clearly disqualifies you for the post you seek. However, Miss Redwing, I think you said?"
"I did, sir."
"Vastly better. The applicant must always be a little ashamed of his name. They learn that, you know, from the way in which they are addressed by employers. Well, I'll give you a hint. Tell him he's an ass, or he wouldn't have needed to ask my opinion."
"Am I to put that into parliamentary language?"
"Precisely."
"And say nothing more definite?"
"Really, Miss Redwing, I begin to doubt the genuineness of your testimonials. You surely have learnt that the first essential of the art of public letter writing is to say nothing whatever in as convincing a manner as possible."
"But if I tell him he's a donkey?"
"You fear it will be deviating into truth. There's something in that. Say, then, that the matter is occupying my gravest attention, and that I hope to be able to reply definitely in the course of a few weeks."
"Very well. Where may I sit?"
"But I can't use a quill, dear boy." Miss Redwing.
Oh, I forgot myself. Have you a nice fine point? Not too hard?
Let me see.
Wilfrid unlocked one of the drawers in his desk. As he drew it out, Beatrice stole to him and peeped into the drawer. "How neat, Wilfrid!" she exclaimed. "What a pretty pocket-book that is lying there. Do let me look at it."
It was a morocco case, with an elastic band round it. Beatrice stretched her hand towards it, but he arrested her movement. "No, no," he said playfully. "We can't have prying. Here are the pens."
"But do let me look at the case, Wilfrid." He began to close the drawer. Beatrice laid her hand on it.
"My aunt gave it me long ago," Wilfrid said, as if to dismiss the subject. "Mind, I shall trap your fingers."
"I'm sure you won't do that. But I do want to see it. The smell of Morocco is so delicious. Just one whiff of it."
"Then you want to smell it, not to see it. If you're good, you shall before you go away."
"No, but now, Wilfrid."
He was pretending to squeeze her fingers in the shutting of the drawer. She would not undo her grasp.
"Why mayn't I, Wilfrid?"
She looked at him. His expression was graver than became the incident. He was trying to smile, but Beatrice saw that his eyes and lips were agitated.
"Why mayn't I?"
she repeated. "Oh, if you insist," he exclaimed, moving back a step or two. "Of course you may."
She took up the case and looked at it on either side. "There are letters in it?" she said, without raising her eyes.
"Yes, I believe there are letters in it."
"Important, I suppose?"
"I dare say. I suppose I had some reason for putting them there." He spoke with apparent indifference, and turned to light a cigarette. Beatrice put back the case and closed the drawer. "Here is notepaper," Wilfrid said, holding some to her. She took it in silence and seated herself. Wilfrid was tempted to pursue the jest, but she could not reply. She sat as if about to write. Her eyes were drooped, and her mouth had settled itself hard. Wilfrid affected to turn over papers in search for something, still standing before the table. "You find it difficult to begin," he said. "Pray call him dear sir. Society depends upon that, dear."
"A word easily used," remarked Beatrice, in a low voice, as if she were thinking. He cast a glance at her, then seated himself. He was at the side of the table, she at the end. After a moment of silence, she leaned forward to him.
"Wilfrid," she said, trying to smile, "what letters are those, dear?"
"Of what possible moment can that be to you, Beatrice?"
"It seems I can't help thinking they are. Letters which you value particularly. Might I not know?"
He looked away to the window.
"Of course, if you tell me I am rude,"
Beatrice continued, pressing her pen's point upon the table,
"I have no answer."
"Well, yes," he replied at length, as if having taken a resolve. "They are letters that I have put apart for a special reason. And now, shall we forget them?" His tone was not altogether suave. About his nostrils
there was a suspicion of defiance. He forced himself to meet her gaze steadily. The effort killed a smile. "We will cease to think of them," Beatrice answered, implying a distinction. A minute later he saw that she laid down her pen and rose. He looked up inquiringly. "I don't feel able to do anything this morning," she said. Wilfrid made no reply. She went to the chair on which her hat and mantle lay. "You are not going?" he asked in a tone of surprise. "I think so. I can't be of use to you," she added impulsively. "I have not your confidence." He let her throw the mantle over her shoulders. "Beatrice, surely this is not the result of such a trifle. Look!" He pulled open the drawer once more and threw the pocket-book onto the table. "Suppose that had lain there when you came into this room alone. Should you have opened it and examined the contents?"
"I should not. You know it."
"Very well. You would simply have taken it for granted that I was to be trusted to look after my own affairs, until I asked someone else's aid or advice. Is not that the case at present?"
A man more apt at dissimulation would have treated the matter from the first with joking irony, and might have carried his point, though with difficulty. Wilfrid had not the aptitude to begin with, and he was gravely disturbed. His pulses were throbbing. Scarcely could he steady his voice. He dreaded a disclosure of what might well be regarded as throwing doubt upon his sincerity, the more so that he understood in this moment how justifiable such a doubt would be. After the merriment of a few minutes ago, this sudden shaking of his nerves was the harder to endure. It revived with painful intensity the first great agitations of his life. His way of speaking could not but confirm Beatrice's suspicions. "We are not exactly strangers to each other," she said coldly.
"No, we are not. Yet I think I should have forborne to press you on any matter you thought it needless to speak of."
She put on her hat. Wilfrid felt his anger rising, our natural emotion when we are disagreeably in the wrong, yet cannot condemn the cause which has made us so. He sat to the table again, as if his part in the discussion were at an end. Beatrice stood for some moments, then came quickly to his side. "Wilfrid, have you secrets from me?" she asked, the tremor of her voice betraying the anguish that her suspicions cost her. "Say I am ill-mannered. It was so at first. I oughtn't to have said anything, but now it has become something different, however trifling the matter. I can't bear that you should refuse to treat me as yourself. There is nothing I could keep from you. I have not a secret in my life to hide from you. It is not because they are letters. Or not only that, you put a distance between us. You say there are affairs of yours in which I have no concern. I cannot bear that. If I leave you, I shall suffer more than you dream. I thought we were one. Is not your love as complete as mine?" He rose
and moved away, saying, "Open it. Look at the letters."
"No, that I can't do. What can it be that troubles you so? Are they letters that I ought not to see?"
He could bear it no longer. "Yes, yes," he answered, brusquely. "I suppose they are."
"You mean that you have preserved letters which, as often as you open that drawer, remind you of someone else? That you purposely keep them so near your hand?"
"Beatrice, I had no right to destroy them."
"No right?"
Her eyes flashed, and her tongue trembled with its scorn.
"You mean you had no wish?"
"If I had no right, I could scarcely have the wish."
Wilfrid was amazed at his own contemptible quibbling, but in truth he was not equal to the occasion. He could not defend himself in choice phrases. In a sort of careless, desperate carelessness, he flung out the first retort that offered itself. He was on the point of throwing over everything, of declaring that all must be at an end between them, yet courage failed for that. Nor courage only. The woman before him was very grand in her indignation. Her pale face was surpassingly beautiful. The past faded in comparison with her. In his heart he doubted of its power. Beatrice was gazing at him in resentful wonder. "Why have you done this?" she asked. "Why did you come to me and speak those words? What necessity was there to pretend what you did not feel?"
He met her eyes. "I have not spoken falsely to you," he said, with calmness which did not strengthen the impression his words were meant to convey.
"When you said that you loved me? If it were true, you could not have borne to have those letters under your eyes. You say you had no right to destroy them. You knew that it was your duty to do so. Could you have kept them?"
Wilfrid had become almost absent-minded. His heart was torn in two ways. He wished to take the letters from their case and destroy them at once. Probably it was masculine pride which now kept him from doing it. "I think you must believe what I say, Beatrice," was his answer. "I am not capable of deliberately lying to you."
"You are not, but you are capable of deceiving yourself. I accuse you of nothing more. You have deceived yourself, and I have been the cause of it, for I had so little of woman's pride that I let you see my love. It was as if I begged for your love in return. My own heart should have taught me better. There can be no second love. You pitied me."
Wilfrid was in no state of mind to weigh phrases. At a later time, when he could look back with calmness and with the advantage of extended knowledge, he recognised in these words the uttermost confession of love of which a woman is capable. In hearing them, he simply took them as a reproach. "If such a thing had been possible," he said, "it would have been a horrible injustice to you. I asked you to be my wife because I loved you. The existence of these letters is no proof that I misunderstood my own feeling. There are many things we cannot explain to another on the moment. You must judge the facts as you will, but no hasty and obvious judgment will hit the truth." She was not listening to him. Her eyes were fixed upon the letters, and over her heart there crept a desire which all but expelled other feeling, a desire to know what was there written. She would have given her hand to be alone in the room with that pocket-book, now that she knew what it contained. No scruple would have withheld her. The impossibility that her longing could ever be satisfied frenzied her with jealousy. "I will leave you with them," she exclaimed, speaking her thought. "You do not want me. I come between you and her. Read, and forget me. Read them once more, and see then if you do not understand yourself. I know now why you have often been so cold, why it cost you an effort to reply to me. You shall never have that trouble again." She moved to quit the room. Wilfrid called her. "Beatrice, stay and listen to me. These letters are nothing and mean nothing. Stay, and see me burn them." Irrational as it was, she could not bear to see them destroyed. In her distracted mind there was a sort of crazy hope that he would at last give them to her to burn. She might even perhaps have brought herself to take them away. "That is childish," she said. "You know them by heart. The burning of the paper would alter nothing." "Then I can say and do no more." It had been like a rending of his heartstrings to offer to destroy the memories of Emily, though he at the same time persuaded himself that, once done, he would be a stronger and happier man. In truth, they had made the chief strength of the link between him and the past. Every day they had reminded him how much of the old feeling lingered in his being. The sanctity with which these relics were invested testified to the holiness of the worship which had bequeathed them. He had not opened the case since his betrothal to Beatrice, and scarcely a day passed that he did not purpose hiding it somewhere away for ever, not destroying. Beatrice's answer to his offer caused him half to repent that he had made it. He turned away from her. She, after looking at the pocket-book still for some moments, seemed to force herself away. He heard her open the door, and did not try to stay her. Half an hour later, Wilfrid restored the letters to their place in the drawer. If they were to be destroyed, it must now be in Beatrice's presence. With something like joy, he turned the key upon them, feeling that they were preserved, that the last farewell was once again postponed. Wilfrid was not a very strong man where sacrifice was demanded of him. He neither saw nor heard from Beatrice till the evening of the following day. Then it happened that they had to dine at the same house. On meeting her in the drawing-room, he gave her his hand as usual. Hers returned no pressure. She seemed as cheerful as ever in her talk with others. Him she kept apart from. He could not make up his mind to write. She had refused to accept such proof of his sincerity as it was in his power to offer, and Wilfrid made this an excuse, idle as he knew it to be, for maintaining a dignified silence.
dignified, he allowed himself to name it, yet he knew perfectly well that his attitude had one very ignoble aspect, since he all but consciously counted upon Beatrice's love to bring her back to his feet. He said to himself, "Let her interpret my silence as she will. If she regard it as evidence of inability to face her, well, I make no objection." The conviction all the while grew in him that he did veritably love her, for he felt that, but for his knowledge of her utter devotedness, he would now be in fear lest he should lose her. Such fear need not occupy a thought. A word, and she flew to him. He enjoyed this sense of power. To draw out the misunderstanding a little would make reconciliation all the pleasanter. Then the letters should flame into ashes, and with them vanish even the regret for the blessedness they had promised. Wednesday morning, and still no letter from Beatrice. Mr. Athel joked about her speedy resignation of the secretaryship. Wilfrid joined in the joke, and decided that he would wait one more day, knowing not what a day might bring forth. End of section 28. Recording by Susan Smith Nash, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Section 29 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shi Pinglin. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 29, Chapter 22. Her Path in the Shadow. Yielding to the urgency of Beatrice, who was supported in her entreaty by Mrs. Birks, Wilfrid had, a little ere this, consented to sit for his portrait to an artist, a friend of the family, who had already made a very successful picture of Beatrice herself. The artist resided at Teddington. Wilfrid was due for a sitting this Wednesday morning, and he went down into the country, intending to be back for lunch at the House of Commons. But the weather was magnificent, and the sitting over, truant thoughts began to assail the young legislator. Bushey Park was at hand, with its chestnut avenue leading to Hampton Court. A ramble of indefinite duration was, in his present frame of mind, much more attractive than the eloquence of independent members. He determined to take a holiday. A very leisurely stroll across the park brought him to the King's Arms, and the sight of the hostelry suggested pleasant thoughts of sundry refreshing viands and cooling liquors. He entered and lunched. It was a holiday, and a truant holiday. He allowed himself champagne. When he came forth again, his intention to stroll through the galleries of the palace had given way before the remembered shadow of the chestnuts. He returned to the park, and after idly watching the fish in the shallow water of the round lake, strayed away into cool retreats, where the grass irresistibly invited to recumbency. He threw himself down, and let his eyes dream upon the delicate blades and stalks and leafage which one so seldom regards. If he chose to gaze further, there were fair tracts of shadowed sward, with sunny gleamings scattered where the trees were thinner, and above him the heaven of clustering leaves, here of impenetrable dark green, there translucent golden. A rustling whisper, in the air and on the ground, was the only voice that came thither. He had set himself to think of Beatrice. He purposed writing her a long letter tonight, wherein he would do his best to make her understand the light in which the past appeared to him, and how little those memories had to do with the present and its love and its duty. To be sure, he could not use the words of very truth. He would much have preferred to speak with unflinching honesty, to confess that he had, even of late, often dwelt on the thought of Emily with tenderness, with something of heartache, but that the new love had, for all that, triumphed over the old, and would henceforth grow to perfectness. But the character of Beatrice would not allow this. In her, feeling was too predominant over intellect. She could not recognize in this very frankness the assurance of an affection which would end by being no less than the utmost she demanded. He had to seek for subtleties of explanation, for ingenuities of argument, which, unsatisfactory as they seemed to himself, might yet, he thought, help her to the reconciliation he knew she desired. He was scarcely less anxious for it. For Beatrice, he would never know that limitless passion, that infinite yearning alike of spirit and of sense, which had been his love for Emily. But she was very dear to him, and with all his heart he desired to make her happiness. He imaged her beauty and her talent with pride which made his veins warmer. Her husband, he would be loyal to his last breath. Community of life would establish that intimate alliance of heart and soul which every year makes more enduring. Were they not young flesh and blood, he and she? And could a bodiless ghost come between them, a mere voice of long vanished time, insubstantial, unseizable as the murmur in these chestnut leaves? He grew tired of the attitudes which at first had been reposeful, and rose to wonder further. Some one else, it seemed, had been tempted to this quiet corner, away from the road. A woman was walking at a little distance, and reading as she walked. The thought passed through his mind that a woman never looked more graceful than when walking with her head bent over a book. When he looked that way again, he found that she had come much nearer, still very intent upon her reading. She had, in truth, a comely figure, one which suggested a face of the nobler kind. She would look up presently. Did not that form, that movement as she walked, stir memories? Yes, he had known some one who might well have paced thus beneath spreading trees, with her eyes upon a book of poetry, not unlike this stranger, outwardly. In what black, skyless, leafless town was she pursuing her lonely life? Lonely? Why should it be so? Emily could not go on her way without meeting one whom her sweetness and her power would enthrall, and the reasons, whatever they were, that had forbidden her marriage 6 or 7 years ago, were not likely to resist time. He tried to hope that the happier lot had by this solaced her. Do we not change so? His own love, see how it had faded. Half purposely he had turned so as to pass near the reader. At a distance of a few yards from her, he stayed his step. A little nearer she came, then something made her aware of his presence. She raised her eyes, the eyes of Emily Hood. Her hands fell, one still holding the book open. He who was prepared already could watch her countenance change from placid if grave thought to the awakening of surprise, to startled recognition. He could see the colour die upon her cheeks, flee from her lips. He could observe the great heart-throbs which shook her and left her bosom quivering. He did not uncover his head. Conventional courtesies have their season. It seemed very long before they ceased to look into each other's eyes, but at length hers fell. "Is it possible that you are living in London?" were Wilfrid's first words. He could affect no distance of manner. To him, all at once, it was as though they had parted a few days ago. "Yes," she answered simply, "in a far part of London." "And we meet here, where I seem to find myself, by the merest chance. I saw a stranger in the distance, and thought of yourself. I knew you long before you looked up from your reading." Emily tried to smile. "How little you are changed!" Wilfrid continued, his voice keeping still its awed quietness, with undernotes of feeling. "Rather, you are not changed at all." It was not true, but in the few minutes that he had gazed at her, past and present had so blended that he could not see what another would have noticed. Emily was appreciably older, and ill health had set marks upon her face. A stranger looking at her now would have found it hard to imagine her with the light of joy in her eyes. Her features had set themselves in sorrow. Her cheeks were very thin, her eyes were dark and sunken. Wilfrid saw only the soul in her gaze at him, and that was as it had ever been. She was unable to speak. Wilfrid found words. "Do you often walk here? Is your home near?" "Not very near. I came by the river," she answered. "I am very glad that I have met you." The words sounded insufficient, but Wilfrid was by this time at battle with himself, and succeeded in saying less than he felt. "You will let me walk on a little way with you? We can't shake hands at once and say good bye, can we, after such a long time?" He spoke in the tone one uses to jest over bygone sadness. Emily made no verbal answer, but walked along by his side. "You still have your old habits," he said, casting an eye at the book. "Are your tastes still the same, I wonder?" "It is Dante," she replied. The name brought another to Wilfrid's consciousness. He averted his eyes for a moment, but spoke again without much delay. "Still faithful to the great names. This is a lovely place to make one's study. Were you here when the chestnuts flowered?" "Yes, once or twice." "I did not see them this year. And you have been walking here so often," he added, wondering again, half to himself. "I have been to Teddington several times lately, but only to day came into the park." "I have not been here for a month," Emily said, speaking at length with more ease. The shock had affected her physically more than she had allowed to be seen. It was only now that her voice was perfectly at her command. Her face remained grave, but she spoke in a tone free from suggestion of melancholy. "I teach in a school, and to day there is a holiday." "Do you live at the school?" "No, I have my own lodgings." He was on the point of asking whether Mrs. Baxendale knew she was in London, but it seemed better to suppress the question. "Have you been here long?" he asked instead. "Half a year." As he kept silence, Emily continued with a question, the first she had put. "What have you chosen for your life's work?" Wilfrid could not overcome the tendency of blood to his cheeks. He was more than half ashamed to tell her the truth. "You will laugh at me," he said. "I am in Parliament." "You are? I never see newspapers." She added it as if to excuse herself for not being aware of his public activity. "Oh, I am still far from being a subject of leading articles," Wilfrid exclaimed. "Indeed, I gave you no answer to your questions. My life's work is non-existent. All my old plans have come to nothing, and I have formed no new ones, no serious plans. My life will be a failure, I suppose." "But you aim at success in politics." "I suppose so. I was thinking of the other things we used to speak of." Emily hazarded a glance at him, as if to examine him again in this new light. "You used to say," she continued, that you felt in many ways suited for a political life. Did I? You mean at home, when I talked in a foolish way? It was not my serious thought. I never say it to you." She murmured a no. They walked on in silence. "You didn't read Italian, then?" Wilfrid said. "You, I feel sure, have not wasted your time. How much you must have read since we talked over our favourite authors." "I have tried to keep up the habit of study," Emily replied, unaffectedly, "but of course most of my time is occupied in teaching." Their walk had brought them from under the trees, and the lake was just before them. "I will go on to the bridge," Emily said. "The boat I return by will leave shortly." She spoke as if expecting him to take leave of her. Wilfrid inwardly bade himself do so. He had seen her, had talked with her; what more for either? Yet it was beyond his power to stand here and see her walk away from him. Things were stirring in his heart and mind of which he refused to take cognizance. He would grant nothing more than a sense of pleasure in hearing once again a voice which had so long been buried, and there was no harm in that. Was not his strongest feeling merely surprise at having met her thus? Even yet he found a difficulty in realizing that it was she with whom he spoke. Had he closed his eyes and then looked round for her in vain, it would only have appeared the natural waking from intense reverie. Why not dream on as long as he might? "May I not walk as far as the bridge with you?" he asked. "If I were not afraid of being tiresome, I should even like to go by the boat. It would be the pleasantest way of getting back to town." "Yes, it is pleasant on the river," Emily said rather absently. They pursued their walk together, and conversed still much in the same way. Wilfrid learned that her school was in Hammersmith, a large day school for girls. He led her to speak of the subjects she taught, and of her pupils. "You preferred it," he asked, "to private teaching?" "I think so." Once on the boat their talk grew less consecutive. The few words they exchanged now and then were suggested by objects or places passed. At length even these remarks ceased, and for the last half hour they held silence. Other people close by were talking noisily. Emily sat with both her hands holding the book upon her lap, her eyes seldom moving from a point directly before her. Wilfrid glanced at her frequently. He was more observant now of the traces of bodily weakness in her. He saw how meagre she had become, how slight her whole frame was. At moments it cost him a serious effort to refrain from leaning to her and whispering words, he knew not what, something kind, something that should change her fixed sadness. Why had he forced his company upon her? Certainly he brought her no joy, and presently he would take leave of her as any slight acquaintance might. How otherwise? It would have been better to part there by the lake where she offered the occasion. The steamer reached Hammersmith. Only at this last moment he seemed to understand where he was and with whom, that Emily was sitting by him, in very deed here by his side, and directly would be gone, he knew not whither, scarcely to be met again. The silence between them had come of the difficulty they both had in realizing that they were together, of the dreaminess so strange an event had cast upon them. Were they to fall apart again without a word, a sign? A sign of what, forsooth? Wilfrid moved with her to the spot at which she would step from the deck. Seeing him follow, Emily threw back one startled glance. The next moment she again turned, holding out her hand. He took it, held it, pressed it, Nothing could restrain that pressure. His muscles closed upon her slight fingers involuntarily. Then he watched her walk hurriedly from the landing stage. Her we follow. She had a walk of nearly half an hour, which brought her at length to one of the streets of small lodging houses which abound in this neighbourhood, and to a door which she opened with her latch key. She went upstairs. Here 2 rooms were her home. That which looked upon the street was furnished in the poor bare style which the exterior of the dwelling would have led one to expect. A very hideous screen of coloured paper hid the fireplace, and in front of the small oblong mirror, cracked across one corner, which stood above the mantelpiece, were divers ornaments, such as one meets with in poor lodging houses. Certain pictures about the walls completed the effect of vulgarity. Emily let herself sink upon the chintz-covered couch, and lay back, closing her eyes. She had thrown off her hat, but was too weary, too absent in thought, to remove her mantle. Her face was as colourless as if she had fainted. She kept one hand pressed against her heart. Unconsciously she had walked home with a very quick step, and quick movement caused her physical suffering. She sat thus for a quarter of an hour, when there came a tap at the door. Her landlady entered. "Oh, I thought, Miss Hood," she began, "you'd maybe rung the bell as usual, and I hadn't heard it. I do sometimes think I'm getting a little hard of hearing. My husband tell me of it. Will you have the tea made?" "Thank you, Mrs. Willis," Emily replied, rising. She opened a low cupboard beside the fireplace, took out a teapot, and put some tea into it. "You'd have a long walk, I suppose," continued the woman, "and delightful weather for it too. But you must mind as you don't overtire yourself. You don't look very strong, if I may say it." "Oh, I'm very well," was the mechanical reply. After a few more remarks, the landlady took away the teapot. Emily then drew out a cloth from the cupboard, and other things needful for her evening meal. Presently the teapot returned filled with hot water. Emily was glad to pour out a cup and drink it, but she ate nothing. In a short time she rang the bell to have the things removed. This time a little girl appeared. Miss," was the exclamation of the child, on examining the state of the table, "you haven't eaten nothing." "No, I don't want anything just now, Milly," was the quiet reply. "Shall I leave the bread and butter out?" "No, thank you. I'll have some later." "Is there anything I could get you, miss?" "Nothing, Milly. Take the things away, there's a good girl." Emily had seated herself on the couch again. When the girl was gone she lay down, her hands beneath her head. Long, long since she had had so much to think of as to night. At first she had found Wilfrid a good deal altered. He looked so much older. His bearded face naturally caused that. But before he had spoken 20 words, how well she knew that the change was only of appearance. His voice was a little deeper, but the tone and manner of his speaking carried her back to the days when they had first exchanged words, when she was a governess at the Firs in Surrey, and Wilfrid was the interesting young fellow who had overworked himself at college. The circumstances of to-day's meeting had reproduced something of the timidity with which he had approached her when they were strangers. This afternoon she had scarcely looked into his eyes, but she felt their gaze upon her, and felt their power as of old, 50-fold stronger. Was he married? It was more than possible. Nothing had escaped him inconsistent with that, and he was not likely to speak of it directly. It would account for the nature of his embarrassment in talking with her. Her keen insight distinguished something more than the hesitation which common memories would naturally cause. And that pressure of the hand at parting which had made her heart leap with such agony might well be his way of intimating to her that this meeting would have no sequel. Was it to be expected that he should remain unmarried? Had she hoped it? It could not be called hope, but for 2 or 3 years something had grown in her which made life a succession of alternating longings and despairs. For Emily was not so constituted that the phase of thought and feeling, which had been brought about by the tragedy of her home, could perpetuate itself and become her normal consciousness. When she fled from Dunfield, she believed that the impulses then so strong would prevail with her to the end of her life, that the motives which were then predominant in her soul would maintain their ruling force for ever. And many months went by before she suspected that her imagination had deceived her. Imagination, ever the most potent factor of her being, the source alike of her strength and her weakness. But there came a day when the poignancy of her grief was subdued, and she looked around her upon a world more desolate than that in which she found herself on the day of her mother's burial. She began to know once more that she was young, and that existence stretched before her a limitless tract of barren endurance. The rare natures which are in truth ruled by the instinct of renunciation, which find in the mortification of sense a spring of unearthly joy brimming higher with each self-conquest, may experience temptation and relapse, but the former is a new occasion for the arming of the spirit, and the latter speedily leads to a remorse which is the strongest of all incentives to ascetic struggle. Emily had not upon her the seal of sainthood. It was certain that at some point of her life asceticism would make irresistible claim upon the strongholds of her imagination, none the less certain that it would be but for a time, that it would prove but a stage in her development. To her misfortune, the occasion presented itself in connection with her strongest native affections, and under circumstances which led her to an irretrievable act. Had she been brought up in a Roman Catholic country, she would doubtless have thrown herself into a convent, finding her stern joy in the thought that no future wavering was possible. Attempting to make a convent of her own mind, she soon knew too well that her efforts marked her, that there was in her an instinct stronger than that of renunciation, and that she had condemned herself to a life of futile misery. Her state of mind for the year following her father's death was morbid, little differing from madness, and she came at length to understand that. When time had tempered her anguish, she saw with clear eyes that her acts had been guided by hallucination. Never would sorrow for her parents cease to abide with her, but sorrow cannot be the sustenance of a life through those years when the mind is strongest and the sensations most vivid. Had she by her self-mortification done aught to pleasure those dear ones who slept their last sleep, it had been the predominant feature of her morbid passion to believe that piety demanded such a sacrifice. Grief may reach such a point that to share the uttermost fate of the beloved one seems blessedness. In Emily's mind that moment of supreme agony had been protracted till unreasoning desire took to itself the guise of duty. Duty so represented cannot maintain its sanction when the wounds of nature grow towards healing. She strove with herself. The reaction she was experiencing seemed to her a shameful weakness. Must she cease to know the self-respect which comes of conscious perseverance in a noble effort? Must she stand self-condemned, an ignoble nature, incapable of anything good and great, and that after all her ambitions? Was she a mere waif, at the mercy of the currents of sense? Never before had she felt this condemnation of her own spirit. She had suffered beyond utterance, but ever with a support which kept her from the last despair. Of her anguish had come inspiration. Now she felt herself abandoned of all spiritual good. She came to loathe her life as a polluted stream. The image of Wilfrid, the memory of a lost love, these grew to be symbols of her baseness. It was too much to face those with whom daily duty brought her in contact. Surely they must read in her face the degradation of which she was conscious. As much as possible she kept apart from all, nursing her bitter self-reproach. Then it was that she sought relief in the schemes which naturally occurred to a woman thus miserable. She would relinquish her life as a teacher, and bury her wretchedness beneath physical hardship. There was anguish enough in the world, and she would go to live in the midst of it, would undertake the hardest and most revolting tasks in some infirmary. Thus might she crush out of herself the weakness which was her disgrace. It remained only a vision. That which was terribly real, the waste and woe of her heart, grew ever. She yielded. Was not a true sin this, that she tried to accomplish, the slaying of the love which cried so from her inmost being? Glimpses of the old faith began to be once more vouchsafed her. At moments she knew the joy of beautiful things. This was in springtime. Living in the great seaport, she could easily come within sight of the blue line where heaven and ocean met. And that symbol of infinity stirred once more the yearnings for boundless joy which in bygone days she had taught herself to accept as her creed. Supposing that her father had still knowledge of the life she led, would it make him happy to know that she had deprived herself of every pleasure, had for his sake ruined a future which might have been so fair? Not thus do we show piety to the dead. Rather in binding our brows with every flower our hands may cull, and in drinking sunlight as long as the west keeps for us one gleam. She had destroyed herself. Joy could arise to her from but one source, and that was stopped for ever. For it never came to Emily as the faintest whisper that other love than Wilfrid's might bless her life. That was constancy which nothing could shake. In this she would never fall from the ideal she had set before herself. She no longer tried to banish thoughts of what she had lost. Wilfrid was a companion at all hours far more real than the people with whom she had to associate. She had, alas, destroyed his letters. She had destroyed the books in which she wrote the secrets of her heart that he might some day read them. The lack of a single thing that had come to her from him made the more terribly real the severance of his life from hers. She anguished without hope. Then there came to her the knowledge that her bodily strength was threatened by disease. She had fainting fits, and in the comfort administered by those about her she read plainly what was meant to be concealed. At times this was a relief. At least she might hope to be spared long years of weary desolation, and death, come when he might, would be a friend. In other hours the all but certainty of her doom was a thought so terrible that reason well nigh failed before it. Was there no hope for her for ever? Nothing but the grave to rest her tired heart. Why had fate dealt with her so cruelly? She looked round and saw none upon whom had fallen a curse so unrelieved. At last the desire to go once more to the south of England grew overpowering. If she could live in London, she felt it might console her to feel that she was near Wilfrid. He would not seem as now in a world utterly remote. Perchance she might one day even see him. If she had knowledge of the approach of death, Wilfrid would not refuse to come and see her at the last. And with her hand in his, how easy it would be to die. She sought for means of supporting herself in London. She still had money saved from that which the sale of her father's house had brought her, but she did not wish to use more of this than she could help, keeping it for a certain cherished purpose. After many months of fruitless endeavour, she found a place in a school in Hammersmith. And Wilfrid had sat by her, had looked at her with something of the old tenderness, had pressed her hand as no one else would. Far into the night she lay thinking over every word he had spoken. Sometimes she wept, poor Emily. He had not asked her where she lived. For that doubtless there was good reason. But it was much to have seen him this once. Again she wept, saying to herself that she loved him, that he was lost to her, that she must die. End of section 29, chapter 22. Recording by Shi Pinling. Section 30 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shi Pinling. A Life's Morning by George GISSING. Section 30, Chapter 23. Her Path in the Light. That Wilfrid did not at the last moment leap on shore and follow Emily seemed to him less the result of self-control than obedience to outward restraint. It was as though an actual hand lay on his shoulder and held him back. He went back to his seat, and again fell into dreaminess. The arrival of the boat at Chelsea Pier reminded him that he must land. Thence he drove home. On reaching the house he found Mrs. Birks there. She had called to see his father, and was in the hall on the point of leaving as he entered. She stepped up to him and spoke in a low voice. "What is the matter with Beatrice?" "The matter? How?" "She seems out of sorts. Come round and see her, will you?" "I really can't just now," Wilfrid replied. "Do you mean that she is not well?" "Something seems to be upsetting her." "Why can't you come and see her?" "I can't this evening. I have an engagement." "Very well. But you had better come soon, I think." "I don't understand you," said Wilfrid, with some show of impatience. "Is she ill?" "Not exactly ill, I suppose. Of course I mustn't interfere. No doubt you understand." "I will come as soon as I can," Wilfrid said. And he added, "Has she spoken to you about anything?" "I wish she had." "She will speak neither to me nor to any one else." "It is too bad, Wilf, if you let her fret herself into a fever. She's just the girl to do it, you know." She nodded, smiled, and went off. Wilfrid, having committed himself to an engagement, loitered about in his dressing room for a while, then, without seeing his father, betook himself to his club and dined there. After passing the early part of the evening in an uncomfortable way, with the help of newspapers and casual conversation, he went home again and shut himself in his study. He sat long without attempting to do anything. About midnight he rose as if to leave the room, but instead of doing so, paced the floor for a few minutes. Then he opened a certain drawer in his writing table, and took out the morocco case which contained Emily's letters. He slipped off the band. The letters were still in their envelopes, and lay in the order in which he had received them. He drew forth the first and began to read it. He read them all. Till the early daybreak he remained in the room, sometimes walking about, sometimes seating himself to reread this letter and that. 24 hours ago these written words would have touched his heart indeed, but only as does the memory of an irrevocable joy. He could have read them, and still have gone to meet Beatrice as usual, or with but a little more than his ordinary reserve in her presence. It was otherwise now. The very voice had spoken again, and its tones lingering with him made the written characters vocal. Each word uttered itself as it met his eye. Emily spoke still. The paper was old, the ink faded, but the love was of this hour. He grew fevered, and it was the fever of years ago, which had only been in appearance subdued. It had lurked still in his blood, and now asserted itself with the old dire mastery. He marvelled that he had suffered her to leave him without even learning where she lived. He could not understand what his mood had been, what motives had weighed with him. He had not been conscious of a severe struggle to resist a temptation. The temptation had not, in fact, yet formed itself. What was her own thought? She had answered his questions freely, perhaps would have told him without hesitation the address of her lodgings. Clearly she no longer sought to escape him, but that, he reminded himself, was only the natural response to his own perfectly calm way of speaking. She could not suggest embarrassments when it was his own cue to show that he felt none. She was still free, it seemed, but what was her feeling towards him? Did she still love him? Was the mysterious cause which had parted them still valid? When already it was daylight, he went upstairs and lay down on the bed. He was weary, but not with the kind of weariness that brings sleep. His mind was occupied with plans for discovering where Emily lived. Mrs. Baxendale had professed to have lost sight of her. Wilfrid saw now that there was a reason for concealing the truth, and felt that in all probability his friend had misled him. In any case, he could not apply to her. Was there a chance of a second meeting in the same place? Emily was sure to be free on Saturday afternoon, but only in one case would she go to the park again, if she desired to see him, and imagined a corresponding desire on his side. And that was an unlikely thing. Granting she loved him, it was not in Emily's character to scheme thus, under the circumstances. Yet why had she chosen to come and live in London? Beatrice he had put out of his thoughts. He did not do it deliberately. He made no daring plans. Simply he gave himself over to the rising flood of passion, without caring to ask whither it would bear him. Though it fevered him, there was a luxury in the sense of abandonment once more to desire which suffered no questioning. That he had ever really loved Beatrice he saw now to be more than doubtful. That he loved Emily was as certain as that he lived. To compare the images of the two women was to set side by side a life sad and wan with one which bloomed like a royal flower, a face whose lines were wasted by long desolation with one whose loveliness was the fit embodiment of supreme joy. But in the former he found a beauty of which the other offered no suggestion, a beauty which appealed to him with the most subtle allurements, which drew him as with siren song, which if he still contemplated it, would inspire him with recklessness. He made no effort to expel it from his imagination. Every hour it was sweeter to forget the facts of life and dream of what might be. Through this day and that which followed he kept away from home, only returning late at night. No more news of Beatrice came. He saw that his father regarded him with looks of curiosity, but only conversation of the wonted kind passed between them. When Saturday arrived he was no longer in doubt whether to pursue the one faint hope of finding Emily again in Bushey Park. The difficulty was to pass the time till noon, before which it was useless to start. He was due for the last sitting in the studio at Teddington, but that was an ordeal impossible to go through in his present state of mind. He went to Hampton by train, lunched again at the King's Arms, though but hastily, and at length reached the spot in the park where his eyes had discovered Emily reading. It was not such a day as Wednesday had been. The sun shone intermittently, but there was threatening of rain. A vehicle now and then drove along the avenue taking holiday makers to the palace, and near the place where Wilfrid walked, a party was picnicking under the trees. But he in vain sought for one who wandered alone, one who, in the distance, could move him to uncertain hope. Why had he come? Suppose he did again meet Emily, what had he to say to her? Long and useless waiting naturally suggested such thoughts, and the answer to them was a momentary failing at the heart, a touch of fear. Was he prepared to treat this temporary coldness between Beatrice and himself as a final rupture? Was his present behaviour exactly that of a man who recognizes rules of honour? If he had no purpose in wishing to see Emily but the satisfaction of a desire about which he would not reason, was it not unqualified treachery in which he was involving himself, treachery to two women, and to one of them utter cruelty? He turned to walk towards the lake, desperate that his hope had failed, and at the same time, strange contradiction, glad in the thought that, having once yielded, he might overcome his madness. He passed the lake, and reached the exit from the park. At the same moment Emily was entering. Her face expressed an agony of shame. She could not raise her eyes, could not speak. She gave him her hand mechanically, and walked on with her looks averted. Her distress was so unconcealed that it pained him acutely. He could not find words till they had walked a distance of 20 or 30 yards. Then he said, "I came purposely to-day in the hope that you might by chance be here. Do I annoy you?" She half turned her face to him, but the effort to speak was vain. A still longer silence followed. Wilfrid knew at length what he had done. That utterance of his had but one meaning. Emily's mute reply admitted of but one interpretation. His eyes dazzled, his heart beat violently. A gulf sank before him, and there was no longer choice but to plunge into it. He looked at his companion, and farewell the solid ground. "Emily, is it your wish that I should leave you?" She faced him, moved her lips, motioned no with her head. She was like one who is led to death. "Then I will not leave you. Let us walk gently on. You shall speak to me when you feel able." He cared for no obstacle now. She was come back to him from the dead, and to him it was enough of life to hold her. Let the world go. Let all speak of him as they would. This pale, weary-eyed woman should henceforth represent existence to him. He would know no law but the bidding of his sovereign love. She spoke. "Have I fallen in your eyes? You have always been to me the highest, and will be whilst I live." They had passed into the shadow of the trees. He took her hand and held it. The touch seemed to strengthen her, for she looked at him again and spoke firmly. "Neither was my coming without thought of you. I had no hope that you would be here, no least hope, but I came because it was here I had seen you. Since Wednesday Wilfrid returned, I have read your letters many times. Could you still speak to me as you did then? If you could believe me. You said once that you did not love me. It was untrue. May you tell me now what it was that came between us?" She fixed upon him a gaze of sad entreaty, and said, under her breath, "Not now." Then I will never ask. Let it be what it might, your simple word that you loved me is all I need." "I will tell you," Emily replied, "but I cannot now. It seemed to me at the time that that secret would have to die with me. I thought so till I met you here. Then I knew that, if you still loved me and had been faithful to me so long, I could say nothing to myself which I might not speak to you. My love for you has conquered every other love and everything that I believed my duty." "Is it so, Emily?" he asked, with deepest tenderness. "When I tell you all, you will perhaps feel that I have proved my own weakness. I will conceal from you nothing I have ever thought. You will see that I try to do what my purest instincts urged, and that I have been unable to persevere to the end. Wilfrid, my own soul, when I tell you all that happened at that time, I shall indeed speak to you as if your soul and mine were one. It may be wrong to tell you, you may despise me for not keeping such things a secret for ever. I cannot tell whether I am right or wrong to do this. Is your love like mine? I would say it was greater, if you were not so above me in all things. Wilfrid, I was dying in my loneliness. It would not have been hard to die, for if I was weak in everything else, at least my love for you would have grown to my last breath. If I speak things which I should only prove in silence, it is that you may not afterwards judge me hardly." "You shall tell me," Wilfrid replied, "when you are my wife. Till then I will hear nothing but that you are and always have been mine." They came to a great tree, about the trunk of which had been built a circular seat. The glades on every side showed no disturbing approach. "Let us sit here," said Wilfrid. "We have always talked with each other in the open air, haven't we?" He drew her to him and kissed her face passionately. It was the satisfying of a hunger of years. With Beatrice his caresses had seldom been other than playful. From the first moment of re-meeting with Emily, he had longed to hold her to his heart. "Can I hope to keep you now? You won't leave me again, Emily?" "If I leave you, Wilfrid, it will be to die." Again he folded her in his arms, and kissed her lips, her cheeks, her eyes. She was as weak as a trembling flower. "Emily, I shall be in dread through every moment that parts us. Will you consent to whatever I ask of you? Once before I would have taken you and made you my wife, and if you had yielded we should have escaped all this long misery. Will you now do what I wish?" She looked at him questioningly. "Will you marry me as soon as it can possibly be?" "On Monday I will do what is necessary, and we can be married on Wednesday. This time you will not refuse?" "Wednesday?" "Yes. One day only need intervene between the notice and the marriage. It shall be at the church nearest to you." "Wilfrid, why do you—" Fear had taken hold upon her, she could not face the thought. Wilfrid checked her faint words with his lips. "I wished it," he said, himself shaken with the tempest of passion which whelmed the last protest of his conscience. "I shall scarcely tear myself from you even till then." "Emily, Emily, what has my life been without your love? Oh, you will be the angel that raises me out of the ignoble world into which I have fallen. Hold me to you. Make me feel and believe that you have saved me. Emily, my beautiful, my goddess, let me worship you, pray to you. Mine now, mine, love, for ever and ever." She burst into tears, unable to suffer this new denizen of her heart, the sure and certain hope of bliss. He kissed away the tears as they fell, whispering love that was near to frenzy. There came a bob that shook her whole frame. Then Wilfrid felt her cheek grow very cold against his. Her eyes were half closed, from her lips escaped a faint moan. He drew back and, uncertain whether she had lost consciousness, called to her to speak. Her body could not fall, for it rested against a hollow part of the great trunk. The faintness lasted only for a few moments. She once more gazed at him with the eyes of infinite sadness. "It is so hard to bear happiness," were her first words. "My dearest, you are weak and worn with trouble. Oh, we will soon leave that far behind us. Are you better, my Lily? Only give me your hands to hold, and I will be very still. Your hands are so light, they weigh no more than leaves. Do you suffer, dear? A little pain there." She touched her heart. Wilfrid looked into her face anxiously. "Have you often that pain?" "No, not often. I don't feel it now. Wilfrid, every day I have spoken that name, have spoken it aloud. So have I often spoken yours, dear." They gazed at each other in silence. "And it is to be as I wish?" Wilfrid said gently. "So very soon?" "So very long. This is only Saturday. If I had known this morning, it could have been on Monday." "Your wife, Wilfrid? Really your wife? How your voice has changed! Till now you spoke so sadly. Those words are like the happiest of our old happy time. 3 long days to be passed, but not one day more. You promise me?" "I do your bidding, now and always, always." For the moment she had forgotten everything but love and love's rapture. It was as though life spread before her in limitless glory. She thought nothing of the dark foe with whose ever watchful, ever threatening presence she had become so familiar. They talked long. Only the lengthening and deepening shadow of the trees reminded them at length that hours had passed whilst they sat here. "The boat will have gone," Emily said. "Never mind. We will get a conveyance at the hotel. And you must have refreshment of some kind. Shall we see what they can give us to eat at the King's Arms? To be sure we will. It will be our first meal together." They rose. "Emily." "Yes, Wilfrid?" "I can trust you? You will not fail me?" "Not if I am living, Wilfrid." "Oh, but I shall of course see you before Wednesday. To-morrow is Sunday." He checked himself. Sunday was the day he always gave to Beatrice, but he durst not think of that now. "On Sunday there are so many people about," he continued. "Will you come here again on Monday afternoon?" Emily promised to do so. "I will write to you to-morrow, and again a letter for Tuesday, giving you the last directions. But I may have to see you on Tuesday. May I call at your lodgings?" "If you need to, surely you may." My husband." "My wife." They walked to the hotel, and thence, when dusk was falling, started to drive homewards. They stopped at the end of Emily Street, and Wilfrid walked with her to the door. "Till Monday afternoon," he said, grasping her hand as if he clung to it in fear. Then he found another vehicle. It was dark when he reached home. End of Section 30, Chapter 23. Recording by Shih Pingling. Section 31 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shih Pingling. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 31, Chapter 24. The Unexpected. Late in the evening, Wilfrid received a visit from his father. Mr. Athel had dined with his sister, and subsequently accompanied his nieces to a concert. Beatrice should have sung, but had broken her engagement on the plea of ill health. "Been at home all the evening?" Mr. Athel began by asking. "I got home late," Wilfrid answered, rising from his chair. His father had something to say which caused him hesitation. He walked about with his hands between the tails of his coat. "Seen Beatrice lately?" he inquired at length. "No, not since last Monday." I'm afraid she isn't well. She didn't sing to-night, didn't dine with us either.' Wilfrid kept silence. 'Something wrong?' was his father's next question. 'Yes, there is.' 'I'm sorry to hear that.' Wilfrid went to the fireplace, and leaned his arm upon the mantelpiece. As he did not seem disposed to speak, his father continued. 'Nothing serious, I hope?' 'Yes, something serious.' 'You don't mean that? Anything you can talk about?' 'I'm afraid not. I shall go and see Beatrice as usual to morrow. I may be at liberty to tell you after that, though probably not for a few days.' Mr. Athel looked annoyed. 'I hope this is not of your doing,' he said. 'They tell me the girl is causing them a good deal of anxiety. For the last few days she had been sitting alone, scarcely touching food, and refusing to speak to anyone. If this goes on she will be ill.' Wilfrid spoke hoarsely. 'I can't help it. I shall see her to morrow.' 'All right,' observed his father, with the impatience which was his way of meeting disorders in this admirable universe. 'Your aunt asked me to tell you this. Of course I can do no more.' Wilfrid made no reply, and Mr. Athel left him. It was an hour of terrible suffering that Wilfrid lived through before he left the study and went to lay his head on the pillow. He had not thought very much of Beatrice hitherto. The passion which had spurred him blindly on made him forgetful of everything but the end his heart desired. Now that the end was within reach, he could consider what it was that he had done. He was acting like a very madman. He could not hope that any soul would regard his frenzy even with compassion. On all sides he would meet with sternest condemnation. Who would recognize his wife? This step which he was taking meant rupture with all his relatives, perchance with all his friends, for it would be universally declared that he had been guilty of utter baseness. His career was ruined. It might happen that he would have to leave England with Emily, abandoning for her sake everything else that he prized. How would Beatrice bear the revelation? Mere suspense had made her ill. Such a blow as this might kill her. Never before had he been consciously guilty of an act of cruelty, or of wrong to any the least valued of those with whom he had dealt. To realize what his treachery meant to Beatrice was so terrible that he dared not fix his thought upon it. Her love for him was intense beyond anything he had imagined in woman. Emily had never seemed to him possessed with so vehement a passion. Indeed, he had often doubted whether Emily's was a passionate nature. At times she was almost cold, appeared so in his thought of her, and never had she given way to that self-forgetful ardour which was so common in Beatrice. Sweat broke out upon his forehead as he saw the tragic issues to which his life was tending. There was no retreat, save by a second act of apostasy so unspeakably shameful that the brand of it would drive him to self-destruction. He had made his choice, or had been driven upon it by the powers which ruled his destiny. It only remained to have the courage of his resolve and to defy consequences. At least it was in no less a cause than that of his life's one love. There was no stamp of turpitude on the end for which he would sacrifice so much and occasion so much misery. He passed the time in his own rooms till the afternoon of the following day. Then, at the customary hour, he set forth to visit Beatrice. Would she see him? In his heart he hoped that she would refuse to, yet he dreaded lest he should be told that she was too unwell. It was a new thing in Wilfrid's experience to approach any door with shame and dread. Between his ringing the bell and the servant's answer, he learned well what those words mean. He was admitted as usual, the servant making no remark. As usual, he was led to Beatrice's room. She was sitting in the chair she always occupied, and was dressed with the accustomed perfection. But her face was an index to the sufferings she had endured this past week. As soon as the door had closed, she stood to receive him, but not with extended hand. Her eyes were fixed upon him steadily, and Wilfrid, with difficulty meeting them, experienced a shock of new fear, a kind of fear he could not account for. Outwardly she was quite calm. It was something in her look, an indefinable suggestion of secret anguish, that impressed him so. He did not try to take her hand, but, having laid down his hat, came near to her and spoke as quietly as he could. 'May I speak to you of what passed between us last Monday?' 'How can we avoid speaking of it?' she replied in a low voice, her eyes still searching him. 'I ought to have come to see you before this,' Wilfrid continued, taking the seat to which she pointed whilst she also sat down. 'I could not.' 'I have been expecting you,' Beatrice said in an emotionless way. The nervous tension with which he had come into her presence had yielded to a fit of trembling. Coldness ran along his veins. His tongue refused its office. His eyes sank before her gaze. 'I felt sure you would come to day,' Beatrice continued, with the same absence of pronounced feeling. 'If not, I must have gone to your house. What do you wish to say to me?' 'That which I find it very difficult to say. I feel that after what happened on Monday we cannot be quite the same to each other. I fear I said some things that were not wholly true.' Beatrice seemed to be holding her breath. Her face was marble. She sat unmoving. 'You mean,' she said at length, 'that those letters represented more than you were willing to confess?' It was calmly asked. Evidently Wilfrid had no outbreak of resentment to fear. He would have preferred it to this dreadful self-command. 'More,' he answered, 'than I felt at the time. I spoke no word of conscious falsehood. Has anything happened to prove to you what you then denied?' He looked at her in doubt. Could she in any way have learnt what had come to pass? Whilst talking, he had made up his mind to disclose nothing definitely. He would explain his behaviour merely as arising from doubt of himself. It would make the rest easier for her to bear hereafter. 'I have read those letters again,' he answered. 'And you have learned that you never loved me.' He held his eyes down, unable to utter words. Beatrice also was silent for a long time. At length she said, 'I think you are keeping something from me.' He raised his face. 'Has nothing else happened?' she asked, with measured tone, a little sad, nothing more. The truth was forced from him, and its utterance gave him a relief which was in itself a source of new agitation. 'Yes, something else has happened. I knew it.' 'How did you?' 'I felt it. You have met her again.' Again he was speechless. Beatrice asked, 'Does she live in London?' 'She does.' 'You have met her, and have wished that you were free?' 'Beatrice, I have done worse. I have acted as though I were free.' She shook as if a blow had fallen upon her. Then a smile came to her lips. 'You have asked her again to be your wife?' 'I have.' 'And she has consented?' 'Because I deceived her at the same time that I behaved dishonourably to you.' She fixed upon him eyes which had a strange inward look, eyes veiled with reverie, vaguely troubled, unimpassioned. It was as though she calmly readjusted in her own mind the relations between him and herself. the misery of Wilfrid's situation was mitigated in a degree by mere wonder at her mode of receiving his admissions. This interview was no logical sequence upon the scene of a week ago, and the issue then had been, one would have thought, less provocative of demonstration than to-day's. Directness once more armed her gaze, and again he was powerless to meet it. Still no resentment, no condemnation. She asked, "It is your intention to marry soon?" He could not reply. "Will you let me see you once more before your marriage?" she continued. "That is, if I find I wish it. I am not sure. I may or may not." It was rather a debate with herself than an address to him. "May I leave you now, Beatrice?" he said suddenly. "Every drop of blood in me is shame heated. In telling you this, I have done something which I thought would be beyond my force." "Yes," she murmured, "it will be better if we part now." She rose and watched him as he stepped to the table and took his hat. There was a moment's hesitation on either side, but Beatrice did not offer her hand. She stood superbly, as a queen might dismiss one from whom her thoughts were already wandering. He bowed with inward self-mockery and left her. Some hours later, when already the summer evening had cloaked itself, Wilfrid found himself wandering by the river, not far from Hammersmith. The influence of a great water flowing from darkness into darkness was strong upon him. He was seeking for hope in the transitoriness of all things earthly. Would not the hour come when this present anguish, this blood-poisoning shame, would have passed far away and have left no mark? Was it not thinking too grandiosely to attribute to the actions of such a one as himself a tragic gravity? Was there not supernal laughter at the sight of him, Wilfrid Athel, an English gentleman, a member of the lower house of the British Parliament, posing as the arbiter of destinies? What did it all come to? An imbroglio on the threshold of matrimony, a temporary doubt which of the two women was to enjoy the honour of styling herself Mrs. Athel. The day's long shame led to this completeness of self-contempt, as if Beatrice would greatly care. Why, in his very behaviour he had offered the cure for her heartburn, and her calmness showed how effective the remedy would be. The very wife whom he held securely had only been won by keeping silence. Tell her the story of the last few days, and behold him altogether wifeless. He laughed scornfully. To this had he come from those dreams which guided him when he was a youth. A commonplace man, why should he not have commonplace experiences? He had walked in this direction with the thought of passing beneath Emily's window before he returned home. Yet, now that he was not more than half an hour's walk from her, he felt weary and looked aside for a street which should lead him to the region of vehicles. As he did so, he noticed a woman's form leaning over the riverside parapet at a short distance. A thought drew him nearer to her. Yes, it was Emily herself. "You were coming to see me?" she asked. Love in a woman's voice! What cynicism so perdurable that it will bear against that assailant? In the dusk he put her gloved hands against his lips, and the touch made him once more noble. "I had meant to, beautiful, but it seemed too late, and I was just on the point of turning back. You always appear to me when I most need you." "You wanted to speak to me, Wilfrid?" "When do I not? My life seems so thin and poor. Only your breath gives it colour. Emily, I shall ask so much of you. I have lost all faith in myself. You must restore it." They stood close to each other, hand in hand, looking down at the dark flow. "If I had not met you, Wilfrid," she said, or whispered, "I think my end must have been there, below us. I have often come here at night. It is always a lonely place, and at high tide the water is deep." His hand closed upon hers with rescuing force. "I am carrying a letter," Emily continued, "that I was going to post before I went in. I will give it to you now, and I am glad of the opportunity. It seems safer. I have written what I feel I could never say to you. Read it and destroy it, and never speak of what it contains." She gave him the letter, and then he walked with her homewards. On the morrow, shortly after breakfast, he was sitting in his study when a knock came at the door. He bade enter, and it was Beatrice. She came towards him, gave her hand mechanically, and said, "Can you spare me a few minutes?" He placed a chair for her. Her eyes had not closed since they last looked at him. He saw it, though the expression of her features was not weariness. "There's one thing, Wilfrid, that I think I have a right to ask you. Will you tell me why she left you years ago?" Her tone was that of one continuing a conversation. There might have been no break between yesterday and to-day. We cannot always gather from the voice what struggle has preceded utterance. Wilfrid turned away. On the table lay that letter of Emily's. He had read it many times, and was reading it when the knock disturbed him. With a sudden movement he took up the sheet of paper and held it to Beatrice. "It is there, the reason. I myself have only known it a few hours. Read it. I have no right to show it you, and no right to refuse." Beatrice held the letter for a brief space without turning her eyes upon it. Wilfrid walked to a distance, and at length she read. Emily had recounted every circumstance of her father's death, and told the history of her own feelings, all with complete simplicity, almost coldly. Only an uncertainty in the handwriting here and there showed the suffering it had caused her to look once more into the very eyes of the past. Yet it was of another than herself that she wrote. She felt that even in her memory of woe. They faced each other again. Beatrice's eyes were distended, their depths lightened. I'm glad you met her before it was too late." Her voice quivered upon a low rich note. Such an utterance was the outcome of a nature strong to the last limit of self-conquest. Wilfrid heard and regarded her with a kind of fear. Her intensity passed to him. He trembled. "I have nothing to pardon," she continued. "You were hers long before my love had touched your heart. You have tried to love me, but this has come soon enough to save us both." And again, "If I did not love you I should act selfishly, but self is all gone from me. In this moment I could do greater things to help you to happiness. Tell me, have you yet spoken to the others?" "To no one." "Then do not. It shall all come from me. No one shall cast upon you a shadow of blame. You have done me no wrong. You were hers, and you wronged her when you tried to love me. I will help you, at least I can be your friend. Listen, I shall see her. It shall be I who have brought you together again. That is how they shall all think of it. I shall see her, and as your friend, as the only one to whom you have yet spoken. Do you understand me, Wilfrid? Do you see that I make the future smooth for her and you? She must never know what we know. And the others, they shall do as I will. They shall not dare to speak one word against you. What right have they, if I am glad?" He stood in amaze. It was impossible to doubt her sincerity. Her face, the music of her voice, the gestures by which her eagerness expressed herself, all were too truthful. What divine nature had lain hidden in this woman? He gazed at her as on a being more than mortal. "How can I accept this from you?" he asked hoarsely. Accept? How can you refuse? It is my right, it is my will. Will you refuse me this one poor chance of proving that my love was unselfish? I would have killed myself to win a tender look from you at the last moment, and you shall not go away thinking less of me than I deserve. You know already that I am not the idle, powerless woman you once thought me. You shall know that I can do yet more. If she is noble in your eyes, can I consent to be less so?' Passion the most exalted possessed her. It infected Wilfrid. He felt that the common laws of intercourse between man and woman had here no application. The higher ground to which she summoned him knew no authority of the conventional. To hang his head was to proclaim his own littleness. 'You are not less noble, Beatrice,' his voice murmured. 'You have said it, so there is no longer a constraint between us. How simple it is to do for love's sake what those who do not know love think impossible. I will see her, then the last difficulty is removed. That letter has told me where she lives. If I go there to day, I shall find her?' 'Not till the evening,' Wilfrid replied under his breath. 'When is your marriage?' He looked at her without speaking. 'Very soon? Before the end of the session?' 'The day after to morrow.' She was white to the lips, but kept her eyes on him steadily. 'And you go away at once?' 'I had thought,' he began, then added, 'Yes, at once. It is better.' 'Yes, better. Your friend stays and makes all ready for your return. Perhaps I shall not see you after to day, for that time. Then we are to each other what we used to be. You will bring her to hear me sing?' 'I shall not give it up now.' She smiled, moved a little away from him, then turned again and gave her hand for leave taking. 'Wilfrid, Beatrice, she would not grudge it me. Kiss me, the last time, on my lips.' He kissed her. When the light came again to his eyes, Beatrice had gone. In the evening Emily sat expectant. Either Wilfrid would come, or there would be a letter from him. Yes, he would come, for after reading what she had written, the desire to speak with her must be strong in him. She sat at her window and looked along the dull street. She had spent the day as usual, that is to say, in the familiar school routine. But the heart she had brought to her work was far other than that which for long years had laboriously pulsed the flagging moments of her life. Her pupils were no longer featureless beings, the sole end of whose existence was to give trouble. Girl children and budding womanhood had circled about her. The lips which recited lessons made unconscious music. The eyes, dark or sunny, laughed with secret foresight of love to come. Kindly affection to one, and all grew warm within her. What had been only languid preferences developed in an hour to little less than attachments, and dislikes softened to pity. The girls who gave promise of beauty and tenderness she looked upon with the eyes of a sister. Their lot it would be to know the ecstasy of whispered vows, to give and to receive that happiness which is not to be named, lest the gods become envious. Voices singing together in the class practice, which had ever been a weariness, stirred her to a passion of delight. It was the choral symphony of love's handmaidens. Did they see a change in her? Emily fancied that the elder girls looked at each other and smiled and exchanged words in an undertone about her. It was well to have told Wilfrid all her secrets, yet in the impatience of waiting she had tremors of misgiving. Would he, perchance, think as she so long had thought, that to speak to anyone, however near, of that bygone woe and shame, was a sin against the pieties of nature, least of all excusable when committed at the bidding of her own desires? He would never breathe to her a word which could reveal such a thought, but Wilfrid, with his susceptibility to the beautiful in character, his nature so intensely in sympathy with her own, might more or less consciously judge her to have fallen from fidelity to the high ideal. Could he have learned the story of her life, she still persevering on her widowed way, would he not have deemed her nobler? Aid against this subtlety of conscience rose in the form of self-reproof administered by that joyous voice of nature which no longer timidly begged a hearing, but came as a mandate from an unveiled sovereign. With what right, pray, did she desire to show in Wilfrid's eyes as other than she was? That part in life alone becomes us which is the very expression of ourselves. What merit can there be in playing the votary of an ascetic conviction when the heart is bursting with its stifled cry for light and warmth, for human joy, for the golden fruit of the tree of life? She had been sincere in her renunciation. The way of worthiness was to cherish a sincerity as complete, now that her soul flamed to the bliss which fate once more offered her. The hours passed slowly. How long the night would be if Wilfrid neither wrote to her nor came! But he had written. At 8 o'clock the glad signal of the postman drew her to the door of her room, where she stood trembling whilst someone went to the letter box, and, oh joy, ascended the stairs. It was her letter, because her hands were too unsteady to hold it for reading. She knelt by a chair, like a child with a new picture book, and spread the sheet open, and having read it twice, she let her face fall upon her palms, to repeat to herself the words which danced fire-like before her darkened eyes. He wrote rather sadly, but she would not have had it otherwise, for the sadness was of love's innermost heart, which is the shrine of mortality. As Emily knelt thus by the chair there came another knock at the house door, the knock of a visitor. She did not hear it, nor yet the tap at her own door which followed. She was startled to consciousness by her landlady's voice. 'There is a lady wishes to see you, Miss Hood.' 'A lady?' Emily repeated in surprise. Then it occurred to her that it must be Mrs. Baxendale, who knew her address and was likely to be in London at this time of the year. 'Does she give any name?' 'No name.' Emily requested that the visitor should be introduced. Not Mrs. Baxendale, but a face at first barely remembered, then growing with suggestiveness upon Emily's gaze until all was known save the name attached to it. A face which at present seemed to bear the pale signs of suffering, though it smiled, a beautiful visage of high meanings, impressive beneath its crown of dark hair. It smiled and still smiled. The eyes looked searchingly. 'You do not remember me, Miss Hood?' 'Indeed I remember you, your face, your voice. But your name? You are Mrs. Baxendale's niece?' 'Yes, Miss Redwing.' 'Oh, how could I forget!' Emily became silent. The eyes that searched her so were surely kind, but it was the time of fears. Impossible that so strange a visit should be unconnected with her fate, and the voice thrilled upon her strong nerves ominously. The lips she watched were so eloquent of repressed feeling. Why should this lady come to her? Their acquaintance had been so very slight. She murmured an invitation to be seated. 'For a moment,' returned Beatrice, 'you must wonder to see me. But I think you remember that I was a friend of the Athels. I am come with Mr. Athel's leave, Mr. Wilfrid.' Emily was agitated and could not smooth her features. 'Oh, don't think I bring you bad news,' pursued the other quickly, leaning a little forward and again raising her eyes. She had dropped them on the mention of Wilfrid's name. 'I have come, in fact, to put Mr. Athel at ease in his mind.' She laughed nervously. 'He and I have been close friends for a very long time. indeed, since we were all but children. And you won't misunderstand? He has told me alone as yet, of what has happened, of the great good fortune that has come to him so unexpectedly. If you knew the terms of our friendship, you would understand how natural it was for him to take me into his confidence, Miss Hood. And I begged him to let me visit you, because," again she laughed in the same nervous way, "because he was in a foolish anxiety lest you might have vanished. I told him it was best that he should have the evidence of a very practical person's senses that you were really here, and that he hadn't only dreamt it. And as we did know each other, you see, you will construe my behaviour kindly, will you not?" "Surely I will, Miss Redwing," Emily responded warmly. "How else could I meet your own great kindness? I feared so many things. Even at the door I almost turned away. There seemed so little excuse for my visit. It was like intruding upon you. But Mr. Athel assured me that I should not be unwelcome." Emily, overcome by the sense of relief after her apprehensions, gave free utterance to the warm words in which her joy voiced itself. She forgot all that was strange in Beatrice's manner, or attributed it merely to timidity. Sympathy just now was like sunshine to her. She could not inquire whence or why it came, but was content to let it bathe her in its divine solace. "If you knew how it has flattered me," Beatrice continued, with a semblance of light-hearted goodness which her hearer had no thought of criticizing. "It is the final proof of Mr. Athel's good opinion. You know his poor opinion of conventional people and conventional behaviour. He is determined that no one shall be told till after Wednesday, making me the sole exception, you see. But seriously, I am glad he did so, and that I have been able to meet you again just at this time. Now I can assure him that you are indeed a living being, and that there is no danger whatever of your disappearing." Emily did not join the musical laugh, but her heart was full, and she just laid her hand on that of Beatrice. "It was only for a moment," the latter said, rising as she felt the touch. "This is no hour for paying visits, and indeed I have to hurry back again. I should like only to say that you have my very kind wishes. You forgive my coming? You forgive my hastening away so?" "I feel I ought to thank you more," broke from Emily's lips. "To me, believe, it is all very like a dream. Oh, it was kind of you to come. You can't think," she added with only apparent irrelevance, "how often I have recalled your beautiful singing. I have always thought of you with gratitude for that deep pleasure you gave me." "Oh, you shall hear me sing again," laughed Beatrice. "Ask Mr. Athel to tell you something about that. Indeed, it must be good-bye." They took each other's hands. But for Emily it was not sufficient. She stepped nearer, offering her lips. Beatrice kissed her. End of Section 31. Chapter 24. Recording by Shi Pinglin. Section 32 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shi Pinglin. A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Section 32, Chapter 25. A Family Conclave. At 11 o'clock on Wednesday morning, Beatrice called at the Athels' house. Receiving the expected information that Wilfrid was not at home, she requested that Mr. Athel senior might not be disturbed, and went to Wilfrid's study. Alone in the room, she took from her handbag a little packet addressed to Wilfrid, on which she had written the word "private," and laid it on the writing table. She appeared to have given special attention to her toilette this morning. Her attire was that of a lady of fashion, rich, elaborate, devised with consummate art, its luxury draping well the superb form wherein blended with such strange ardour the flames of heroism and voluptuousness. Her moving made the air delicate with faint perfume. Her attitude as she laid down the packet and kept her hand upon it for a moment was self-conscious, but nobly so. If an actress, she was cast by nature for the great parts, and threw her soul into the playing of them. She lingered by the table, touching objects with the tips of her gloved fingers, as if lovingly and sadly. At length she seated herself in Wilfrid's chair and gazed about the room with languid, wistful eyes. Her bosom heaved. Once or twice a sigh trembled to all but a sob. She lost herself in reverie. Then the clock near her chimed silverly 11:30. Beatrice drew a deep breath, rose slowly, and slowly went from the room. A cab took her to Mrs. Baxendale's. That lady was at home and alone, reading in fact. She closed the book as Beatrice entered, and a placid smile accompanied her observation of her niece's magnificence. "I was coming to make inquiries," she said. "Mrs. Birks gave me a disturbing account of you yesterday. Has your headache gone?" "Over, all over," Beatrice replied quietly. "They make too much of it." "I think it is you who make too little of it. You are wretchedly pale." "Am I? That will soon go. I think I must leave town before long. Advise me, where shall I go?" "But you don't think of going before——" "Yes, quite soon." "You are mysterious," remarked Mrs. Baxendale, raising her eyebrows a little as she smiled. "Well, aunt, I will be so no longer. I want to cross-examine you if you will let me. Do you promise to answer?" "To the best of my poor ability." "Then the first question shall be this. When did you last hear of Emily Hood?" "Of Emily Hood?" Mrs. Baxendale had the habit of controlling the display of her emotions. It was part of her originality. But it was evident that the question occasioned her extreme surprise, and not a little trouble. "Yes, will you tell me?" said Beatrice in a tone of calm interest. "It's a strange question. Still, if you really desire to know, I heard from her about 6 months ago." "She was in London then?" Mrs. Baxendale had quite ceased to smile. When any puzzling matter occupied her thought, she always frowned very low. At present her frown indicated anxiety. "What reason have you to think she was in London, Beatrice?" "Only her being here now." Beatrice said it with a show of pleasant artfulness, holding her head aside a little and smiling into her aunt's eyes. Mrs. Baxendale relaxed her frown and looked away. "Have you seen her lately?" Beatrice continued. "I have not seen her for years." "Ah, but you have corresponded with her?" "At very long intervals." Before Beatrice spoke again, her aunt resumed. "Don't lay traps for me, my dear. Suppose you explain at once your interest in Emily Hood's whereabouts." "Yes, I wish to do so. I have come to you to talk about it, aunt, because I know you take things quietly, and just now I want a little help of the kind you can give. You have guessed, of course, what I am going to tell you, part of it at least. Wilfrid and she have met." "They have met?" repeated the other musingly, her face still rather anxious. "In what way?" "By chance, pure chance." "By chance? It was not, I suppose, by chance that you heard of the meeting?" "No, Wilfrid told me of it. He told me on Sunday." Her voice was a little uncertain. "Give me your hand, dear," said Mrs. Baxendale. "There, now tell me the rest." Beatrice half sobbed. "Yes, I can now more easily," she continued with hurried utterance. "Your hand is just what I wanted. It is help, dear help. But you mustn't think I am weak. I could have stood alone. Yes, he told me on Sunday, and that of course was the end." "At his desire?" "His and mine. He was honest with me. It was better than such discoveries when it would have been too late. And he is going to marry her? They were married an hour ago. Mrs. Baxendale looked with grave inquiry into Beatrice's face. Incredulity was checked by what she saw there. She averted her eyes again, and both were silent for a while. "So it is all well over, you see," Beatrice said at length, trying at light-heartedness. "Over, it seems. As to the well or ill, I can't say." "Surely well," rejoined Beatrice. "He loves her, and he would never have loved me. We can't help it. She has suffered dreadful things. You see it in her face." "Her face?" "I went to see her on Monday evening," Beatrice explained, with simplicity, though her lips quivered. "I asked leave of Wilfrid to do so. He had told me all her story, as he had just heard it from herself, and indeed I was curious to see her again. Then there was another reason. If I saw her and brought her to believe that Wilfrid and I were merely intimate friends, as we used to be, how much easier it would make everything. You understand me, aunt?" Mrs. Baxendale was again looking at her with grave, searching eyes which began to glimmer a little when the light caught them. Beatrice's hand she held pressed more and more closely in both her own. She made no reply to the last question, and the speaker went on with a voice which lost its clearness and seemed to come between parched lips. "You see how easy that makes everything. I want your help, of course. I told Wilfrid that this was how I should act. It is very simple. Let us say that I prefer to be thought an unselfish woman. Any one can be jealous or malicious. You are to think that I care as little as it would seem. I don't yet know how I am to live, but of course I shall. It will come in time. It was better they should be married in this way. Then he must come back after the holidays, and everything be smooth for him. That will be our work, yours and mine, dear aunt. You understand me? You will talk to Mrs. Birks. It will be better from you. And then Mr. Athel shall be told. Yes, it is hard for me, but perhaps not quite in the way you think. I don't hate her, indeed I don't. If you knew that story, which you never can, I know I don't hate her. I kissed her, aunt, with my lips, indeed. She couldn't find me out. I act too well for that. But I couldn't have done it if I had hated her. She is so altered from what she was. You know that I liked her years ago. She interested me in a strange, strange way. It seems to me now that I foresaw how her fate would be connected with mine. I knew that Wilfrid loved her before any one else had dreamed of such a thing. Now promise your help." "Have they gone away?" her aunt asked. "I don't know. It is likely." Her face went white to the lips. For a moment she quivered. "Beatrice, stay with me," said Mrs. Baxendale. "Stay with me here for a day or two." "Willingly. I wished it. Mrs. Birks is all kindness, but I find it hard to talk, and she won't let me be by myself. Don't think I am ill. No, indeed no. It is only rest that I want. It seems a long time since Sunday, but you haven't yet promised me, aunt. It will be much harder if I have to do everything myself. I promised him that everything should be made smooth. I want to show him that my love was worth having. It's more than all women would do, isn't it, aunt? Of course it isn't only that. There is the pleasure of doing something for him, and he cannot help being grateful to me as long as he lives. Suppose I had gone and told her, she would never have married him. She was never beautiful, you know. And now her face is dreadfully worn, but I think I understand why he loves her. Of course you cannot know her as well as I do, and you will help me, aunt." "Are you perfectly sure that they have been married this morning?" Mrs. Baxendale asked with quiet earnestness. "Sure, quite sure. In any other case I don't know whether I should have done as you wish." "You would have tried to prevent it?" "Oh no, you are too wise. After all this time, and he loves her as much as ever. Don't you see how foolish it would be to fret about it? It is fate, that's all. You know we all have our fate. Do you know what I used to think mine would be? I feared madness. My poor father! But I shall not fear that now. I have gone through too much. My mind has borne it. But I must have rest, and I can only rest if I know that you are helping me. You promise?" "I will do my best, dear." "And your best is best indeed, aunt. You will go to Mrs. Burke's and tell her where I am. The sooner you speak to her the better. I will lie down. If you knew how worn out I feel." She rose, but stood with difficulty. Mrs. Baxendale put her arm about her and kissed her cheek. Then she led her to another room. Tension in Beatrice was nearing the point of fever. She had begun the conversation with every appearance of calmness. Now she was only to be satisfied by immediate action towards the end she had in view. Every successive minute of delay was an added torment. She pressed her aunt to go to Mrs. Burke's forthwith. That alone could suit her. Mrs. Baxendale yielded and set out. But it was not to Mrs. Burke's that she paid her first visit. Though it was clear that Beatrice firmly believed all she said, Mrs. Baxendale could not accept this as positive assurance. Before taking upon herself to announce such a piece of news, she felt the need of some further testimony. She had a difficulty in reconciling precipitate action of this kind with Wilfrid's character as it had of late years developed itself. Political, even social ambition had become so pronounced in him that it was difficult to imagine him turning with such sudden vehemence from the path in which every consideration of interest would tend to hold him. The best of women worshipped success, and though Mrs. Baxendale well knew that Wilfrid's aims had suffered a degradation, she could not, even apart from her feeling for Beatrice, welcome his return to the high allegiance of former days, when it would surely check or altogether terminate a brilliant career. The situation had too fantastic a look. Could it be that Beatrice was suffering from some delusion? Had a chance discovery of Emily Hood's proximity, together perhaps with some ambiguous behaviour on Wilfrid's part, affected her mind? It was an extreme supposition, but on the whole as easy of acceptance as the story Beatrice had poured forth. In pursuit of evidence, Mrs. Baxendale drove to the Athels. It was about luncheon time. She inquired for Wilfrid, and heard with mingled feelings that he was at home. She found him in his study. He had before him a heap of letters, the contents of a packet he had found on his table on entering a quarter of an hour before. Mrs. Baxendale regarded him observantly. The results of her examination led her to come to the point at once. "I have just left Beatrice," she said. "She has been telling me an extraordinary story. Do you know what it was?" "She has told you the truth," Wilfrid replied simply. "And you were married this morning?" Wilfrid bent his head in assent. Mrs. Baxendale seated herself. "My dear Wilfrid," were her next words, "you have been guilty of what is commonly called a dishonourable action." "I fear I have. I can only excuse myself by begging you to believe that no other course was open to me. I have simply cut a hard knot. It was better than wasting my life and others' lives in despair at its hopelessness." Wilfrid was collected. The leap taken, he felt his foot once more on firm ground. He felt, too, that he had left behind him much of which he was heartily ashamed. He was in no mood to feign an aspect of contrition. "You will admit," observed the lady, "that this cutting of the knot makes a rather harsh severance. It would be impertinent to say that I am sorry for Beatrice. Her behaviour to me has been incredibly magnanimous, and I feel sure that her happiness as well as my own has been consulted. I don't know in what sense she has spoken to you. Very nobly, be sure of it. I can only thank her and reverence her." Mrs. Baxendale remained for a moment in thought. "Well," she resumed, "you know that it is not my part to make useless scenes. I began with my hardest words, and they must stand. Beatrice will not die of a broken heart, happily. And if your wife is one half as noble, you are indeed a fortunate man. Perhaps we had better talk no more at present. It is possible you have acted rightly, and I must run no risk of saying unkind things. Is your father informed? Not yet. You are leaving town? This afternoon. To go to a distance? No, I shall be in town daily. You doubtless inform your father before you leave. I shall do so. Then we will say good-bye. Mrs. Baxendale gave her hand. She did not smile, but just shook her head as she looked Wilfrid steadily in the face. It was later in the afternoon when she called upon Mrs. Birks. She was conducted to that lady's boudoir, and there found Mr. Athel senior in colloquy with his sister. The subject of the conversation was unmistakable. "You know?" asked Mrs. Birks, with resignation, as soon as the door was closed behind the visitor. "I have come to talk it over with you." Mr. Athel was standing with his hands clasped behind him. He was rather redder in the face than usual, and had clearly been delivering himself of ample periods. "Really, Mrs. Baxendale," he began, "I have a difficulty in expressing myself on the subject. The affair is simply monstrous. It indicates a form of insanity. I in truth, I don't know from what point to look at it." "Where is Beatrice?" Mrs. Birks asked. "She will stay with me for a day or two," replied Mrs. Baxendale. How is she?" inquired Mr. Athel sympathetically. "Upset, of course, but not seriously, I hope." "Really," Mrs. Birks exclaimed, "Wilfrid might have had some consideration for other people. Here are the friendships of a lifetime broken up on his account." "I don't know that that is exactly the point of view," remarked her brother judicially. "One doesn't expect such things to seriously weigh, I mean, of course, when there's reason on the man's side. What distresses me is the personal recklessness of the step." "Perhaps that is not so great as it appears," put in Mrs. Baxendale quietly. "You defend him?" exclaimed Mrs. Birks. "I'm not sure that I should do so, but I want to explain how Beatrice regards it." "She defends him?" cried Mr. Athel. "Yes, she does. At present there is only one thing I fear for her, and that is a refusal on your part to carry out her wishes. Beatrice has made up her mind that as little trouble as possible shall result. I bring, in fact, the most urgent request from her that you, Mr. Athel, and you, Mrs. Birks, will join in a sort of conspiracy to make things smooth for Wilfrid. She desires, it is no mere whim, I believe her health depends upon it, that no obstacle whatever may be put in the way of Wilfrid's return to society with his wife. We are to act as though this old engagement had come to an end by mutual agreement, and as approving the marriage. This is my niece's serious desire." "My dear Mrs. Baxendale," murmured the listening lady, "how very extraordinary! Are you quite sure?" "Oh, this surely is out of the question," broke in her brother. "That Beatrice should make such a request is very admirable, but I really—" Mr. Athel paused, as if expecting and hoping that someone would defeat his objections. "I admit it sounds rather unreal," pursued Mrs. Baxendale, "but fortunately I can give you good evidence of her sincerity. She has visited the lady who is now Mrs. Athel, and that with the express purpose of representing herself as nothing more than a friend of Wilfrid's. You remember she had a slight acquaintance with Miss Hood. After this I don't see how we can refuse to aid her plan." "She visited Miss Hood?" asked Mrs. Birks, with the mild amazement of a lady who respects her emotions. "Does Wilfrid know that?" "Beatrice asked his permission to go." "This is altogether beyond me," confessed Mr. Athel, drawing down his waistcoat and taking a turn across the room. "Of course, if they have been amusing themselves, with a kind of game, well, we have nothing to do but to regret that our invitation to join in it has come rather late. For my own part, I was disposed to take a somewhat more serious view. Of course, it's no good throwing away one's indignation. But what is your own attitude with regard to this proposal, Mrs. Baxendale? I think I must be content to do my niece's bidding, said the lady addressed. There's one thing, it seems to me, been lost sight of, came from Mrs. Birks, in the disinterested tone of a person who wishes to deliver with all clearness an unpleasant suggestion. We are very much in the dark as to Miss Hood's, I should say Mrs. Athel's, antecedents. You yourself, she regarded Mrs. Baxendale, confess that her story is very mysterious. If we are asked to receive her, really, doesn't this occur to you? At this moment the door opened, and amid general silence Beatrice came forward. Mrs. Birks rose quickly and met her. Mrs. Baxendale understood at a glance what had brought her niece here. Agitation had grown insupportable. It was not in Beatrice's character to lie still whilst others decided matters in which she had supreme interest. The more difficult her position, the stronger she found herself to support it. The culmination of the drama could not be acted with her behind the scenes. Mrs. Birks, with a whispered word or two, led her to a seat. Beatrice looked at her aunt, then at Mr. Athel. The proud beauty of her face was never more impressive. She smiled as if some pleasant trifle were under discussion. "I heard your voice as I came in," she said to Mrs. Birks, bending towards her gracefully. "Were you on my side?" "I'm afraid not, dear, just then," was the reply, given in a corresponding tone of affectionateness. "You will tell me what you were saying?" Mr. Athel looked as uncomfortable as even an English gentleman can in such a situation. Mrs. Baxendale seemed to be finding amusement in observing him. The lady appealed to plucked for a moment at her sleeve. "May I make a guess?" Beatrice pursued. "It had something to do with the private circumstances of the lady Mr. Wilfrid Athel has married." "Yes, Beatrice, it had." "Then let me help you over that obstacle, dear Mrs. Birks. I have heard from herself a full explanation of what you are uneasy about, and if I were at liberty to repeat it, you would know that she has been dreadfully unhappy, and has endured things which would have killed most women, all because of her loyalty and purity of heart. I think I may ask you to give as much effect to my words as if you knew everything. Mrs. Athel is in every respect worthy to become a member of your family." Her voice began to express emotion. "Mr. Athel, you are not against me. It is so hard to find no sympathy. I have set my heart on this. Perhaps I seem to ask a great deal, but have I not some little—" "My dear Miss Redwing," broke in Mr. Athel then, correcting himself, "my dear Beatrice, no words could convey the anxiety I feel to be of service to you. You see how difficult it is for me to speak decidedly. But I assure you that I could not possibly act in opposition to your expressed desire. Perhaps it would be better for me to withdraw. I am sure these ladies—" His speech hung in mid-air, and he stood nervously tapping his fingers with his eyeglass. "No, please remain," exclaimed Beatrice. "Aunt, you are not against me. Mrs. Birks, you won't refuse to believe what I have told you?" The two ladies glanced at each other. In Mrs. Baxendale's look there was appeal. "Indeed, I believe you implicitly, my dear Beatrice," said Mrs. Birks. "My brother is the one to decide. You are mistaken in thinking I oppose your wish. How could I?" The last words were very sweetly said. With a smile which did not pass beyond her lips, Beatrice rose from her seat and held out her hand to Mr. Athel. "Then it is understood. When Wilfrid brings his wife to you, you will receive her with all kindness. I have your promise?" Mr. Athel drew himself up very straight, pressed the offered hand, and said, It shall be as you wish." Beatrice returned with Mrs. Baxendale. Her desire to be alone was respected during the rest of the day. Going to her the last thing at night, her aunt was reassured. Weariness had followed upon nervous strain, and the beautiful eyes seemed longing for sleep. But in the morning appearances were not so hopeful. The night had after all been a troubled one. Beatrice declined breakfast, and having dressed with effort, lay on a sofa, her eyes closed. At noon Mrs. Baxendale came near and said gently, "Dear, you are not going to be ill?" The sufferer stirred a little, looked in her aunt's face, rose to a sitting position. "Ill?" She laughed in a forced way. "Oh, that would never do. Ill, after all? Why, that would spoil everything. Are you going out this morning?" "Certainly not. I should only have done some idle shopping." "Then you shall do the shopping, and I will go with you." "Yes, yes, I will go. It is the only way. Let us go where we shall see people. I wish to. I will be ready in 5 minutes." "But Beatrice—" "Oh, don't fear my looks. You shall see if I betray myself. Quick, quick, to Regent Street, Bond Street, where we shall see people. I shall be ready before you." They set forth, and Beatrice had no illness. End of Section 32, Chapter 25. Recording by Shi Pinglin.
Section 33 of A Life's Morning. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tech Savvy. A Life's Morning by George GISSING. Section 33, Chapter 26. Midday. Once more at the Firs, Wilfrid had decided to make this his abode. It was near enough to London to allow of his going backwards and forwards as often as might be necessary. His father's town house offered the means of change for Emily, and supplied him with a pied-à-terre in time of session. By limiting his attendance at the house as far as decency would allow, he was able to enjoy with a small interruption the quiet of his home in Surrey, and growing certainty that a life of the present Parliament would be short encouraged him in looking forward of the day when the politics could no longer exist for him. He and Emily established themselves at the Firs towards the end of December, having spent a week with Mr. Athel on their return from the Continent. Emily's health had improved, but there was no likelihood that she would ever be other than a delicate flower, to be jealously guarded from the sky's ruder breath by him to whom she was a life within life. Ambition, as he formerly understood it, had no more meaning for Wilfrid. The fine ardour of his being rejected grosser nourishment, and burned in altar flame toward the passion-pale woman whom he after all called wife. Emily was an unfailing inspiration. By her side the nobler zeal of his youth renewed itself. In the light of her pure soul he saw the world as poetry, and strove for that detachment of the intellect which in Emily was a gift of nature. She, Emily Athel, as she joyed to write herself, moved in a new sphere like a spirit humbled by victory over fate. It was a mild winter. The Surrey hills were tender against the brief daylight, and the gardens breathed the freshness of evergreens. When the sun trembled over the landscape for a short hour, Emily loved to stray as far as that hollow on the heath where she had sat with Wilfrid years ago and heard him for the first time speak freely of his aims and his hopes. That spot was sacred, as she stood there beneath the faint blue of the winter sky. All the exquisite sadness of life, the memory of those whom death had led him to his kindly haven, the sorrows of new-born love, the dear heartache for view passed into eternity, touched the deepest fountains of her nature and made dim her eyes. She would not have had lived life other than it was given to her, for she had learned the secrets of infinite passion in the sunless valleys of despair. She rested. In the last few months she had traversed a whole existence, Repose was needful that she might assimilate all her new experiences and range in due order the gifts which joy had lavishly heaped upon her. The skies of the south, the murmur of blue seas on shores of glorious name, the shrines of art, the hallowed scenes where earth's greatest have loved and wrought, these were no longer a dream. With her bodily eyes she had looked upon Greece and Italy, and to have done so was a consecration. It cast a light upon her brows. "Talk to me of Rome." Those were always her words when Wilfrid came to her side in the evening. "Talk to me of Rome as you alone can." And as Wilfrid recalled their life in the world's holy of holies, she closed her eyes for the full rapture of inner light, and her heart sang praise. Wilfrid was awed by his blessedness. There were times when he scarcely dared to take in his own, that fine moulded hand which was the symbol of life made perfect. Emily uttered thoughts which made him fear to profane her purity by his touch. She realized to the uttermost his ideal of womanhood, none the less so that it seemed no child would be born of her to trouble the exclusiveness of their love. He clad her in queenly garments, and did homage at her feet. Her beauty was all for him, for though Emily could grace any scene she found no pleasure in society, and hours of absence from home were to Wilfrid full of anxiety to return. All their plans were for solitude. Life was too short for more than the inevitable concessions to the outside world. But one morning in February Emily's eye fell upon an announcement in the newspaper which excited in her a wish to go up a town. Among the list of singers at a concert to be given that day she had caught the name of Miss Beatrice Redwing. It was Saturday. Wilfrid had no occasion for leaving home, and already they had enjoyed in advance the 2 unbroken days. "But I should indeed like to hear her," Emily said, "and she seems to sing so rarely." "She has only just returned to England," Wilfrid remarked. They had heard of Beatrice having been in Florence a week or two prior to their own stay there. She was travelling with the Baxendales. Emily was anxious to meet her, and Wilfrid had held out a hope that this might come about in Italy, but circumstances had proved adverse. "Have you seen her?" Emily inquired. Her husband had not. He seemed at first a little disinclined to go up for the concert, but on Emily's becoming silent he hastened to give a cheerful acquiescence. "Couldn't we see her to-morrow?" she went on to ask. "No doubt we can. It's only the facing of my aunt's drawing-room on a Sunday afternoon." "Oh, surely that is needless, Wilfrid. Couldn't we go and see her quietly? She would be at home in the morning, I should think." "I should think so. We'll make inquiries to-night." They left home early in the afternoon, and procured tickets on their way from the station to Mr. Athel's. Their arrival being quite unexpected, they found that Mr. Athel had left town for a day or two. It was all that Emily needed for the completing of her pleasure. Her father-in-law was scrupulously polite in his behaviour to her, but the politeness fell a little short as yet of entire ease, and conversation with him involved effort. She ran a risk of letting Wilfrid perceive the gladness with which she discovered an empty house. He did, in fact, attribute to its true cause the light-heartedness she showed as they sat together at dinner, and smiled to think that he himself shared in the feeling of relief. There were reasons why he could not look forward to the evening with unalloyed happiness, but the unwonted gaiety which shone on Emily's face and gave a new melody to her voice moved him to tenderness and gratitude. He felt that it would be well to listen again to the music of the strong heart whose pain had been his bliss. He overcame his ignoble anxieties, and went to concert as to a sacred office. Their seats, owing to lateness in applying for them, were not in the best part of the hall. Immediately behind them was the first row of a cheaper section, and 2 men of indifferent behaviour were seated there within earshot. They were discussing the various names upon the programme, as if for the enlightenment of their neighbours. When Emily had been sitting for a few minutes, she found that it had been unwise to leave her mantle in the cloak-room. There was a bad draught. Wilfrid went to recover it. Whilst waiting, Emily became aware that the men behind her were talking of Miss Redwing. She listened. "She's married, I think, eh?" said one. "Was to have been, you mean? Why wasn't it you told me the story?" "Oh no, it was Drummond. Drummond knows her people, I think." "What story, eh?" "Why, she was to have married a member of Parliament. What the deuce was his name?" "Something had reminded me of a racehorse, I remember. Was it Blair?" "No, Athel. That's the name." "Why didn't it come off then?" "Oh, the honourable member found somebody he liked better." It was not the end of the conversation, but just when the conductor rose in his place and there was hushing, Wilfrid returned at the same moment. He noticed that Emily shivered as he put the covering on her shoulders. When he was seated, she looked at him so strangely that he asked her in a whisper what was the matter. Emily shook her head, and seemed to fix her attention on the music. Beatrice Redwing was the third singer to come forward. While she sang, Emily frequently looked at her husband. Wilfrid did not notice it. He was absorbed in listening. Towards the end, Emily, too, lost thought of everything save the magic with which the air was charged. There was vociferous demand for an encore, and Beatrice gave another song. When the midway interval was reached, Emily asked her husband if he could leave the hall. She gave no reason, and Wilfrid did not question her. When they were in a carriage, she said the draught had been so severe. Wilfrid kept silence. He was troubled by the inexplicable misgivings. Servants hastened to light the drawing-room on their arrival earlier than expected. Emily threw off her wraps and seated herself near the fire. "Do you suffer from the chill?" Wilfrid asked, approaching her as if with diffidence. She returned her face to him, gazing with a sadness which was much more natural to her than the joy of 2 hours ago. "It was not the draught that made me come away," she said, with gentle directness. "I must tell you that it was, Wilfrid. I cannot keep any of my thoughts from you." "Tell me," he murmured, standing by her. She related the substance of the conversation she had overheard, always keeping her eyes on him. "Is it true?" "It is true, Emily." Between him and her there could be no paltry embarrassments. A direct question touching both so deeply could be answered only in one way. If Emily had suffered from a brief distrust, his look and voice, sorrowful but frank as though he faced omniscience, restored her courage at once. There might be grief henceforth, but it was shared between them. He spoke on and made all plain. Then, at the last, "I felt it to be almost impossible that you should net some day, you know. I could not tell you, perhaps on her account as much as on my own. But now I may say what I had no words for before. She loved me, and believed that I could return her love. When I met you, how could I marry her? A stranger sees my conduct. You have heard how. It is you who alone can judge me." "And she came to me in that way," Emily murmured. "She could not only lose you, but give her hand to the woman who robbed her." "And take my part with everyone, force herself to show a bright face, do her best to have it understood what it was she herself who broke off the marriage. All this. Dare I go to her, Wilfrid? Would it be cruel to go to her? I wish to speak, oh, not one word, that would betray my knowledge, but to say that I love her. Do you think I may go?" "I cannot advise you, Emily. Wait until the morning, then do what you think best." She decided to go. Beatrice still lived with Mrs. Birks, and it was probable that she would be alone on Sunday morning. It proved to be so. Wilfrid waited more than an hour for Emily's return. When at length she entered to him, he saw that there was deep content on her countenance. Emily embraced her husband and laid her head upon his breast. He could hear her sigh gently. "She wishes to see you, Wilfrid." "She received you kindly?" "I will tell you all when I have had time to think of it. But she was sorry you did not come with me. Will you go? She will be alone this afternoon." They held each other in silence. Then Emily raised an awed face, asked softly, "Where does she find her strength? Is her nature so spotless that the self-sacrifice is her highest joy? Wilfrid, I could have asked pardon at her feet, but my heart bled for her." "Dearest, you least of all should wonder at the strength which comes of high motive." "Oh, but to surrender you to another, and to witness that other's happiness! Was not my self-denial perhaps a form of selfishness?" "I only shrank from love because I dreaded the reproaches of my own heart. I did good to no one, was only anxious to save myself. I dare not think of it. My nature is so weak. Take your love from me, and you take my life." Wilfrid's heart leaped with the wild joy of a mountain torrent. "She will not always be alone," he said, perhaps with the readiness of the supremely happy to prophesy smooth things for all. There came the answer of gentle reproach. "After loving you, Wilfrid?" "Beautiful! That is how it seems to you. There is second love, often truer than the first." "Then the first was not love indeed. If I had never seen you again, what meaning would love have ever had for me apart from your name?" "I only dreamed of it till I knew you. Then it was love first and last. Wilfrid, my own, my husband, my love till I die." End of section 33, chapter 26. End of A Life's Morning by George Gissing. Recording by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com